One day I was in Rick's car and we started throwing out titles. But whenever you do that, you're going to come up with shit. Conversely, whenever a title just comes to you, it's going to be great. Finally, Rick said, I don't know why we're even having this conversation. Clearly the best title we have now is Blood Sugar Sex Magic, which was a song that was partly an homage to my incredible sexual encounters with Carmen. I couldn't argue with him, and that was when we realized that even though it wasn't necessarily the featured song or the single song, or the song we wanted people to pay more attention to, it did somehow encompass the record's entire vibe. With the album in the can, it was time to shoot a video for the first single, which was Give It Away. I knew we'd have the support of our record company, so I started viewing reels and reels and reels of video directors, but nothing looked good to me. Everything was the same boring, homogenized, contrived shit. Finally, I came across a video for a French band made by a director named Stéphane Sednouille. I was blown away by this video, which looked like nothing else. It was slower and poetic, shot in black and white. It seemed like authentic art, not something done for MTV. But when Warner's followed up, they told me to forget it. This guy was 100% booked up. I couldn't accept that. So I called him up and cajoled him to come out for a meeting. He agreed, and we met at Flea's house and spoke for hours about our favorite photographers and our favorite colors, and we all concurred on a silver theme. We set up a video shoot out in the desert, where all good videos are made. Stéphane brought an entire crew of French people, designers, stylists, makeup people, hair people, caterers, ADs, all French. We spent 2 solid days out in the desert, and we were all on a creative roll, everyone stepping up to the plate and feeling great about the song. Chad was glad to dress up in his red devil horns. I was worried that when Stéphane told John he was going to cavort with a dancing ribbon, he'd say, "Fuck you, and take that dancing ribbon and shove it up your French ass, buddy." But he gladly went off and made love to the air with his dancing ribbon. He would have danced around for hours with that thing. Blood Sugar Sex Magic was released on September 24th, 1991. Give It Away was the first single, but the #1 radio station that Warner's wanted to break the song on, a station out of Texas, told them to come back to us when you have a melody in your song. That was bad news, since the conventional wisdom was that this station dictated what America was going to hear. Of course, Give It Away was never about melody. It was a party song. When the album was about to be released, John and I made a trip to Europe to promote it. Flea decided against making the trip. I was surprised that John was willing to take one for the team and go on this torturous trip where you march around from city to city and talk for hours and hours to every silly publication imaginable, which is enough to drive anybody crazy. Well, it did John. Of all of us, I think John had the hardest time readjusting to life outside of the Blood Sugar house. He had such an outpouring of creativity while we were making that album that I think he really didn't know how to live life in tandem with that creativity. It got to a point where he wouldn't want to see a billboard for, say, the Arsenio Hall show or an advertisement for lipstick. He wanted to be in a world that was a beautiful manifestation of his own creation. You're not going to find that on a promo tour. All of the interviewers' questions seemed to be coming from the wrong angle for John, so he became a dark, angry, resentful, I'm too cool for this school guy. The only thing that I imagined could have made him more comfortable was to be back in LA with his new girlfriend, Tony. John started to dabble in using heroin. When you first start doing it, and then you walk away from it and you're not feeling great, it's something that weighs heavy on your mind, like, whoa, there's a girl and a fucking dope dealer waiting for me at home. I could live without the German weather and the food. John may have acted like a prick, but it's not difficult to imagine why someone gets that way in the middle of 12 interviews. Because sometimes the interviewers are decent and thoughtful and considerate and interested in music, but sometimes they're abominable, and you want to slap them and tell them to leave because they're so thoughtless and small-minded, and the things they want to talk about are rude. I remember being in Belgium with John at a really cool old boutique-style hotel. We were checking out in the morning, but he didn't look so good. Then the guy at the front desk told him, "And that's $2,000 for the phone bill." He had been on the phone with Tony in LA for 6 hours. By the time we got to London, he came to me and apologized. "I'm sorry to do this, but I really want to leave badly. Can you finish this by yourself?" And frantically rushed to get the next plane back home. In France, we met with record company people, and Lindy and I got to see the Give It Away video for the first time. I was more hysterically ecstatic about that piece of visual footage than any we've ever done. But the record execs had reservations about it, worried that it was too weird to get played on television. The first 2 salvos from Give It Away had now been met with reactions that didn't suggest we'd be getting much radio or TV play. But the tide turned around when K-Rock in LA started playing Give It Away all the time. That was the beginning of the infusion of those songs into mass consciousness. The Blood Sugar Sex Magik tour seemed to augur a changing of the musical guard. There was definitely a sense at that time that the whole late 80s musical mentality was dying out. Cheesy pop metal bands like Warrant and Poison and Skid Row were finished. Cheesy family sitcoms like The Cosby Show were on their way out. There was something new in the air. I remember getting a tape of a new album by a band called Nirvana and driving around the valley in my Camaro with the top down and marveling about where these guys had come from. The songs were so out of this world. We were getting ready for our tour, and one night I saw a video on MTV from a band called the Smashing Pumpkins. The song was Gish, and it was a really beautiful song with a different texture and energy from the usual trash on MTV. So I called Lindy and told him to get the Pumpkins for our tour. Then Jack Irons called us up out of the blue while we were at Lindy's office, listening to tapes of bands to figure out who else to take out on tour with us. Jack asked that, as a favor, we listen to a tape by a new band, whose singer, Eddie Vedder, was a friend of Jack's. Jack had met Eddie when Eddie was in a Chili Peppers cover band, basically doing an imitation of me. Apparently, Eddie had also worked as tech for us when we played the San Diego area. Eddie's new group was called Pearl Jam. We listened to the tape, and it wasn't our cup of tea. We were such musical snobs at that point. But these kids sounded real and genuine, and we were happy to do Jack a solid, so Pearl Jam was booked as the opening band. We began the tour at the Oscar Mayer Theater in Madison, Wisconsin. Pearl Jam opened, and when they played their first single, Alive, at the end of their set, I realized that Vedder had an incredible voice and that they had a pop smash on their hands. Backstage, we made friends with the Smashing Pumpkins, and it turned out that they were way weirder than we could have imagined. I met Darcy, their bass player, and thought she was cute in a weird, gothy way. James, the guitar player, was super shy and mellow, and Billy Corgan, the leader of the band, was jovial and approachable. But after their set, Darcy got hammered on vodka and whippets. She was high as a kite. If this was the way she was starting out a tour, imagine what she'd be like by the end of it. Finally, we went out and played a lot of songs off of Blood Sugar. We tried to play Breaking the Girl, and it fell apart, but the rest of the show went well. As the tour progressed, we got closer with both of the opening bands. Most people will tell you that Billy Corgan is the most difficult and unhappy human in the world, but my experience with him was completely different. I found him very intelligent and sensitive, with a keen sense of irony. His email address used to be blackcloud@blah blah blah. He was also a remarkably talented basketball player. We were playing backstage at a Shriners Club gig in Milwaukee during a sound check, and my immediate read on Billy was tall, gangly, musical, nerdy, intellectual, not ball player. But we started shooting around, and Billy stepped up and started draining outside shots. We went on a lot of multi-band outings that tour, going to movies, and I always found Billy supportive and never competitive or weirdly jealous. But he clearly was the boss of Smashing Pumpkins, and the rest of them were pretty much under his thumb. Darcy was really sweet, but she seemed to be an accident waiting to happen. James wasn't as much a loose wire as Darcy, but their drummer, Jimmy Chamberlain, was a monster. Thank God I was sober that tour, because if I hadn't been, he would have been my running partner, and we both would have been dead. He drank and used and caroused like a fucking gorilla with a huge heart. I remember going out to clubs after these shows, especially in New York, and he'd be at the bar in a trench coat, feeling the joy of his own success in this band, touring the world for the first time and drinking with a pocket full of this and a pocket full of that and some girls nearby. He was a real Chicago Polak with a lot of musical talent and no rules whatsoever. He's doing all right now, but he had his escapades with the dark side. We hung out with Eddie and Jeff Ament and Stone Gossard from Pearl Jam quite a bit. Stone was cool. He was the shy, distant fellow. Eddie and I became equal friends. There was never any of that saccharine idolatry of, oh, I've been into you guys for so long. We were on an even playing field from day one, and there was no ego interfering with our friendship. By the time we got to Boston, the buzz and the hype and the attention Pearl Jam were getting was phenomenal. Normally, a small arena show is empty when the first act goes on, but our audiences were filling up for Pearl Jam, and it was exciting. At that time in his life, Eddie was so happy to be playing music, and he was humble and loving and went out of his way to make friends with everyone. He went and told my mom what a great kid she had, and he bonded with Blackie. Meanwhile, our records started taking off. For the first time, we were getting heavy radio play and regular rotation on MTV. So both Pearl Jam and our band were skyrocketing to a new stratosphere at the same time. All of this was making John miserable. He began to lose all of the manic, happy-go-lucky fun aspects of his personality. Even on stage, there was a much more serious energy around him. It was disconcerting to see how sullen his approach to being an artist was getting. What I didn't know till later was that John was ambivalent about even being in the band then. In his interior dialogue, John figured that quitting the band right after completing a successful album would put him in a mysterious place, where he'd have the opportunity to do other projects and not be part of the star-making machinery. John felt that touring would sap the amazing creativity that he was experiencing. Of course, we didn't know any of this because John was rapidly pulling away from the rest of the band. He brought Tony on tour with him, and they cocooned all the time. Warner's was thrilled with the initial reaction to the album, and they immediately began discussing a second single and video. We were about halfway through our U.S. tour, playing in the Midwest, and some record company people came to the show to discuss the possibility of releasing Under the Bridge as our next single. That was a song that had been hit or miss for me as a vocalist. Sometimes I could get through it, and other times I couldn't sing it in tune. That night, we had a huge audience, and it came time for Under the Bridge, and John started the opening chords, but I missed my cue. Suddenly, the entire audience started singing the song at the spot where I was supposed to have come in. At first, I was mortified that I had fucked up in front of the Warner's people, who were there to hear me sing that song, but it turned out that they were way more impressed with the audience singing it than they ever would have been if I was singing it. I apologized for fucking up, but they said, "Fucking up? Are you kidding me? When every single kid at the show sings a song, that's our next single." I saw our newfound success as a monumental blessing. It wasn't that I thought we were greater than we used to be. It was more that we were the same guys, but we were singing to a lot more ears and a lot more eyes and a lot more hearts. I felt we should be respectful of this gift, this incredible stroke of good fortune. We didn't sell out. We didn't change what we believed in to reach more people. We just did it. John, however, saw our newfound popularity as a bad thing. We used to have these raging backstage discussions. "We're too popular. I don't need to be at this level of success. I would just be proud to be playing this music in clubs like you guys were doing 2 years ago," John would say. "It's not a bad thing these kids showed up," I'd argue. "Let's fucking be there for them. We don't have to hate ourselves and be mad at them because this is what happened." He'd be all pissed off and hide and pout and not do what I wanted him to do, which was my huge mistake, wanting everyone to react to this new situation the same way I had. John had made up his mind about what was credible and what was cool, and playing for an arena full of kids stopped being cool for him. He would rather be home listening to Captain Beefheart and painting. John was reading a lot of William Burroughs then, and his view, from Burroughs, was that every true artist is at war with the world. Ironically, the more disdain he developed for our success, the more popular we became. The more he would stomp his feet, the more records we would sell. The more disenchanted he became with the number of people who walked through the door, the more people would walk through the door. I thought it was the most beautiful thing that we had created something special, put it out to the world, and this was how the world was responding. My ongoing problems with John were creating huge tensions in the band, which were causing additional anguish for Flea. Flea was in the process of breaking up with his wife, so all this stress led him to take something to go to bed, something to get up, and something for the middle of the day. His brain chemistry was getting perforated by doctors' prescriptions. What could have been the most exciting time of our career ended up being very strange. John was being dark and withdrawn. Flea was under the influence of all kinds of prescribed medications, and I was this high-strung but still clean weirdo. And Chad was Chad. My tensions with John came to a boiling point at a show we did in New Orleans. We had a sold-out house, and John just stood in the corner, barely playing his guitar. We came off stage, and John and I got into it. John, I don't care what you're thinking or where your head's at or where you'd rather be, but when we come to a show and there are this many people who are paying money to see us and care about us and they want to experience these songs with us, the least you can do is fucking show up and play for them, I yelled. That's not how I see it. I'd rather be playing for 10 people and blah, blah, blah. The argument just went on and on. Flea was watching us, thinking, oh no, this was bound to happen. Control freak Anthony against hater of this experience John, and they're finally having it out. John and I went from fighting to going into a bathroom and trying to get to the bottom of it so we could understand each other. Ultimately, we didn't see eye to eye, but we did come to an understanding and agreed to disagree and accept each other's differing perception of reality. The longer we toured, the larger the crowds got. By the time we were scheduled to play the West Coast, we had jumped from theaters to full-fledged arenas, so the promoters felt we needed to add another band that was bigger than Pearl Jam. Nirvana's second album, Nevermind, had just exploded, and I was crazy about that record, so I suggested we get Nirvana to take Pearl Jam's place. Eddie and the guys were understanding about it, so Lindy called Nirvana, but their managers told him that they were unavailable. I picked up the phone and called Nirvana's drummer, Dave Grohl, myself. Anthony Kiedis? Wow, we love you guys. We grew up listening to you in Seattle, Dave said. He told me they had just come off a huge tour, and Kurt Cobain was pretty worn out, but he tried to talk him into doing the West Coast shows, and he did. Nirvana joined the bill, but then Billy Corgan pulled the Smashing Pumpkins off the bill. Apparently, he used to go out with Courtney Love, who was then Kurt's girlfriend, so he refused to be on the same bill with Nirvana, let alone open for them. So Pearl Jam was back aboard. Our first show was at the LA Sports Arena, and I was desperately trying to get John excited, telling him what a trip it would be to play with Nirvana, but he was just like, Nirvana, Shirvana, who cares? Eventually, he would discover Nirvana on his own and become a live concert, obscure B-side devotee, but this time he didn't care, although his ears pricked up when Nirvana opened their show with a cover of a Who song. This was a big deal for us to be back home playing our biggest show ever. Perry Farrell from Jane's Addiction came to the show dressed up like a handsome prince, and to me, that was a sign of our newfound status. That night was the first time I met Kurt Cobain. Before the show, I went back to Kurt's dressing room to say hello, and he was back there with Courtney. He looked torn up, like he had just come off a hard bender. He was wearing a ripped dress, and his skin was bad, and he looked like he hadn't slept for a few days. But he was just so beautiful in a different way. I was blown away by his presence and his aura. He seemed really kind. We had a nice chat, and I thanked him for playing these shows, even if going back on tour again was the furthest thing from his mind. I kept looking over at Courtney, convinced I knew her from somewhere. Then she started yelling at me, Anthony, don't you remember me? I used to pick you up hitchhiking down Melrose in the middle of the night when you and Kim Jones were all strung out. I was a dancer back then, and I lent you $20, and you never paid me back. It was time for Nirvana to play, and Kurt dragged himself up and out of that dressing room. But this guy, who looked like death warmed over, got on stage and slayed the entire audience, putting on as good a show as you could ever want to see. Their raw energy, their musicality, their song selection, they were like a chainsaw cutting through the night. We'd saved a couple of tricks for our hometown audience. Our show opened with Flea's thunderous bass, but he wasn't on stage. He was attached to a special harness that was propelling him down to the stage from the roof of the arena, upside down, while playing. John was in one of his moods. I don't know if he was secretly terrified to go out there and have that kind of responsibility, or if there was just so much energy going on that maybe it was too much for him to be comfortable facing, but he was very moody and very distant. He played well, but there wasn't a lot of interconnectedness happening among us. For the finale, we donned the socks, an event that was becoming rarer and rarer. The next show was in Del Mar, a town just north of San Diego. We played a giant airplane hangar of a room, and once again Nirvana went out and destroyed with their set, and the kids went insane. It was so packed in there by the time we came on stage that steam had risen off the audience and formed a discernible cloud. We played better that night. There was less pressure, for one, and John felt like rocking a bit more. Maybe Nirvana was pushing him. That night was the beginning of my ongoing battle with tinnitus. Chad and I both came off stage and hugged backstage and realized that our ears were perceptibly ringing. By the end of that tour, I'd have permanent ear damage, which, unfortunately, is one of the hardest things to cure. Our next gig was in San Francisco, at the Cow Palace, for a big New Year's Eve bash. We stayed at the Phoenix Hotel, which was a glorified motel in a scurvy neighborhood. After the show, I rang in the new year by sitting poolside with Kurt and Courtney. We sat there for about an hour under the stars, just talking, having a bonding session. Kurt was the most relaxed I'd ever seen him, and probably the straightest, too. By the time we hit Salem, Oregon, my vocal cords were shot. They were like two fat sausages smushed into each other, and I couldn't make a sound. So we had to reschedule the last few dates of the West Coast tour. After a short break, it was time to tour Europe. John was not only continuing to distance himself from the joy of being in the band, he had started losing the battle of psychic wellness. He went through a period when he was convinced that someone, our driver, the hotel bellman, whoever, was trying to kill him every day. I'm pretty sure he believed it, so we had this constant struggle of having to convince him that no one was trying to kill him. "Well, I don't know," he'd say. "I saw our driver talking to someone in the street, and I think that someone is connected with the people who want me dead." I think John was experiencing good old-fashioned weed paranoia taken to an extreme. He was smoking shitloads of weed and drinking gallons of wine, not wanting to be on tour, but finding himself there. Traveling was no longer jovial. We wouldn't get on the bus and sing and listen to music together and talk about the day's events and have little competitions. The bus became a dark and unwelcoming place because we had divided into camps. John had broken our unwritten rule of no spouses or girlfriends on the road. It wasn't a great thing for us that Tony was on tour, because it allowed John to further insulate himself. A lot of people compared their relationship to John and Yoko, but that wasn't accurate. Tony would never think of speaking for John. She was there to coddle him and support his decisions. Even in the face of tension, she would smile placidly. So I never thought she was coming between John and the band. It was clearly John's doing, and she was tagging along. Things deteriorated to the point where John and I didn't talk on the bus, and if we ran into each other in passing, we wouldn't even acknowledge each other. That was a pretty unbearable place to be, and I didn't have a palette of spiritual principles to choose from to help me deal with all the madness. I became sad and angry and resentful and poisoned by the whole experience. I was being an asshole. John was being an asshole, and poor Flea was hiding under the covers, unable to deal with it at all. Even Lindy, who had always been the mediator, was at a total loss. He had been getting frantic calls from John's mom and dad, begging him to help John, because he seemed to be in so much trouble. But Lindy was as stupefied and paralyzed by the situation as anyone else. No one was being proactive. We didn't stop to assess the whole situation. We just tried to get through it from week to week, which didn't create a healing environment. Considering the severity of the dysfunction being displayed, it's strange for me to look back and think that we didn't realize things couldn't go on like this. It got worse before it got better. We interrupted our European tour to fly into New York City near the end of February to do Saturday Night Live, which was a disaster from beginning to end. We weren't there for 5 minutes before John started fighting with the staff. The music supervisor, a guy who'd been up there for years, came over and made an innocuous remark to John, and John turned his back on him and told Louie, "This guy says another word to me, I'm not doing the fucking show." I was already apprehensive because we were planning to do Under the Bridge as our second number, and that song always was a challenge for me to sing. I was entirely dependent on John for the musical cue into the song, and when we did the dress rehearsal, he was playing something in a different key, out of tune, in a different timing, basically reinventing the song for himself and nobody else. I was flummoxed. We retreated into our dressing room and tried to hash it out, but there was no talking to him. He'd find Tony and go into another room. But he was in the dressing room long enough to feel dissed when Madonna came by to visit. She was going to be in one of the skits that night, so she came by to say hello. I had known her for years and years, going back to her holiday video, when she wanted to cast me if I would agree to change my hairstyle, which I didn't. The whole time she was back there, she inadvertently ignored John, and he stormed out, irate that she had given him no love and no props. The show began, and we did our first number, Stone Cold Bush, an up-tempo rocker. It went well. Then we came back to do Under the Bridge. I've since heard that John was on heroin during this show, but he might as well have been on another planet, because he started playing some shit I had never heard before. I had no idea what song he was playing or what key he was in. It looked like he was in a different world. To this day, John denies that he was playing off-key. According to him, he was experimenting, the way he would have if we'd been rehearsing the tune. Well, we weren't. We were on live TV in front of millions of people, and it was torture. I started to sing in what I thought was the key, even if it wasn't the key he was playing in. I felt like I was getting stabbed in the back and hung out to dry in front of all of America, while this guy was off in a corner in the shadow, playing some dissonant, out-of-tune experiment. I thought he was doing that on purpose, just to fuck with me. We got through the song, and it sounded like 4 different people playing 4 different songs. At the time, I was dating Sofia Coppola, another one of my unfulfilled attempts at a relationship during this period of my life. She was by far the coolest girl I had gone out with, especially in that period after Carmen, and I told her to make sure to watch the show, and now I was just fucking dying. When something happens like that, it's like the kicker who misses a field goal as the clock is running out. The only thing that's going to take away that pain is playing another game and getting another chance to kick the field goal. The pain was there for a long time, because we went back to Europe and John's behavior got even more erratic. When it came time for him to solo, he would pull the cord out of his guitar and create a jarring noise and then plug it back in, and if he felt like it, play the chorus. The ironic part about Saturday Night Live was, the week after our performance, our record went through the roof. Maybe it was just a coincidence, but maybe people heard something in that chaotic performance that touched them. After we finished the European leg of the tour, we went back home and had a couple of weeks off before going to Hawaii, Japan, and Australia. When we came home between legs of tours, I saw less of Flea, and I never saw much of Chad. John disappeared and started pursuing his drug use. So I'd hang out with whatever girl I was seeing at the time, although I was mainly doing the random dating thing, and nothing was sticking. Since my split with John, I had room in my life for a new running partner, and I found one in Jimmy Boyle. He was a friend of Rick Rubin, who looked exactly like Rasputin, with a full beard and mustache and long Jesus hair and crazy psycho blue eyes, and he dressed like an elegant ragman. The more we saw each other, the more we realized the many things we had in common. He was a recovering drug addict who had just gotten divorced from a tragic, young, beautiful dope fiend whom I dated as well. He was also a vegetarian, a practice I had picked up from Ione. He loved music, and he loved chasing girls. Every day I was in town, we'd meet for a ritualistic breakfast of blueberry pancakes at a Votrisante on La Brea. I invited Jimmy to come to Hawaii with us. He loved it because he loved to be around the excitement of music, not to mention the girls. Plus, we were going to Hawaii, for Christ's sake. John was still being distant while we were in Hawaii. Our record had been doing okay, better than any of our previous ones, though still only okay, barely in the top 40. Once we were in Hawaii, we got a call from Lindy. "Guys, I don't know what to tell you, but this record is going through the roof. It's charting next week at number 8, he told us. For me, that was cause for celebration. Flea was feeling the same way, but John was staying removed from the whole thing. That whole trip was teeming with hot young Hawaiian girls, and it was a fun time for all, because everyone was feeling full of life and the sunshine and the ocean. Boyle and I were sharing a room, and at 4 a.m, we were asleep when there was a knock on the door. I went to answer, and it was this young Hawaiian maiden. "Can I come in?" she asked. "Well, my friend's sleeping. It's not really a good idea. It's 4 a.m, I reminded her. "Really? I can't come in?" she pressed. It's kind of an uncomfortable situation." Right there, in the hallway of this hotel, she dropped to her knees and gave me a blowjob. Jimmy was so jealous. "I can't believe this. You fucking hear a knock in the middle of the night, you go to the doorway, and the most beautiful girl on the island gets down on her knees and gives you a blowjob? What is that? What have I done wrong in my lifetime not to deserve this kind of treatment?" I wasn't overjoyed about all this new adulation I was getting. I wasn't having the same reaction John was, but on a personal level, I wasn't letting it all go to my head. I think I didn't feel entitled now that I was becoming famous, and I stayed relatively humble. That was my perception, and I'm sure somebody else had a different take. I recognize when I feel a sense of entitlement. You get used to having things your way, But I also recognize the absurdity of that, and I'm willing to laugh at myself and to acknowledge when I'm being a spoiled brat and when I'm not. I found it fascinating and peculiar more than suddenly thinking I was better than or holier than. It's ironic because on most days, Flea is the biggest spoiled brat in the band. But he and I had this talk in Santa Monica, and he said, "You know, Anthony, this record is doing so good. I think you're becoming a bit of an egomaniac." Me? Me? You're the egomaniac. Take a look at your own ego, I proposed. I'm sure there was some bloated ego thing happening that I wasn't able to recognize, but I didn't feel like it would last for long. The weird thing is that long before we ever had success on a commercial level, I had already developed a sense of entitlement. I had an unnecessary, unwarranted, unfounded, self-centered sense of entitlement from childhood. In elementary school, I always felt like I should be the president of the school, and that I was somehow above the law of the school, and I could break the rules. When I moved in with my father, he was arrogant and full of himself, and that carried on to me. So I always had this sense of entitlement and a semi-false sense of self. I would steal because I had that sense, whether it was houses or cars or furniture or cactuses, whatever. I understand how people can be cold and ruthless criminals, because I remember at that point in my life, I did not think about the consequences for anybody else involved except me. And the consequences for me were that I got what I wanted. The richer and more famous I got, the less I behave in that manner. Sure, the ego does get inflated and retarded and grotesque in some ways, but that's a chance to learn. A chance to go, okay, what do I have to do to deal with this weirdness, and how do I diminish the ego to a point where it's not interfering with my relating to the rest of the universe? If anything, everything was making me less selfish and less self-centered, and more interested in getting out of myself and being in a place where I could share. A lot of times people will judge you on their perceived idea of how you're acting. If you're in a room and you're feeling shy and you don't want a certain amount of attention, you're not going out of your way to make friends with everybody. Then someone's going to walk away going, "That arrogant motherfucker, he didn't even try to talk to me." You're trying to lay low and not make a big deal about yourself, but they're seeing you as this guy who's all that in a bag of fucking chips. I don't feel like I started thinking of myself any differently while this was happening. If anything, I was thinking of myself in a worse light, because I'd lost an important connection in my life with John. I began realizing that I'd been carrying on as a control freak, wanting to have everything go according to my plans, which turned out to be the biggest pain in the ass ever. I used to think that everything would be great if Flea just behaved this way and John did what I wanted him to do, and that was probably the biggest mistake I made during that time, thinking that I knew better or had a plan, and if everyone followed it, things would be peachy. That was a recipe for misery and ruin. Once I recognized all that, the brotherhood of our band had once more been compromised beyond repair. We hit Japan in early May 1992. It's strange, because John thought we had worked out our differences by then, but I still felt that we weren't close. He was still in his cocoon with Tony, and he was again exhibiting some strange behavior. The night before our Tokyo gig, John was in the lobby of our hotel with Louie, and became convinced that he had exposed himself to some female autograph seekers and that he was in imminent danger of getting arrested and deported. There was a distinctly erratic, unpredictable vibe happening around John. He was smoked out of his mind, and also hitting the wine in such a way that he didn't strike me as being typically drunk. I don't know if it was a combination of the wine and the pot, but it seemed like he was drinking psycho juice rather than just wine. There was the typical dopey, daffy, wobbly, slurry, normal drunk behavior, but there was also this weird PCP-like drunk going on, like he was in a different space. The next morning, John traveled to the venue with the crew. Lindy and Flea and Chad and I came on a later train, and when we got to the arena, Mark Johnson told us that John had quit the band and he wanted to go home immediately. Mind you, we were slated to go to Australia after Japan, and it would be our first Australian tour ever. This was incredibly important to us because it was a land that we loved. It was the birthplace of Flea. It was the new land of milk and honey and sunshine and girls, just a magical place. So there was panic in Lindy's eyes and in Flea's and my hearts. We had to talk to John right away, even though the final die had been cast. We went back into the room where John was holed up. "I have to leave the band. I have to quit. I have to go home right away. I can't do this anymore," he told me. "I will die if I don't get out of this band right away." I saw the look in his eyes, and I knew there was no other choice. There was no point in even trying to talk him into staying. A huge sense of relief came over me. The last thing in the world I ever would want to happen was happening. But thank God he was walking away, because as much as this was going to hurt, the relief of not having to deal with the drama on a day-to-day basis would be greater than the self-imposed pain and suffering. Lindy was concerned with the sold-out venue. Finally, we got John to agree to play the show before he got on the plane to go home. It was the most horrible show ever. Every single note, every single word hurt, knowing that we were no longer a band. I kept looking over at John and seeing this dead statue of disdain. In some ways, I wish we would have canceled the show and returned everyone's money rather than having them witness this display of twisted energy. And that night, John disappeared from the topsy-turvy world of the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Chapter 11. Warped. While we were still in Japan, we came up with a plan. We would go on to Australia, where we'd meet up with our friend Xander Schloss, who was going to take John's place. Xander was a talented guitar player who could read and write music, a quick study with a zany, soulful, comic sensibility. We had 7 days to teach him enough songs to rock out Australia. Xander met us in Sydney, and we started intensive 2-a-day rehearsals. But after 4 days, it was clear to Flea and me that this wasn't happening. Xander was playing the songs, but it didn't feel like the Red Hot Chili Peppers. At that point, we decided we'd rather cancel the dates than present a half-assed version of ourselves. When we told Xander, he was devastated. You'd have thought he was in the band for 4 years instead of 4 days. Oh my God, I just went from having the richest, most incredible future to not only being where I started from, but being 8,000 miles from home, Xander said. Am I going to get a ticket back? We assured him we weren't going to strand him, and we all stayed in Australia for a few more days and enjoyed the gorgeous weather and the beautiful girls. I was friendly with Greer Gavorko, a New Zealander who was one of our crew members. When he showed me pictures from a recent trip he'd taken to Thailand, I thought, I'm in Australia, which is nowhere near Hollywood. I have no idea what's going to happen to my future, because now we're limping through life as a band. My left nut, in the person of John Frusciante, has just departed my testicle sac. So why don't I just go to Thailand by myself? Greer recommended some islands in the Gulf of Siam. So I flew to Bangkok, stayed the night in a hotel airport, and then flew to the south and got on a boat to Koh Samui. It was a beautiful island, and the weather was incredible, but the place was teeming with Eurotrash party animals. It was coke, bad music, and half-naked beautiful women all high on ecstasy. I hadn't come to Thailand to immerse myself in a techno-fantasy world, so I traveled to the next island, Koh Phangan. It was a little more laid back and beautiful, but I was still discontented, so I got a recommendation from some Thai natives to go to Koh Tao, a small island with no hotels. Koh Tao was exactly what I had been dreaming of. I rented a little house from a Thai family and stayed for a week, going scuba diving every day. I left the island feeling recharged and cleansed, and more prepared to deal with John being gone. As soon as I got back, Flea and I went to the drawing board. We were familiar with an LA band called Martial Law, which consisted of 2 brothers, Lonnie Marshall on bass and Eric Marshall on guitar. Both of these guys were funky, freaky, oddball prodigies on their instruments. They were from South Central, and they were half black and half Jewish, the old bluish thing. I had seen them a number of times, and Eric's guitar playing, especially, had blown me away. It was funky, but also hard-rocking and inventive. We auditioned a few other people, including this guy called Buckethead, who would play his whole set with a Kentucky Fried Chicken bucket on his head while encased in a chicken coop. When Eric jammed with us, it was fun and inspiring, so we ended up hiring him, and he was thrust into the insanity of our world. Even though we had just lost John, who was such a fundamental element of our huge success with Blood Sugar, the promoters and MTV and the whole music industry didn't perceive us as being finished, because nothing was stopping. We were offered to headline Lollapalooza, the biggest tour in America that summer. Lindy had booked some huge European festivals for us in June as well. Luckily for us, Eric was an incredibly fast study. He could hear a song on the radio and within 60 seconds play it with the same vibe and spirit of the original. But going to Belgium a few weeks into his tenure in the Chili Peppers before 70,000 people was truly a baptism by fire. He was petrified. Eric had hardly ever left LA County, and now he was in an exotic country in Northern Europe where they speak 3 languages. Eric was extremely introverted, so he dealt with all this pressure by sleeping. The motherfucker would sleep all day and all night, then get in the van on the way to the show and sleep some more. But he never let us down in concert. He just stood up there and played his ass off. Headlining Lollapalooza was a pretty big-ass deal for us. It was the second year of that festival, and the idea of traveling across the country with a bunch of like-minded maniacs appealed to us. Anytime you're a part of a festival, the pressure is cut in half. Even if you're the headliner, you don't have to carry the weight of the whole show. Since this was a tough time in the life of our band, thank God the shows were not all about us. Plus, you get to meet some interesting performers whom you might never encounter if not for this. I was never a fan of Ministry, but they wound up blowing me away every night. I didn't know how they could be so fucked up on booze and heroin and coke and whippets and go out there and crush it. After a few shows into the tour, everybody started jamming with everybody else. Ice Cube was rocking the house, and Flea and I used to go on stage for a song. We danced, happy to be a part of his flag-waving posse. Then he joined us on higher ground. Eddie Vedder, who was there with Pearl Jam, would sing backup for Soundgarden, but in keeping with his humble servant-of-the-music attitude, he'd stand way off by the back of the stage. Chad played drums on one of Ministry's songs. The whole show was a love fest, except for the Jesus and Mary Chain, this British group, who were just bitter. They'd polish off a giant bottle of booze by 2 in the afternoon and curse and put everyone down. One time they went too far with the guys from Ice Cube's band, and they got themselves a beating. I bonded with these giant gangster Samoans called the Booyah Tribe, who were playing on the secondary stage. I was enthralled, listening to their stories of gang warfare in East LA. They told me that their friends would get shot and not even know it because they were so big, so they'd walk around for a couple of days with bullets in them. By the end of the tour, I got one of the Booyah guys to come on stage during Higher Ground, and he put out his arm, picked me up, and perched me on his forearm. I rocked the whole song, sitting like a puppet on his arm. We added some special elements for our Lollapalooza shows. We built a giant psychedelic Twilight Zone-looking spiraling wheel that we placed in the center of the stage for hypnotic purposes. But the ultimate touch was the fire helmets that we wore for our encore. Whenever I think of performing, fire comes to my mind. It's such a visual thing, and it goes so well with music. I wasn't thinking in the grand pyrotechnical arena of bands like Kiss or The Who. I just thought it would be great if we wore helmets that belched fire. So we went to a prop designer Lindy knew, and he came up with a silver construction helmet that had a spigot sticking out of the top and a tube that ran from the spigot to a can of propane housed on a waist belt. We each had a valve at our side so we could control the intensity of the flame. But when you're dealing with fire and a delivery system, there are bound to be some screw-ups. We'd be able to spew out a good 3-foot plume of fire, but on some nights, someone wouldn't hit the valve right, or the propane can would be nearly empty, and there'd be 3 guys with raging volcano heads and 1 guy with a 3-inch Bic lighter coming out of his head. Only he had no idea his flame was so small. It was very emasculating. Flame envy. At several venues, fire marshals tried to stop the show. Lindy used to have to carry extra cash, and when the marshal told him that he could be fined if we lit up those helmets, Lindy pulled out his wad and asked, "How much?" In another city, the fire marshals required our roadies to wear firemen's outfits, complete with helmets, when they lit us up. Mark Johnson, our tour manager, was, in some ways, the original Homer Simpson. So just imagine Homer with a full fire-retardant outfit, trying to get it together, turn the right knobs, and light the fire. It's amazing we got through that tour alive. In September 1992, we played the MTV Awards show and picked up 2 awards for the Give It Away video and the Viewer's Choice Award for Under the Bridge. It must have been awkward for Eric to be on stage accepting awards for work that John had done. We were full of ourselves and obnoxious and loud that night. When we went up to get the Breakthrough Video Award for Give It Away, Flea simulated masturbation. I had a list of 30 people I wanted to thank: artists, musicians, filmmakers, scholars, and Satan. Back in Florida, my grandmother, who was a devout Christian, didn't realize I was joking around and disowned me. A little while later, I asked my mom why I never got any letters anymore from Grandma Kiedis, and she said, "She thinks you're in league with Satan." I had to write Granny a postcard on her 80th birthday, explaining that I wasn't really a Satanist. That fall, we traveled to Australia and New Zealand to make up the dates we had canceled. Even though we weren't on an arena level yet, since this was the first time we'd ever played there, the audiences were amazingly responsive. As soon as we set foot in New Zealand, I fell in love with the place. It seemed like a home away from home. There was more plant life than I had ever seen, and towering, majestic mountains, and very few people. After our shows, everyone raced back home, but I decided to stay and explore the country. I got a room in a cool Art Deco hotel in downtown Auckland and hung out with Greer, who was a native Kiwi. One night we were playing pool when a long-haired brunette goddess out of a Kiwi fairy tale walked into the room. She stood at the bar and watched me, and I got up the courage to approach her. "What are you doing here?" I said, since she was out of place in the seedy bar. "I came to find you," she explained. "I heard you were in town, and I've come to get you." Julie got me all right. We spent the rest of my stay together. We took a trip to the Rotorua and checked out the giant hot mineral lakes and the mud pits. We broke into a national park and made love at the edge of a mud pit that was a big bubbling cauldron of steam and mud. On November 1st, we celebrated my 30th birthday at the seaside home of Mr. and Mrs. Murdoch, who owned Warner Brothers Records in New Zealand. They organized a beautiful picnic on the beach for me. It was a bittersweet milestone. I was far from home, surrounded by relative strangers. The band was doing great, but it also was not right. Ever since John left, we had kept forging on without stopping to look at the lack of perfection, just moving forward to try to keep it alive. I was also lonely without a true love in my life. A lot of my close friendships had unraveled. John was out of the picture. Flea and I had been growing apart. Bob Forrest was deep into the exploration of his own drug abuse. I felt like a man alone. With nothing compelling me to return home, I decided to go on an adventure to Borneo. Even as a kid, I was always reading about the most remote tropical jungle locations in the world. And of all the places I'd ever read about, from Mongolia to Papua New Guinea to Tuva, Borneo always struck me as the most remote, the least westernized, a place where you could go back in time and see what life was like before industry and creature comforts. On our visits to Amsterdam, I had befriended an amazing tattoo artist named Hank Schiffmacher. Hank, also known as Hanky Panky, was an icon of his country, an underground philosopher, artist, Hell's Angels associate, booze hound, drug hound, girl hound, an absolute rapscallion of Dutch proportions. Over the years, Hank had injected much ink into my skin, and in the process, we'd become close. So when Hank suggested that we travel to Borneo to search out primitive tattooing techniques and replicate the crossing of the Borneo rainforest by a 19th century Dutch explorer, I was all for it. I had visions of being Mowgli from the Jungle Book, hanging out with the orangutans and swinging from vines over rivers and eating berries and meeting naked native girls and being a tough nature fella. It didn't turn out quite that way. We put aside a month for the trip. At first I thought it would be Hank and me traveling to the land of the Punandaya tribe, who had practiced cannibalism, according to some reports, as late as the 1960s. But Hank brought a photojournalist who thought getting his pictures was more important than the humanity or the dignity of the foreign culture. Hank also brought a Casper milquetoast of a kid who had wandered into his tattoo shop, a bank employee who had never been outside of Holland. So we were a motley crew when we met up in Jakarta, Indonesia, to plan out our journey. I didn't like Jakarta, a third-world megalopolis saturated with trash and pollution and teeming with a fundamentalist energy that didn't make us feel the most welcome guys in town. We were a long way from Kansas, but every time we went to a bazaar or a marketplace, in every shanty town, I'd be surrounded by giggling Indonesian girls. They were selling bootleg Red Hot Chili Peppers t-shirts in every stall. It was surreal. From Jakarta, we took a series of small planes to Pontianak, a town on the west coast of Borneo. That was where we'd start our adventure. We planned to cross the central Borneo from Pontianak to Samarinda, the Trans-Kalimantan Tour. It had taken the Dutch ethnographer Nieuwenhuy 15 months to make this trip in 1894. We gave ourselves 4 weeks. We stayed in Pontianak for a day, stocking up on supplies and cigarettes. Then we got on the ferry barge and made our way up the river toward the center of the island. The river started off huge, like the Mississippi, and then kept getting smaller and smaller as we went deeper into the jungle, until it became these raging rapids-type rivers that were capable of quadrupling in size in about 10 minutes during flash floods. Everyone was in fantastic spirits, viewing this beautiful confluence of 2 rivers, until we saw miles and miles of decimated jungle. The logging industries had infiltrated this ancient civilization and raped the forest. It was as if an area the size of Rhode Island had been shaved clean off the map. After changing to a smaller boat, we reached the fishing village of Putusabao, the last outpost before we were confronted with true wilderness. Putusabao consisted of 2 main streets, 1 transvestite, and a Dutch missionary priest who almost gleefully warned us of the dangers that lay ahead, things like malaria and poisonous snakes. According to him, all the anti-malaria pills we'd been taking were completely useless, and if we ended up catching malaria, we were dead meat. Nice. The next day, we set off in our own boat. We stopped off after a few hours to explore an authentic longhouse, which was a jungle version of an apartment complex, except it was a commune where everybody lived together, sharing 1 common porch. Then we went on and on and on, deeper into the jungle. The farther up we got, the faster the water moved, the fewer the villages, and the more difficult passage became in general. Then the rains came. After changing to smaller and smaller boats, we made it to Tongjong Lakam, the last village before the terrain became too mountainous and too perilous to travel by boat. It was a serene setting before the maze of the jungle, where there was no river or even a path to follow, just an overlap of mountains, forests, and streams. It was here that we'd hire our guides from the Punans, a nomadic tribe considered the masters of the forests. The local Punans could probably cross the mountains in 5 days, but there was no telling how long it would take when they were bogged down with 4 slow white guys. I was uneasy with the guides they were choosing for us, because one was the grandpa of the village, a guy in his 70s, and the others were barely teenagers. I couldn't figure out if we were getting worthy guides or whichever nomads happened to be in town. We had a nice day or 2 of rest in the village, and then we set off on foot. It was a wild landscape, like nothing I'd ever marched through. The density, the heat, the wetness, the noises, all of it evoked a prehistoric feeling, especially when we spotted the giant horn-billed birds flying overhead. This was a different reality. After a day of hiking, we had come to terms with the fact that there were no paths to follow. It was just wet and mucky terrain. When nightfall came, we needed to find a dry, level space protected from the inevitable rains. We stumbled upon an old decrepit outpost shack, so instead of building a lean-to out of huge leaves, our guides told us to stay in the shack. It didn't look inviting. The structure was teeming with insects and covered in spider webs, but we lay down in there like sardines, crawled into our sleeping bags, and tried to sleep. I was starting to doze off, half conscious of the spiders dangling over me, when all of a sudden, my entire skull started to vibrate. It felt like a woodpecker practicing on my skull. I was terrified that I'd been bitten by something poisonous and the toxic venom was going to work on my nervous system, so I bolted up and screamed for Hank to help me. The horrible vibrating noise in my skull was intensifying, and I couldn't bear 1 more minute of this agony, so I begged Hank to take out his flashlight and look inside my ear. "No, I don't see anything. Everything looks..." "Ah!" He screamed and dropped the flashlight. A huge sense of relief came over me, and my head stopped vibrating. "Oh my God," Hank said. "Some little animal came scurrying out of your head, man." It turned out that a cockroach had somehow squeezed into my ear canal and gotten lodged there. It took the light to get it to depart my head. I was glad to be rid of the roach. But then I started worrying that the monster had laid eggs inside my head and my brain would become dinner for a family of insects. But after a while, that obsession left me, probably because I was too busy dealing with the leeches that had begun to burrow into my body. Because the jungle was so dense, we sought out the rivers, which were anywhere from knee to waist deep. While you were in the water, these leeches would swim up and attach themselves to your skin. They'd suck your blood and become enormous, and every day we'd have to burn them off with a lit Marlboro. Then we'd be left with gaping open wounds which could get infected. If you didn't pick up leeches in the river, they'd also be in the trees, waiting for you to walk under, so they were coming at us from all angles. About 5 days into the trek, we had our first major crisis. Our guides realized that we were totally lost, and they began to have powwows to figure out what to do. And no one had any idea which direction to go. Our food was running out, and I got the distinct impression that they were looking at us like, let's ditch them, or kill them, or just eat them. But I think that Grandpa nixed those stirrings, and we all set out to try to find our bearings. Then the sickness began. I started having severe nausea and diarrhea and vomiting, though I had no choice but to march tens of miles every day, straight up mountains and cliffs, carrying this heavy backpack. I couldn't sleep. All night long I'd flame diarrhea and simultaneously vomit. I began to hallucinate from dehydration and lack of food and sleep, but I became fixated on survival and willed my body onward. We started splitting up, sending out groups to climb to the top of the mountains and figure out where the mighty Mahakam River began. Once we found that, we would be home free. One day I went off with a guide and climbed to the top of the nearby mountain. The only way back down was a sheer vertical drop, which was, thankfully, covered with vines. I followed him step by step down the cliff, holding on to the vines. We came to a spot where there were no footholds, so now we were dependent on vine power alone to get us down. He scaled this 10-foot traverse, clinging to the vines, but when it was my turn, I questioned whether the vines would hold my weight. He assured me it was okay. I was still dubious. The minute I let go of the cliff and put my weight on the vine ripped loose from the cliff, and I went falling over backward. Now there was nothing to save me from plummeting to a certain death on the ragged rocks hundreds of feet below, except for the fact that on the way down, my foot had gotten tangled up in another series of vines. I was dangling upside down off of this cliff. My guide was safe above me, laughing hysterically. I had to claw myself to an upright position and untangle myself before I could reach a safe spot. Days later, we came upon the Mahakam, this fat, mountainous river with deep, blue, fast, treacherous water. We were still a few hundred miles from the ocean, but now it was a doable trip by boat, which we could hire at the first village, about 20 miles downriver. We were celebrating on that bank, kissing the ground, when we spied some locals in a boat. They had a whole deer, and our guides cajoled them into giving us a leg of the deer and a turtle. I had been a vegetarian for years, but I had no compunction about tearing into that poorly cooked venison. Before the natives departed, our guides ordered a boat to come get us the next day. Then the dreaded rains came. We were in a canyon, and there was no shoreline, just sheer rocks, and the river rose and spilled over our campsite. We were forced up this steep slope that had some vegetation and a few trees, and we had to spend the night standing up against the mountain, resting our feet on some tree stumps below. The next day, the boat showed up, and we made a deal for passage to the ocean and said goodbye to our guides, who turned around and scurried back over the mountains to their village. That night, we stopped at a village and managed to rent a room, but my fever returned with a vengeance. Again, I was up all night, spewing out of both ends, feeling weaker than I ever had in my entire life. My condition wasn't helped when we got the news that a few days earlier, a team of Australians doing the same trek had died in a flash flood. The next day, I was so sick and so desperate to get back to civilization that I went to the local communications base, got on the shortwave, and ordered a helicopter to come get us. Hank and I were choppered to Blackie, where I found a doctor who prescribed some antibiotics, which seemed to take the edge off my illness without curing it. Then I hugged Hank goodbye. Our bond had been strengthened by our conquest over death by making it through that damn jungle. On the way back to LA, I stopped in New Zealand, but I still wasn't feeling normal. A few days later, when I got on the flight to LA, I sat down and nearly passed out. Buckets of sweat started pouring out of me, my fever escalated, and I started hallucinating again. When we landed, I could barely get off the plane. After spending a day on my couch, I checked into the UCLA Medical Center, where they were baffled by my condition. They gave me some painkillers, which I was willing to take even though I was sober. I went back home, but now I was going into feverish painkiller sweat baths. I checked into Cedars-Sinai, where, after days and days of testing, they determined that I had a rare tropical disease called dengue fever. Well, at least now I knew what I had, and the treatment course was the same potent antibiotics. I recovered, although we did have to cancel our New Year's Eve show in San Francisco. I was fine when we flew down to Brazil to perform some big shows in January. It was a 4-night festival, and we were alternating nights with Nirvana, each band doing shows in Rio and São Paulo. We all flew down together in a big 747, and it was a real festive situation, but nothing could have prepared me for the reception we got in Brazil. Even though Nina Hagen had told me that after the rest of the world had forgotten her, she could go to Brazil and get a welcome like she was one of the Beatles, I still couldn't believe the fervor of the Brazilian fans. We needed members of the armed services to help us leave the hotel. The fans had an exuberance that bordered on being dangerous. The day before we were scheduled to play Rio, we got a police escort and were ferried deep into a favela, a slum neighborhood that even the police were afraid to enter, to see an authentic Mardi Gras samba troupe practice. We were so knocked out by this South American Mother Earth soul music and pageantry that we invited the whole troupe to come on stage and jam with us the next night. And they did. At least twice as many members poured on stage as were at rehearsal, all decked out in their best costumes. Chad didn't know what to do, so he started to beat on his drums, and they started playing along, shaking their percussive sticks and dancing and singing. Flea found his groove and got in there, and Eric started playing something funky that worked. I had a hard time finding the place in that arrangement until 2 samba girls came over and started dancing with me, and then we all danced and percussed and had a rad psychedelic jam. Nirvana was headlining the next night, and we were all excited about their show. Meanwhile, Courtney Love was making an unbelievable spectacle of herself every chance she possibly could. I had never seen anyone so designed for attention and spotlight and drama. She was out of control. Whenever a photographer aimed his camera at a group of people, Courtney flew into the frame, grabbing everyone like she was their best friend. We didn't see much of Kurt, who was very reclusive. I spent some time with him backstage before his second show. He was high on pills, which somehow never affected his performance, and he was quiet and withdrawn. But he had such mad style, wearing the best combination of colors and sweaters and mismatched stuff. Nirvana just killed both nights. They played a lot of new songs that would turn up on In Utero, and then they all switched their instruments and went into some 70s pop songs like Seasons in the Sun. During one of the 2 shows, Kurt took this insane guitar solo that lasted 10 minutes. He took off his guitar and started playing it while it was on the ground, and then he bashed it into his amp. He wound up in the audience playing the destroyed guitar. When he went back on stage and the crowd started fighting over the guitar, Courtney came flying out of the wings, dove into the audience, and beat up a few Brazilian kids to take possession of the guitar. She climbed back on stage and proudly held up the mangled guitar, strutting around and milking every minute. She finally went off stage, and somehow Louis, our crew member, wound up with the neck of that guitar, which he still has to this day. We flew back home, happy to have shared those experiences with Nirvana. Everybody loved that band. Meanwhile, the Blood Sugar album was still rolling along. I still wasn't used to any of the extra public awareness. I remember going to a party for Lisa Marie Presley in an airplane hangar in Santa Monica around this time. I went to the bathroom to take a piss, and this normal-looking businessman in a suit walked up to the urinal next to me, looked over, and recognized me. "Oh my God, you're that guy," he said, and started howling a version of Under the Bridge. Another time I was riding my mountain bike by my house, and a random car drove by, and I heard Under the Bridge blaring out the window. I realized that our music was now in the public domain and no longer some underground phenomenon, which made me a bit more shy and reclusive. Ironically, Flea and I had spent most of our lives craving attention and trying to create a spectacle, doing outlandish things to be seen and heard and felt. One time back at Fairfax High, we found out that the corner of Westwood and Wilshire Boulevard was the busiest intersection in the world, so we drank a bit and split a Quaalude and went down to that corner, shimmied up a pole, and climbed onto an enormous billboard that looked down on that busy intersection. We stripped naked and danced around, swinging our dicks for every passerby to see. It felt like the whole world was watching, and that felt good. A memorable moment when we could be exhibitionists and performers and daredevils and junior lawbreakers all at the same time. Now we were on those billboards instead of dancing naked in front of them. So I didn't feel the compulsion to fight for attention or brag about how amazing our music was anymore. Now it was time to create more of it. Flea and I had both started to write, and we were looking forward to bonding with Eric and exploring his mind and musical talents. After we finished touring, Eric rented a nice apartment close to my house. But every time I tried to get together to work with him, he wasn't available. I wound up going over to his house and dropping off some lyrics and a half-baked tape because he didn't seem comfortable getting out the guitar at that moment. But again, there was no response. No callback. No, I've got some ideas. It wasn't long after that we decided he might not be the writing partner we were looking for. That was when we got the most god-awful idea, which was to advertise and audition guitar players. We thought we could audition every guitar player in the world and find the most perfect, talented, soulful, and fun player around, but it doesn't work that way. It's like finding a wife. You have to hope she crosses your path. We put an ad in the LA Weekly and held auditions. It was a circus, and it went nowhere. Some people could play, but some kids came by hoping to meet the band. Around that time, I had seen a band called Mother Tongue at Club Lingerie, and I liked their guitar player, a kid named Jesse Tobias. I told Flea about him, and we decided to bring him in. We jammed, and it was very raw and energetic. He definitely had the most exciting chemistry of anyone we had played with. But Flea was mildly concerned that he might not have the technical range required to play our music. In the end, we hired him, and he quit his band, and we began to play and write music. After a couple of weeks, something wasn't right. We jammed and jammed with Jesse, but no one was satisfied, particularly Flea. I was still holding out hope that it would work when Chad came to me and said, "I have a feeling that Dave Navarro is ready to play with us." Dave had always been our first choice after John left. We had approached him early on, but he'd been too busy with his side project after Jane's addiction broke up. Lately, Chad had been hanging around with him, and he was sure Dave would love to come over. It was the ideal situation, because when Dave was in Jane's addiction, they had virtually invented a sound and shared a spirit of music that was unique and enormously emotional and was the voice of LA for a long time. It was passionate, original art coming from all the right places, with all the right insanity and love. So we fired Jesse and hired Dave. Navarro had the best line. He told us, "I heard a rumor out on the street that the reason you fired Jesse was because he was too cute and was stealing some of the female attention away from you. And then you hire me. What does that say for me?" He had the most sardonic sense of humor. When he first joined the band, he made up guitar picks that listed each guitarist we'd ever had in the band. After his name, there was a question mark. With Dave in the band, it was inevitable that our sound would change. He had a different style of playing than anyone we'd had before, but he was very competent and quick to learn our songs. He didn't carry with him the mysterious essence of funk, but we weren't stressed about that. We were prepared to explore other territory. I couldn't have predicted his incredible kindness. He was a very sensitive, tender, there-for-you person, right off the bat, which was wonderful in combination with his sardonic wit. Despite all this, we got off to a strange beginning, because not everyone adjusted right away to our dynamic. John had been a true anomaly when it came to that. He made it even easier than Hillel in some ways to create music, even though I'd known Hillel for years. I just figured that was how all guitar players were, that you showed them your lyrics and sang a little bit, and the next thing you knew, you had a song. That didn't happen right off the bat with Dave. I remember going over to Dave's house, and he and I wanted to learn a Beatles song together, and it was a much slower, more difficult process than in the past. We all liked Dave, but unbeknownst to me, he was feeling like an outsider. I don't think he knew how open we were to making him an equal partner. He had been through a lot of battles with Perry Farrell and Jane's addiction, and their writing styles were independent, so he wasn't used to our collaborative style. It wasn't until years later that he told me he was concerned he would get fired any minute. At the end of October 1993, I decided to take a short trip to New York to both celebrate my birthday and accompany my good friend Guy Osiri of Maverick Records to all the festivities surrounding Fashion Week. Guy was hot on the trail of Kate Moss, and I had no aversion to hanging out with him and going to runway shows. We stayed at the Royalton and got in late from a Halloween party. A few hours into my sleep, the phone started ringing off the hook. I picked up the receiver, and it was my dad. He was in a frenzied state, babbling, "Did you hear what happened? River's dead." I was half awake at the time, so it took a few seconds for me to process the information. After I did, I called him right back, and he told me that River Phoenix had died the previous night outside a club in LA of a drug overdose. Once again, I felt an unbelievable sense of loss. I called up Flea, who had accompanied River in the ambulance from the Viper Room to the hospital, and we both sobbed for quite some time. River wasn't my best friend, but he was a completely enchanted spirit of a human, living every day in a very free way. It was my birthday, but I didn't feel like celebrating. I spent some of the day with my friend Acacia, who had been the girlfriend of both Flea and Joaquin, River's brother. I went to her apartment in Chinatown, and we lay in her bunk bed together, sobbing. I was feeling gutted and hollowed out. I made my way back to the Royalton, and Guy O forced me to let him take me out for a birthday dinner. As is Guy O's wont, we went to the trendy, goofy restaurant of the moment. We ate and played some pool, and then Guy dragged me to a place called the Soul Kitchen. There was a great DJ that night, and at one point I got up and tried to dance my blues away. When I got back to our table, there was a cluster of humans around Guy, including two hot, model-looking girls who were doing the typical things young model girls do, drinking alcohol and smoking Marlboros. I couldn't take my eyes off one of them, this glowing pixie with a butch haircut, especially when she started making out with her girlfriend. I could tell that they weren't girlfriends. They were just kissing for entertainment purposes. We didn't have much of an exchange that night, but she did tell me that she would be in the Calvin Klein show the next day. By now my crosshairs were fixed on this girl. I'd been touched by something about her, and it wasn't simply a random biological reaction to a gorgeous girl I wanted to sleep with. There was a more metaphysical feeling about her and our possibilities. I told Guy O about my attraction, and he poo-pooed it, telling me to keep my options open. Then we went to the Klein show the next day, and there was that hot blonde's picture on the cover of the Daily W newspaper for the fashion show. All at once, Guy O took a lot more interest in her. We watched her walk, and I was smitten by Cupid's arrow. I have an overwhelming tendency to get ahead of myself in these matters, so if I see a girl I like, even if I've never talked to her, I'll sit there and look at her and go, "Now I could marry that girl. She looks like she'd be a good mom and a good sex partner." I was convinced that the young Jamie Richard would be thinking the same way, and she'd be my girl. That night, we all met at Indochine, a trendy downtown restaurant, but the interaction was nothing like I had imagined. She was sitting there with a table full of hens, quacking away, all models, all drinking way too much, smoking way too much, and taking what they do way too seriously. I showed up with Guy O, expecting her to make herself available to me, but she was being aloof, intentionally distant, and intentionally shit-faced. I was patient and tolerant. Christy Turlington started talking to Jamie and filling her head with negative information about me. "Stay away from that guy. He's a womanizer. He's a slut. He'll love you and leave you. Blah, blah, blah." I started to lose some of my interest in Jamie, thinking she was too young and too wrapped up in the nonsense of her micro-community. But something in me wasn't going to give up all the way, and at a certain point, I could see that she needed to go home and be in bed. So I put her in a cab, and she asked me to go home with her. So I went, and we slept together that night, but nothing happened because she was too full of booze to start our romance off. The next night, we had an out-of-control, over-the-top sexual encounter. She rocked me in a way I hadn't thought possible by a person of her age, 17. There was some very adult behavior taking place, and I remember going, "Wow, what fucking porno has this girl been watching?" I went back to LA, and we were on the phone every night. The first night we were talking, she said, "I have a small problem. I'm seeing this guy, and I have to let him know that it's over between us." Turned out he was a trust fund baby whose dad was a Wall Street gazillionaire. She said the other problem was that her parents had gotten wind of our relationship, and they weren't having any of it. Her dad started leaving threatening messages on my answering machine, especially after her jilted boyfriend told him I had AIDS. But Jamie was undaunted, and we started plotting and scheming to get her out to LA for a visit. I called her dad and convinced him that, 1, I didn't have AIDS, and 2, I wasn't an ogre. I also sweet-talked her mom, and they let her come out for a visit. I don't remember too much about her first trip, other than going to pick her up and watching her walk out of her hotel room wearing some go-go boots. I thought, whoa, this is definitely where I want to be. We had a lot of fun and were at ease with each other right away. That Christmas, we made the obligatory trip to Michigan, and she bonded with my mom right away. To this day, they speak to each other every day. Then we flew to Pennsylvania, and I met her parents. I was nervous, but it was actually pretty mellow. I got along with her mom right away. She was sweet and loving, the classic mom. I didn't have any real problems with Dad. It turned out that he was the true music lover in the household. He had these stacks and stacks of doo-wop stuff and R&B 45s, and he would start playing them, and Jamie and he would sing along and do dances in the kitchen. In January 1994, I was 5.5 years sober, with no intention or desire to ever take drugs again. Then I went to a Beverly Hills dentist to have a wisdom tooth removed. I had been to see many doctors and many dentists during that 5.5 years, and I had this canned speech that I gave them. I'm allergic to narcotics. Whatever you have to do to me, you'll have to do it with local anesthetics or some non-narcotic substance. The dentist thought he could do the operation with a local, so I got in the chair and got jacked up on Novocaine. He started to extract the tooth, but in the middle of the process, he told me it was so badly impacted that he'd have to cut it out of my mouth. In order to do that, he'd have to put me under. I'd already been in the chair for an hour, so I agreed. So he stuck an IV in my arm and shot me up with liquid Valium. That stuff ran up my arm, up my throat, and into my head, and a golden cloud of euphoria came over me. It was the first time I'd felt that loaded in 5.5 years. It felt so good, and I was so under the influence that I was no longer me. I was now the stoned, under the influence guy. The dentist got the tooth out, and I was feeling warm and cozy and fine, floating on this cloud, and also becoming aware of this new voice in my head that said, we've got to keep this up right away. We're not letting this feeling go away. And I was like, don't worry, we're on the same team here, brother. As soon as the dentist was finished, he asked me if I was in pain, and I told him I was hurting so bad I needed some Percodan. He looked confused, but I insisted that all that previous allergic talk was nonsense, and I needed those Percodans right away. I ate a handful of the 25 pills before I even left the building, and shortly after I got home, there were only 2 left in the bottle. Now I had a proper opium buzz going. Right at that moment, I decided it would be a good idea to drive to downtown LA and buy some heroin and cocaine. I didn't think twice about it. I didn't think about my sobriety or where I'd come from. I was strictly in the moment of being high and wanting to get higher. No consciousness of any consequences, and nothing. Zilch. So I drove to my old spot, Bonnie Brea and 6th, and I found out that those packages of nice cocaine had been supplanted by the crack cocaine trade. All I could get was rocks. But the good old-fashioned black tar heroin was exactly the same, and I knew what to do with that. I went into a drugstore to get some needles and pulled my usual diabetic scam, but I forgot that now I was recognizable. The pharmacist looked at me and said, "Oh, Mr. Kiedis, I didn't know you were a diabetic." I said, "Yep, diabetic, that's me." On the way back home, I stopped at a pipe shop on Sunset Boulevard and bought this big goofy pipe for freebasing. They recognized me there, too, but I pretended it was a gag gift for a party. I went home, and I didn't have a lighter, so I tried to light the crack with matches, which was a horrible idea because the match doesn't stay lit long enough to get the rock going. This went on for a couple of days, and then I made another trip downtown and found some powdered cocaine. I did the heroin and got completely anesthetized and passed out in my bed, the bed that I'd always been sober in up until that point. Now my house was full of that dark energy, especially the bathroom, which was trashed. When I woke up, my first thought was, please God, tell me this was a nightmare. I figured there was a 2% chance that it hadn't happened. I was holding on to that, saying, come on, 2%, tell me that was a dream, tell me none of that happened. I got up, and I was shaky, and I peeked into the bathroom, and it hit me. How did that happen? That was not in my script. Now the guy who was going to live and die sober had fucked up the track record. I didn't know what to do. I was dumbfounded. Now that the beast within had awoken, it wasn't done. Part of me wanted to go with it, but part of me was so ashamed about having done that to myself that I cleaned up the mess and pretended it hadn't happened. But I felt empty and hollow, like I was made out of styrofoam. All my strength was gone, and my brain felt empty. Looking back, it would have been an opportunity to go straight to somebody and say, "This is what happened, let me start day one right now." I should have gotten rid of the secret and gotten some help, but I couldn't do that. I certainly didn't tell anyone in the band. We were still feeling our way, rehearsing and trying to write new material. One of the ways we bonded was by each buying a new Harley-Davidson. We even started a mock motorcycle gang that we called the Sensitives. Now that we were coming off a huge hit and we had a supportive record company that was prepared to spend money, we decided that a change of scenery might help in the creative process. Chad and I took a reconnaissance mission to Hawaii and found a beautiful farm on the south side of the Big Island. It was on acres and acres of land and complete with white horses in a corral. The main house had a nice kitchen and a big living room to rehearse in. There were 2 or 3 guest houses scattered across the property, along with a pool and a tennis court. All of this overlooking the magnificent Pacific Ocean and about a 3-minute ride to some of the best snorkeling in all of Hawaii. We rented it for a month and shipped our motorcycles out. Extravagant stuff for guys who'd been living in small apartment buildings a couple of years previous. The problem was the spot was so beautiful, it was difficult to start playing music because we just wanted to swim in the ocean and have luxurious lunches and find some cliffs to jump off of. Finally, we started jamming. It was a slower, different flow than we'd ever had before. Good sounds were being created, but there wasn't any effortless, telepathic transmission happening, where we were all instantly in one river going in one direction. I think I must have been lost in my own mental space, because I didn't go in there with an unquestioning sense of confidence. I wasn't sure what to make of the new sound that we were creating. I didn't know exactly how I fit into it. But I was willing to keep putting one foot in front of the other and keep on with my weird, bizarre style of writing, which seemed interesting to me, even though I wasn't getting much feedback from anybody else. Some very nice things did get planted during those rehearsals, things that would later turn into songs. Flea wanted to reassert himself as a force in the creation of our sound and the direction of our songs, which was fine, because he'd always been an essential contributor, but I think he felt it was now his turn to dominate in that respect, and it was different. I could tell that Dave was perplexed by our methods. He was looking around going, "Is this how it's supposed to unfold? Anthony goes over there and writes in a corner all day while we jam? Are we getting anywhere?" Chad and I were like, "Yeah, that's how we do it." In retrospect, there was pressure because we were following up such a massive hit album. I don't think it was conscious pressure where we talked about it. Okay, it's time to do better than we did last. It was more low-grade, subconscious pressure, a sense that we were under a microscope, that there was a built-in number of people who were looking at what we were doing. We had removed ourselves from mainland America, which gave a further bizarre flavor to everything. While we were there, I would write lyrics for hours every day, but sometimes there were periods when new music would accumulate and I wouldn't have any ideas for all of it. To get a change of atmosphere, I'd get on my motorcycle, drive to a corner of the island, find a bed and breakfast, and hole up with my tapes and write lyrics. I remember coming back once and Chad saying out of nowhere, "What's the matter? Are you having writer's block?" I had to educate him that there was no such thing as writer's block, that writers write when they write, and when they don't, they don't. But he was convinced that I had it, and he actually gave an interview to Rolling Stone in which he told the guy that the sessions were going well except I had writer's block. That was a bone of contention for a while, coming from him of all people. Back at the ranch, we'd work in the morning, then we'd go snorkeling and have lunch. We'd work for a few more hours and usually spend our nights playing poker and screw your neighbor. It was fun to sit outside, drinking beverages, after a long day of playing and writing, and just joke and shoot the shit and play cards. When we got ambitious, we'd take a day off and explore some of the places I'd found on my outings. We went scuba diving and volcano hiking, everywhere, on our 4-choppers. All this time in Hawaii, I'd talk on the phone to Jamie for hours every night. After a month of work, our lease ran out in the house and everyone went home for a week. But I stayed in Hawaii, and Jamie came out to visit. I picked her up and brought her back to the house, where we spent a very nice first night together. We had an arrangement. I was to do no ejaculating of any kind in her absence, no masturbation, no wet dreams, no other girls. I had to save every last ounce of my chi. Jamie was quite a sexual young girl, and she needed repeat performances, so she didn't want me having a shortage of juice. After that, we rented a treehouse in the magnificent Waipio Valley, which was an enormous Garden of Eden. Then we spent a few days in Maui before it was time to reconvene the band and work again. When we came back, we rented an old tropical mansion on the north side of the Big Island, which was a vastly different environment. It was a large bed and breakfast, and we rented the entire place for a month. By then, we had about half the album written. We worked but played, too, taking 2 scuba diving trips, including one where we saw an amazing school of melonhead whales pass right by us. One day we were working and got a call from Lindy, who informed us that Kurt Cobain had killed himself. The news sucked the air out of the entire house. I didn't feel like I felt when Hillel died. It was more like, Jesus Christ, the world just suffered a great loss. Kurt's death was unexpected, because even if I see somebody who's on a mission to hurt himself, I always hold out hope that he can recover. Some of the worst junkies I've ever known in my life have gotten sober. It was an emotional blow, and we all felt it. I don't know why everyone on earth felt so close to that guy. He was beloved and endearing and inoffensive in some weird way. For all of his screaming and all of his darkness, he was just lovable. So his death hit us hard, and it changed our whole experience out there. It did wake up a thing inside of me that wanted to express my love for him in a particular way, without having it be an obvious ode to. That day, I retreated to a back house on the property and started writing the lyrics to Tearjerker. Tearjerker. My mouth fell open, hoping that the truth would not be true, refused the news. I'm feeling sick now. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Just lose and lose. The first time I saw you, you were sitting backstage in a dress, a perfect mess. You never knew this, but I wanted badly for you to requite my love. Left on the floor, leaving your body. When highs are the lows and lows are the way, so hard to stay. Guess now you know, I love you so. I liked your whiskers, and I liked the dimple in your chin, your pale blue eyes. You painted pictures, 'cause the one who hurts can give so much. You gave me such. We finished the rough outlines for probably 10 songs in Hawaii. Now it was time to go back and finish the lyrics and begin work with Rick Rubin in the studio. Then I got derailed again. Somebody had given me a coffee table book about drug use in the New York projects. The book was rife with incredible tales of drug street life and resplendent with amazing photos depicting that world. I was sitting at home alone one night, and that book was on the coffee table looking at me. So I picked it up and started reading it, and a light bulb went off in my head, and the little horns came out. I checked my pockets to see how much money I had, and I checked my schedule to see if I was free for the next few days. I realized it had been a few months since my last slip, and I could get away with this. My intention was always to go out just for the night and sleep it off, and then I'd go back to being a normal guy. The drive downtown is an experience unto itself. You're controlled by this dark energy that's about to take you to a place where you know you don't belong at this stage in your life. You get on the 101 freeway, and it's night, and it's cool outside. It's a pretty drive, and your heart is racing. Your blood is flowing through your veins, and it's kind of dangerous, because the people dealing are cutthroat, and there are cops everywhere. It's not your neck of the woods anymore. Now you're coming from a nice house in the hills, driving a convertible Camaro. So you get off at Alvarado and make the right. Now your senses go into this hyper-alert radar situation. Your mission is to buy these drugs, and you don't want anything interfering with that. It's like being in a battle where your life is going to depend on seeing everything around you. The guy in the corner, the undercover cops, the black and whites. You don't want to commit any obvious traffic infractions, so you signal and make your left onto 3rd Street, cognizant the whole time of any cars behind you. Then you go 2 blocks, and you're passing Mexican families, and a couple of motels, and a corner store, and there's a grocery store on your left, which was the scene of many incidents in your life with Jennifer when you used to shoot up in the car and start throwing up out the window. All these memories are flooding back at you, and the minute you make the right onto Bonnie Brea, half a block up on the left, you see groupings of dealers. They're incredibly aggressive, and they watch every car that comes around the corner to see if it's a car there to buy stuff. You either pull straight up on Bonnie Brea, or you make a left onto the next side street, and they come swamping down upon you. They're in your passenger window, they're in your back window, and you have to choose which madman you're going to buy from. The dealers are used to people buying $20 worth, or $40, or maybe $60, but you pull out a wad of hundreds and tell them you want $500 worth. They can't even keep $500 worth of crack in their mouths, which is where they store it, just like the balloons of heroin, under their tongues. So they start hustling and pooling their resources and come to you with a handful of saliva-covered crack. You make the deal, and then you ask these guys, "Who's got the chiva?" And they point. Chiva is the dope. Then you go to another block and buy 3, 4, or 5 balloons, the whole while trying to make it happen quick because the cops could be there any second. By now you know where to get pipes, and you're buying the little Brillo pads to use as screens in the pipe, all the techniques that you've picked up from the street dealers. Then you go home and get high. As soon as you hit the pipe, boom, there's that familiar instantaneous release of serotonin in the brain, a feeling that's almost too good. You instantly start short-circuiting in your brain, because to get all that serotonin at once is so crazy and so intense that you're liable to stand up, take off your clothes, and go walking into the neighbor's house because you feel that good. And on one occasion, I almost did do that. I came back to my beautiful, sweet, blessing from God home up against this park, and I walked into the kitchen and took that first hit. And it's always about the first hit. The other hits are all in vain, trying to recapture that first one. And I stuffed as much rock as I could in the pipe and as much smoke as I could in my lungs, and I held it for as long as possible. And then I released the smoke, and all that manic, psychotic energy came swirling around me again, and I instantly became a different person. I was no longer in control of this person. I threw off my shirt, and it made perfect sense to go next door to my neighbor's house with half of my clothes off and see what was going on. I knocked on the door, and she came out, and I said something like, "Did I leave my keys in there?" And she said, "No, I don't think so, but let's have a look." I was ready to take off the rest of my clothes and see how things went, because I wasn't in control of my faculties. She was kind and sweet, and fortunately I didn't make too much of a scene. 3 minutes later, that feeling evaporated, and I realized I was over there half naked, looking for keys that didn't exist, so I mumbled an apology and went back home and hit the pipe again. Absolute madness. I'd been struck with a couple of bolts of relapsed lightning, and my thinking wasn't that great. I was carrying around this secret inside of me, and it was poisoning my entire thought process. I was pretending that everything was A-OK, but the integrity of my entire psychic structure was starting to collapse. I had a few more songs to write lyrics for, and when you're in that state of mind, it seems like a good idea to change your geography. The problem, obviously, was the town I was living in. So I decided to go to New York, which was always an inspiring town for me. Plus, Jamie was there. She had made many a sojourn to LA to visit me, so I decided to return the favor. My plan was to check into the Chelsea Hotel and write for a month. The Chelsea was an artist compound, full of freaks and old-timers and misfits and drag queens and dope fiends and jilted harlots. It was a land of 1,000 character ghosts. For the same price as a 4-star hotel room, I was able to get a beautiful penthouse with a full kitchen and an incredible view looking south. I moved in, but I wasn't feeling right inside my own skin. Here I have this wonderful space in which to write. I've got great tapes to work with. I've got tons of notes and ideas. My girl's a 10-minute cab ride away. I've got the city in my view, but I feel fucked up inside. I set up my workspace, and I went to work and wrote a little bit and ate a little bit, and Jamie came over and we watched movies. But I didn't feel like myself, which is a horrible feeling. I was edgy and, in that limbo of not being on a run and not being sober. One night, a week after I'd checked in, Jamie must have been off doing her own thing, and I was home alone, and it was nighttime, and this overwhelming notion came over me to go down to Washington Square Park and see what the action was with the drug dealers. I jumped in a cab, went down there, and started talking to some of the local scallywags. I scored a handful of rocks and couldn't find any dope, so on the way back, I bought a couple of bottles of red wine, thinking that would take the edge off the coke. I smoked the crack, and it wasn't even getting me high, but one more time, I was on this ride. I wasn't digging it. I started hammering the wine back, and I just wasn't well. I was like a clock that had exploded. My springs were hanging out, my hands were cockeyed, and my numbers were falling off. Jamie showed up, so I hid the wine and told her some cockamamie line of excuses that I must have eaten something bad. In the end, we had an argument because I was out of my mind. That was the color of my experience during that whole month. I'd get it together for a few days, but it basically disintegrated into an unproductive and sad month because I wasn't getting much done. I wasn't sober, but I wasn't using in the way that would have given me relief. In July, the band went into the studio to record the album. Even though I wasn't finished writing all the lyrics, we decided to start cutting the basic tracks. By then, I had put down the getting high thing and was white-knuckling the dryness of not using, but I was behind in my work and not well prepared emotionally or physically. I did have some lyrics that I believed in, but I hadn't trained my voice to go in there and be able to do my thing. However, Rick and Chad and Flea and John were all ready to fire away. It's funny. No one suspected that I had slipped from my more than 5 years of sobriety, but if you look closely at the lyrics I was coming up with, there were clues galore. In Warped, I wrote, "My tendency for dependency is offending me. It's upending me. I'm pretending to be strong and free from my dependency. It's warping me." Later, in that same song, "Night craving sends me crawling. Beg for mercy, does it show? A vacancy that's full of holes. Hold me, please, I'm feeling cold." Even on an upbeat song like Aeroplane, there were lyrics like, "Looking in my own eyes, I can't find the love I want. Somebody'd better slap me before I start to rust, before I start to decompose." That's a cry for help. Later, "Sitting in my kitchen, I'm turning into dust again. My melancholy baby, the star of Mazzy must push a voice inside of me. I'm overcoming gravity. It's easy when you're sad to be." Even Deep Kick, which was a historical account of our journeys, referenced this giant gray monster of drug addiction that had enveloped so many of our friends. At that point, John was getting into a sordid drug trip. Bob Forrest, Pete Weiss, and Dickie Rude were all in Never Never Land, and River and Hillel were dead. We laid down the basic tracks, but I was still having trouble with the lyrics. A lot had to do with my state of mind. When you're at odds with yourself, it's hard to create. Sometimes the writing process is as easy as opening up the window and letting in the breeze, and sometimes it's like chiseling away at a block of granite with a pencil. On August 1st, I should have been celebrating my 6th anniversary of sobriety. To the outside world, I was. My dad hadn't acknowledged the first 5 years of my sobriety, but on that would-be 6th anniversary, he sent me a t-shirt that said, "6 years clean." I had to accept it, but it was one more thing to feel horrible about. The band took a break from recording to play the Woodstock Festival. Judging from my love handles in the photos, I'd have to say I stayed sober for at least a month before Woodstock. Woodstock was our first show with Dave, even though he'd been in the band since the previous September. Lindy came to us and said, "Okay, you're headlining Woodstock. Anything special you want to do?" I sketched out a giant light bulb on the floor, and Lindy thought I meant a cartoon light bulb that went off over your head, but I meant light bulbs that would encompass our whole heads. Dave was looking at us going, "I'm going to be wearing a giant light bulb?" We got a Hollywood prop master in the Valley to create the light bulb costumes, and we hired this Russian-Mongolian seamstress to make 5 identical Jimi Hendrix costumes, because our encore was going to be fire. The 5th costume was for Clara, Flea's daughter, who at times became an integral part of our show. The light bulbs were a tough way to initiate Dave into our performing thing, because that wasn't his style. He was more into being cool and sexy and risque, a naked muscle guy, and here we had him dressed up in a silver spaceman suit with an enormous light bulb head. But he didn't complain at all. We didn't know what to expect for our first show with Dave, but we played for more than 200,000 people, and it sounded pretty damn great. The light bulb costumes turned out to be difficult because we didn't rehearse with them and didn't realize that it was impossible to look laterally out of them and see your fingers on your instrument. But they were a striking, sensational look. Now it was time to return home and finish my work and concentrate on my sobriety. Instead, I did the opposite. My house had been tainted, and it was the perfect little isolation castle at the top of the hill. I had a gate down below so no one could get up to the door. I decided it would be a good bad idea to start getting into the cocaine and heroin zone again. I ended up finding this Mexican billiards place downtown that was a full-service stop. I didn't have to go up to the corners. I didn't have to buy stuff right on the street or go to different guys. I could just go in there and grab a beer. And when they finished their pool game, they'd come by with gumball machine containers filled with rock cocaine and heroin balloons. Occasionally, I'd see somebody I didn't want to see, some young white males from Hollywood who might recognize me. But I had taken to pulling my hair up under a baseball cap and wearing glasses, and that was a pretty good disguise. Then I'd hop onto my motorcycle and drive to a deserted, derelict area of downtown. I'd take out my pipe, pack it full of rock, and smoke it, and it would be like a steam engine exploding in my head. My eyes would fall out of my head, my heart would start racing, and there'd be this ringing in my ears. Then I'd fire up the bike and kick that thing into high gear and take off like a rocket for home. I'd come home and close the front gate, lock the front door, and turn off the phone. I had 2 or 3 places in the house that I would spend my high time in. One of those was the kitchen, which is where all the implements of destruction were. But I'd end up on the 3rd floor of the house. I had this weird old 50s couch, a television, and a boombox on the floor. I'd go up there and drag along my art supplies, drawing pads, glitter, markers, and pencils by the gazillion, inks, and other weird objects that I could cut up and paste around. I'd get into this fixated thing where I'd get high and go to work on these bizarre creations, meticulous and precise drawings of faces and nude women, bizarre bodies and breasts and mouths and eyes, and also scary Japanese demon faces. Days would go by and I'd just sit there, very comfortable because my whole body was acclimated to these chemicals. I'd also get out random art books and books of nude models and lay them all around the house so I could see the images wherever I went. Meanwhile, I'd make the occasional contact with either Lindy or Flea. They'd ask me when they could book the studio so I could do my vocals. My excuse for not working was that I had a weird stomach ailment, something that had to do with my experience in Borneo, so I'd constantly see this stomach doctor and buy more and more time. I was even taking walnut shell medicine that was supposed to rid my body of its parasites. It was such an obvious line of crap, but it worked. Nobody questioned why I wasn't coming to the studio. I kept going deeper and deeper into this world of repetition. Jamie would come to visit, and it wasn't pretty, because I wasn't well and she didn't know what the situation was. The sad thing is, people don't want to believe that the person they're in love with is out of his mind, drinking and using, so if you give them even half an excuse, they're going to want to believe it. A girl with no prior exposure to the disease had to be blissfully unaware of the nefarious tricks of the dope fiend. That's how I was able to get high all late summer and autumn and pretend like it wasn't happening. I was saying, I'm sick. I was deteriorating physically and emotionally. Jamie was tolerant, and it did speak well of her character because she was not the type to abandon ship during a crisis. She didn't consider backing off or bowing out. She was just there, which I can't say about everybody. I don't know if I could say it even about myself. I began to drop some pretty tantalizing clues. I drove to the studio one day, and Flea came by the car and saw a discarded Cheetos bag on the floor. That would be a huge tip-off, because if I was clean, I would never even think about eating junk food. But Flea wasn't sure it wasn't left over from Jamie, so he never put 2 and 2 together. Another time, Jamie was at my house, and we ordered some food delivered. I collared the delivery boy on the front steps and offered to give him a $100 tip if he would give me all the cash he had on him. I'd put the tip and extra cash on my credit card. Jamie was eavesdropping on this whole negotiation from the landing at the top of the stairs. There I was, in total conniving whisper mode, trying to do this dirty deal with the delivery guy, who, by the way, did come through for me. Jamie said, "What was that all about?" And I had to be the abominable lying machine. In the middle of October, we played 2 dates with the Rolling Stones. It was an awkward time because my father was in town to visit, and he was staying at my house. I came home after the first show and made some lame excuse to drive down the hill and came back with a small amount of narcotics. And I wasn't Jimi Hendrix or Janis Joplin. I couldn't go trash myself and turn it into a soul stew on stage. I would trash myself and be half a man with half the joy in my step. but opening for the Rolling Stones is a shite job anyway. I can't recommend it to anybody. You get the offer and you think, historically speaking, they're the second most important rock band in the history of music after the Beatles, so we should have a brush with history. But the fact is, the Rolling Stones audience today is lawyers and doctors and CPAs and contractors and real estate development people. This is a conservative, wealthy group. No one's rocking out. The ticket prices and merchandise costs are astronomical. It's more like, let's go to the Rolling Stones Mall and watch them play on the big screen. The whole experience is horrible. First you get there, and they won't let you do a sound check. Then they give you an 80th of the stage. They set apart this tiny area and say, "This is for you. You don't get the lights, and you're not allowed to use our sound system. And oh, by the way, you see that wooden floor? That's Mick's imported antique wood flooring from the Brazilian jungle, and that's what he dances on. If you so much as look at it, you won't get paid." You're basically like a little TV set on the stage, playing your show as 85,000 wealthy, bored out of their minds fans are slowly finding their seats. They're all wearing their Rolling Stones leather jackets and leafing through their catalogs, deciding which Rolling Stones t-shirt and which pair of Rolling Stones slacks they're going to get. We were the music to be played for ushering, seating, snack getting, and clothes buying. It was a nightmare. In November, I tried to go back into the studio and do some singing, but I wasn't in any kind of shape to do it. I did a mediocre job. I was skinny and sucked up, bad color, bad skin, scraggly hair, droopy, dead-looking eyes. The cat wasn't out of the bag yet, and everyone thought I was run down from being sick all summer. I was beginning to realize that drug addiction really was a progressive illness, and God forbid, if you should start using again, it would be worse than it was before. When Jamie came to visit, I'd force myself to go without for a few days. Then I'd take her to the airport and head straight downtown. I had a few close calls with the law. One time I was smoking coke in the car and was way too high to drive safely, and I had a bunch of paraphernalia and drugs right under the seat. I must have been driving erratically because a cop pulled me over. I got the window halfway down, and this young, vicious-looking LAPD cop shone his flashlight on me and said, "Oh, Mr. Kiedis, my bad. I'm sorry, sir. Excuse me for the interruption, but I really have to tell you that this is a pretty dangerous area, so you might want to exercise caution around here. You have a good night now." That wasn't quite the reception I was expecting. Another time, I'd purchased both of my products and peeled away, cutting through traffic, and a black and white pulled me over. I had stashed the coke under an ashtray, but I had the balloons of heroin right in my hand. I didn't want to get busted, so I quickly swallowed the 3 balloons, which weren't digestible, so I wasn't in any danger. When the cop came over and asked me why I was in that neighborhood, I made up some story about visiting a girl, and that mollified him, so he didn't search the car. Then I had to backtrack and buy some more heroin. That was the beginning of what would be a marathon binge. 4 days later, I wound up finishing everything, and it was daytime, and I was beat down and delirious. I'd spent all my cash, and the last thing in the world I felt like doing was driving downtown in the daytime heat and interacting with drug dealers. I was on my way into a liquor store to buy some paraphernalia, but I was so full of toxins that I had to casually stroll over and vomit into the gutter. As I vomited, I looked down and spotted those 3 intact balloons full of heroin. Yeah, free drugs! I hit the jackpot, I thought, and fished out the balloons and saved myself a trip downtown. Jamie came to visit in December, and by then I had an ugly heroin habit. I'd been smoking both crack and heroin for a couple of months straight. This was in anticipation of our Christmas trips home. We had decided over the phone that we would give our dads big cars. Jamie was on a roll with her modeling, and she wanted to give her pop a pickup truck, and I wanted to give Blackie a Bronco. By then he had moved back to Michigan. Right after we did so well with Blood Sugar, I'd visited him, and he was living in a tiny apartment in downtown Grand Rapids. I had an epiphany that I had just made a ton of money touring, so I should buy him a house. We found a nice house on a lake in Rockford, out in the country, and Pops was taken care of. Jamie and I arranged for the truck to be shipped out to Pennsylvania. Our plan was to drive Blackie's brand new, luxurious, spacious Bronco to Michigan. After the 2 holiday celebrations, Jamie and I would go to the Caribbean together, to a resort on Kinneil Bay on the island of St. John. She still didn't know what the hell was going on with me, But since my clothes were hanging off my emaciated frame, she could see that I was sick. I was like, "Oh, we're going to go away for Christmas. I'll get healthy. We'll go to the Caribbean. Everything's going to get better from here on out." Unbeknownst to her, my foolish notion was that I'd buy a bunch of coke and a bunch of heroin and wean myself as we went across the country. This is never a good idea. But I'd convinced myself that the farther away from LA I got, the fewer drugs I'd do. I had to make a number of sojourns downtown, during which I bought out every dealer I encountered. Jamie still had some last-minute Christmas shopping to do. By now, I was taking a hit off the pipe every 10 minutes, wherever I was, in a phone booth, a bathroom, behind a tree, wherever. Once I got high, I wasn't acting all spooked out, because I was so accustomed to it. So we started packing and gathering goods, and she was gleeful about this imminent departure for a cross-country trip, and I was going along with the glee, but really, I was spirograph brain. I drove her to pick up some slippers at a fancy shoe store in Melrose, and as soon as she left the Bronco, I fired up the old pipester. I was sitting there smoking like a fiendish monkey when all of a sudden I heard a sharp rap on the window. It was Jamie. She had caught me red-handed. The whole masquerade that I'd been holding up was over. I was mortified, and she was shocked. She popped me the finger and tried to run off, but I grabbed her and talked her into coming back into the car. I went through this psychedelic Rolodex of what page works for this problem. I had no choice but to tell her what had happened and how I'd ended up here and what I was prepared to do about it, as long as I didn't have to stop getting high at that moment. We drove to Waddles Park, and I put it all on her, the whole sordid story. I told her that I loved her from the bottom of my heart, that I'd do anything for her, and this was a serious fucking problem that I'd been through before, and there was no easy solution. I told her my plan to drive across the country and wean myself off the cocaine and heroin, so by the time I got to Michigan, I'd be clean. It was a temporary solution to an enormous and life-threatening problem, like putting a Band-Aid onto a severed jugular. She was not having it. Fuck you, you motherfucker. Where's my plane ticket? I'm going home. You're an asshole, you're a liar, you're a scumbag. Yeah, I'm all that stuff, but I still think you should stay. I've got my stuff, and by the time we get to Michigan, I'll be donezo, I said. Jamie told me that she'd had suspicions all along, and that she had been telling my mom and Flea that maybe I was doing drugs again. Of all the dreadful, self-deprecating, self-loathing, isolated, fucked-up feelings that you get as a drug user, one of the worst is having your girlfriend conspire with your best friends and your family on your behalf. It's the ultimate in humiliation, knowing that your best friend and your girlfriend are talking about you behind your back because you're using. Then your family's in on it, and you feel pathetic. You know they feel bad for you and want to help you, and it's just like, stay away, don't even bother. I don't need your help. I don't want your help. Don't even talk to each other, please. Finally, she agreed to take the trip with me. I don't think she realized how disconcerting it would be for her to be in a car with me getting loaded every 10 minutes until the stuff ran out. We left California and got to the desert, and I was having to make all these stops, not sure if I should be getting high in front of her or if I should hide it. I was getting more comfortable with the idea of her watching me get loaded, but it was still not my favorite thing in the world, because the physical act of ingesting the drugs is so ghoulish. We kept driving and driving, and at one point, I was too high to drive, so she took the wheel. We were listening to Nirvana Unplugged and Mazzy Star, and she was crying her eyes out. Then it was nighttime, and we were in the mountains of Arizona. The road was slick and icy and dangerous, and out of nowhere, what looked like a gigantic super elk, bigger than the whole car, leapt across the road. Jamie swerved to avoid it, and we were fine, but I looked at the road sign and realized that the town was where my grandmother had driven off the road to her death. I took it as an omen, as if the spirit of that elk was saying to me, "Wake up, motherfucker, because you're dying." That wasn't the first time I'd experienced interactions with spirits while I was doing drugs. One time during this era of relapsing, I came back to my house in the middle of the night, pockets full of drugs, ready to be the mad scientist. I was fiddling through my pockets to get my keys out when I heard this crazy scream. I figured it was somebody I knew who was on the balcony screaming at me like a crazy witch, but I didn't see anybody. I stepped back from the house and said, "Hello? Anybody there?" Again, I heard that horrifying scream. I looked up on the gable above my bedroom and saw a giant hawk sitting there, staring right down at me, screaming his lungs out in this tortured human voice. I thought that this guy did not want me to do what I was doing, and if I didn't stop it, I would probably die. This would happen periodically, once a month or so. There'd be a bird, sometimes an owl, screaming at me at the top of its lungs when I came home on these furious misadventures of drug use. When you're using drugs, you're driven by this mystical black energy, a force inside you that just won't quit. And the weaker you get, the more you feed into that energy, and the more it fucks with you. When your spirit becomes dark and your lifestyle becomes dark, your existence is susceptible to infiltration by dark spirits. I've seen it so many times with addicts. You can see that they're controlled by dark energy. The way they look, their appearance, their voice, their behavior, it's not them. I remember when Hillel died and I was just getting clean, I had a dream lying in my bed next to Ione. It was one of those horribly vivid, half-awake, half-asleep dreams. All of this terrifying energy came flying into my bedroom along the top of my ceiling. They were demons and goblins and ghouls and creatures, a full assortment platter of scary motherfuckers. I could tell that they were coming to fuck with me, to say, "Okay, we did our job on your friend, now we've come for you." At first, I was like, "I'm not having it, you guys. You came to the wrong house." As I was putting up this psychic fight, the granddaddy of all dark forces, this vast dark angel, came flying in and encompassed the entire ceiling of my room. But I wasn't open to them. No, no, no. Be gone. Bye-bye. That was the beginning of my getting clean. I noted the message from the elk, and we drove on and found a motel. I kept getting high in the room, and Jamie was beside herself. A lot of her pain and suffering were coming to the surface. She took a bath and locked herself in the bathroom and stayed in there for 3 hours. I was getting loaded and doing an art project with reflective letters I'd bought at some truck stop and periodically knocking on the door saying, "Jamie, you all right?" After a while, I started to worry. When she finally opened the door, I saw that she had taken a razor blade and carved an A into her arm. That whole episode was scary, and even though I was loaded, I was starting to come to grips with the fact that I had created a lot of pain and suffering around me, not just within me. The next day, we got up and drove into Flagstaff. Neither of us had really slept. I kept getting high. Jamie was sad and pissed off and confused and tortured by all of this, so I went into a Native American arts and crafts jewelry store and bought a couple of matching rings. In my mind, it was a promise to get better and be together ring. I think she may have taken it as an engagement ring, but I was desperate and lost and grasping for straws. Deep down inside, I loved this girl a lot, and I wanted nothing other than to be with her, but I couldn't stop using. We got back into the car and drove to the end of New Mexico and checked into a motel. I was down to my last balloon of heroin, and we'd been gone only 2 days. The coke had long since run out, but I was more concerned about having enough heroin to get through the next few days. Still, I announced, "This is it. This is the last time I'm going to be getting high." She was so sick of the whole drama. I got every last grain of that stuff into my body and didn't even get high. I tried to sleep that night, and the next day I woke to the fucking hell that is heroin withdrawal. I was shaking and feverish, and we still had a long way to go. Jamie became the one and only driver, a tiny, beautiful, blonde princess behind the wheel of this huge truck. I pushed the seat back, got on the floor, crawled inside a sleeping bag, drank a whole bottle of NyQuil, and went into a raging dope kick, sweating and shaking and fainting just out of it. And Jamie kept driving. She drove for hours and hours and hours while I was in this fever inside of this sleeping bag. She drove straight through to Michigan. Once again, I was home for the holidays with a raging heroin habit. Chapter 12. Over the Wall. It was hard to hide my drug problem when I got to my mom's house. For one, I looked like a walking skeleton. Besides, Jamie had already voiced her suspicions about my drug use to my mom, who then had talked to my dad. "Anthony was having stomach problems when I got out there for the Stones show in October," Blackie told my mom.
He had to go out in the middle of the night and get Pepto-Bismol.
Hello? What are you talking about? Peggy said. He's using.
Blackie always seemed to be in denial about my drug use. It was probably too painful for him to deal with, so he carried on as if everything was okay. Now the cat was out of the bag. I settled into the comfort of being home. I knew I had to start going to meetings and eating lots and lots of food. I was okay with the idea of not getting high, but again, I didn't recognize how serious my problem was. The measures I was taking to deal with it were lighten the loafers. It's a good start to go to a meeting and get the truth on the table, but it's another thing to think that that's going to work. You have to go back in full force and work the 12 steps and do the whole 9 yards. You can't just show up and be a spectator and expect to receive recovery through osmosis. I was dabbling. But we had a lovely Christmas. I tricked out my mom's house with a hot tub. My sister Julie had started dating a guy named Steve Simmons, and we were all so happy that she'd met a guy who dug her and treated her well that we spoiled them with lavish gifts. Especially when you're coming off a long drug run and you've been distant from your family, you feel obligated to make up for it with deluxe material goods. Jamie was even able to relax a bit. The shock and horror started to subside, and I wasn't getting high, so I got a little bit of my sex drive back, and things got more joyful. She began to look ahead to a brighter future for us. When our relationship was working, it was tons of fun because we were best friends, and we laughed about everything. Jamie had a way of diffusing my seriousness and was a great companion. How wonderful was it to be in love with a sexy, sweet girl who also loved basketball. On Christmas Eve, we drove the Bronco over to Blackie's. I had arranged for a giant ribbon to be placed over this rocking truck. Blackie answered the door, grumbling that we were late, and I told him to come out and see his present. He was befuddled, so I threw the keys in his hand, and he got nervous. Then he stepped down the path from his front door to the driveway, and he saw that perfect Michigan winter car, and my poor dad seized up. He looked at the car, and he looked at the keys, and said, No, that can't be," trying to hold back the tears. It was really touching. Christmas morning belonged to Mom. It was her time of the year. The whole house was done up in Christmas fashion. She had the old-school stockings hanging above the fireplace, with a stocking for Jamie, of course. There was a classic golden retriever, and the snow was falling outside, and my sister, Jenny, the baby angel of the family, was into all of it. It was a magical time. I came down at 7:30 in the morning and started the fire. Under that towering tree, there were more presents than should be allowed by law. The first thing we did was go for the stockings, which had 20 individually wrapped gifts from my mother, things she had amassed all year long. Then we opened the presents. My job was to deliver them, and people were getting jewelry and fine suits and sweaters and electronic stuff and blah, blah, blah. Steve Simmons had walked into an idyllic situation because the love and generosity were flowing. The dog had a ribbon around his head, the fire was blazing, various delectable foodstuffs were constantly coming out of the oven. Johnny Mathis and Frank Sinatra and Bing Crosby were on the stereo. So this crazy guy Steve, who was a new love of my sister's life, stopped everything and said, "I just wanted to take a minute and say that this has been the best Christmas of my life. You've all been incredibly generous and given me so much." We were thinking, yeah, he's right. I guess we really have lavish stuff on this guy. And he continued, "But I'm not quite done asking you for something." The room got silent. Geez, what more does this guy want? He said, "I'm going to have to take this moment to ask for your daughter and sister's hand in marriage." He reached over to Julie and said, "Julie, with the support of this family in this room, will you marry me?" Everyone started crying. I couldn't believe this guy was busting this incredible proposal right there in front of the whole family. It was the ultimate capper to the morning, and Julie accepted. After a few days, it was time to fly to Pennsylvania. Jamie was thrilled to give her dad the F-150 truck, which was a badge of honor in his community. Jamie's parents were liberal enough to let us sleep in her old bedroom, with them down the hall. I felt so awkward about having sex with her in that house. She was a go-getter fireplug, and she'd rip off my clothes and throw me down in the bed, and I'd be whispering, "I can hear them in the kitchen. We can't make too much noise." She didn't care. She just wanted to be loved. From Pennsylvania, we flew down to the Caribbean for some R&R. I had called my travel agent and asked her for the most pristine spot on the islands. It was an exorbitant amount of money per week, but with everything that I'd been through the past 6 months, I didn't care. I wanted to go to the warmest, most beautiful, most relaxing place I could find. Lying in the sun and swimming and eating and exploring and having sex were my idea of getting healthy. And it worked. We had a little house right on the beach, with no television or telephone to distract us, just hundreds of acres of tropical paradise. I needed that. Even after a week of gorging myself on lobsters and grilled fish and gobs of dessert and being Mr. Exercise Guy, my clothes were still falling off me. But eventually I got my strength back. Now it was time to go face the music back in LA. It was difficult coming face to face with Flea again, but I'd much rather see him knowing that I changed the direction of my compass towards sobriety than to run into him when I'm loaded or when the compass is stuck on stupid. When push came to shove, Flea was incredibly supportive of me. I came back with some shame and embarrassment and regret for having disappointed the whole operation, but we'd been through it so many times that it had become customary. Flea is the type of friend who can be off doing his own thing, but when the shit hits the fan, he'll be there for me. At moments like this, he's non-judgmental and accepting of the chaos. I don't feel like, oh shit, now I gotta go get an earful, this guy's gonna condemn me. He's like, dude, I'm really sorry you had to go through that. I'm glad that you're alive, and let's go party. Meaning, let's go write music. Dave stayed sober through all my troubles. He understood the mechanics of alcoholism, so he was incredibly supportive. He was probably hurting over the experience and bumming out on it, but he never once subjected me to any negativity because of my behavior. It was uncanny how loving and forgiving and tolerant they were all willing to be. Now that I was back on my feet, our first priority was finishing the album. So we booked the studio for the end of January, and right before that, Flea and I took a trip to Taos, New Mexico, to write and play music and figure out the rest of the album. We rented an authentic adobe villa, and I holed up in my bedroom and wrote. Then Flea would take out his acoustic bass or a guitar, and we'd work on the song together. We were there only 4 or 5 days, but each day we finished a new song. Flea had stepped up to the plate in my absence, even contributing lyrics to the album. He wrote the bulk of the lyrics to Transcending, which was his tribute to River. P was his attempt at flying his humble flag, but he also wrote the intro to Deep Kick and the vocal melodies to the verses for My Friends and Tearjerker. He was supplying me with a lot more information than I'd been used to receiving, but I was open to it, and it was a necessity because I'd been so disengaged from the creative process. Taos was productive and fun. We even went up to the mountain one day and skied through a blizzard. There's a peculiar thing that happens every time you get clean. You go through this sensation of rebirth. There's something intoxicating about the process of the comeback, and that becomes an element in the whole cycle of addiction. Once you've beaten yourself down with cocaine and heroin, and you manage to stop and walk out of the muck, you begin to get your mind and body strong and reconnect with your spirit. The oppressive feeling of being a slave to the drugs is still in your mind, so by comparison, you feel phenomenal. You're happy to be alive, smelling the air and seeing the beauty around you and being able to fuck again. You have a choice of what to do. So you experience this jolt of joy that you're not where you came from, and that in and of itself is a tricky thing to stop doing. Somewhere in the back of your mind, you know that every time you get clean, you'll have this great new feeling. Cut to a year later, when you've forgotten how bad it was and you don't have that pink cloud sensation of being newly sober. When I look back, I see why these vicious cycles can develop in someone who's been sober for a long time and then relapses and doesn't want to stay out there using, doesn't want to die, but isn't taking the full measures to get well again. There's a concept in recovery that says, half measures avail us nothing. When you have a disease, you can't take half the process of getting well and think you're going to get half well. You do half the process of getting well, you're not going to get well at all, and you'll go back to where you came from. Without a thorough transformation, you're the same guy, and the same guy does the same shit. I kept half measuring it, thinking I was going to at least get something out of this deal, and I kept getting nothing out of it. We went back in the studio, and by the end of February, I had knocked out my vocals. We'd gone from getting nothing done for months to shazam, finishing the vocals. After I completed my last vocal, I was so jazzed about being done that I thought, you might have to get high. It was the same celebratory cognition that I'd had with Hillel after Uplift Mofo. That was a fucking broken tape. I had to rush into the bathroom at the recording studio right after this idea, because the thought of going downtown and copying was making my bowels churn in anticipation of getting high. Then I said goodbye, told everyone I'd see them in a week or so, and bolted for the darkness of downtown to start up the unstoppable chain of madness one more time. Unfortunately, Jamie was coming to visit me in a few days. When she arrived at LAX, I was AWOL. She had to go right from the airport to a modeling job and kept calling me from the job saying, "Where are you?" It takes away a lot of the thrill of killing yourself when people are looking for you and you're disappointing them, because it is a lot of fun when you're out there killing yourself. You're escaping from the cops, you're avoiding getting stabbed to death by dealers, you're running the risk of overdose, you're having escapades of delusion. It's exciting. But when it becomes, "Oh shit, someone's looking for me," it puts a damper on the insanity party. I hid out in a motel. This was the beginning of the great motel tour. I didn't check into the Peninsula or the Four Seasons, places that I could have easily afforded. No, I opted for the Viking Motel, or the Swashbucklers Inn, shitty, torn-up, dirty-ass dope fiend motels that were for poor families who had no place else to go, or for prostitutes, dealers, pimps, hoodlums, and other scandalous motherfuckers, and a bunch of white drug addicts who were sneaking away from their real lives. I started checking into these places up and down Alvarado Street, because they were a few blocks away from where I bought my drugs. Maybe that's part of the thrill. You can make your score and then drive 3 blocks, check right in, and you're smack in the middle of this circle of hell. If you're in a reputable hotel, chances are that you'll run into somebody you know. When Jamie was looking for me, my motel sophistication hadn't evolved that far yet. I had made it only to the Holiday Inn in Hollywood. That was where she and Dave Navarro tracked me down. Dave had the smarts to call up Bo, our accountant, and ask her where my last credit card transaction had occurred. She called the company and told Dave that I was at the Holiday Inn. I was in there trying to sleep off the heroin and escape from myself and this latest mess I'd made when I awoke to a crazy knock on the door. I went to the peephole and looked out and saw Dave and then Jamie lurking in the back of the hallway. It was that bad combination, your loved one and your friend conspiring together. "Come on, dude, open the door," Dave said. "I love you, and I want to help you get better. This isn't happening. Let's go to rehab right now. Throw away your junk, and let's go." I wouldn't open the door. "No, you don't understand," I called out. "I feel really bad. I need to sleep. I'll call you later, and we'll go tonight." Nope, I got the car outside," Dave said. "I've already called Exodus. They've got a bed waiting for you. Open the door." I opened the door. At that point, I couldn't fight or argue anymore. I had fucked up, and the only way I had to appease these people who were unhappy with my behavior was to acquiesce and go back to rehab. So I went. By April 1995, the world of rehab had evolved into a much different animal than my first stay in 1988. Going to rehab had become commonplace. Among rehabs, Exodus was famous for 2 reasons. It was the place that Kurt Cobain had left right before he died. Kurt had climbed a 4-foot fence to escape when all he had to do was walk out the front door. They can't keep you in Exodus against your will, but I guess if you don't want to see anybody on your way out, you bolt. Exodus was also famed for the renowned doctor of rehabology who ran the place. Guys like him claimed to know how drugs affect the body, but to me, all that information amounted to nothing. As long as a dope fiend is high, he's crazy. The minute he isn't high and he starts working the program, he'll start to get better. It's the simplest plan on earth, but they try to complicate it with psychiatric jargon and detoxology. Just get a junkie off the streets, get him 3 squares, and get him working on his steps, and he'll get better. I've seen it in thousands of drug addicts I've come across who attempted to get well. It doesn't matter how wonderful their detox or therapist was. Exodus was off the beaten path in a larger hospital in Marina del Rey. It wasn't connected to the prison system, so there were no end-of-the-liners who chose rehab over prison. It was plusher than a Section 36 facility, but not as much so as Promises, a Malibu rehab that makes the Four Seasons look like the Holiday Inn. But again, the place doesn't make the difference. You're either going to do the work and figure out your problems, or you're not. You don't need Promises. You can get better at the Salvation Army on Skid Row. I've seen people get well in both, and I've seen them not get well in both. Being there that time was actually a beautiful experience. I made 10 of the most atypical friends I'd ever make in my life. There was a weird old lady from some town up north, a Brazilian doctor, and a pillhead from Texas. My first roommate was a gay kid from the heartland of America, Kentucky or Missouri or someplace. He had the classic story. Young, misunderstood kid grows up in a football town in the Midwest, doesn't get the whole macho deal that his whole world is revolving around, so he's alienated, isolated, and ostracized by his family. He moves to Hollywood, finds his gay brethren in the drug and alcohol world, and hits the downward spiral. He was so into Vicodin that he'd crush them up and sprinkle them on his cereal for breakfast. He left, and my next roommate was a black anesthesiologist from Inglewood who came from a highly respectable family. Made his family proud by becoming a doctor, but then it turned out that he'd been abusing all the best medical drugs he could find for years. So he came in, like the rest of us, for 30 days. You could tell that he was keeping secrets and destroyed that he had let his family down. A couple months after the rehab, I got a call. He had relapsed and couldn't bear the agony and shame of facing his family, so he locked himself in a closet at the hospital where he worked and chose the most unpleasant drugs to overdose on. A few of us from Exodus went to his funeral, and it was really emotional. He had a big family, and one of his brothers was a preacher. There was a holy roller vibe at the service, and everyone was crying their eyes out, including his rehab buddies who were all in the back row. There was an uncommon array of people in there with me, and I became friends with all of them. You recognize the possibility of your own demise in the lives of these other people. You're doing the same thing they are, but you can't see it in yourself. However, you start seeing all of these tragedies and potential miracles in other people. It's a real eye and heart-opening situation. Here you are in a fucking hospital in Marina del Rey, sleeping in a small bed, sharing your room, and having to go to the cafeteria for your breakfast. You're forced to think, where did I go wrong? I had a plan and was doing really well. But now I'm in here with a bunch of other crazy people, and nurses and doctors and wardens are telling me where to go and what to do, and I've got to report to a group. Wow, thought I was smarter than this. At some point during my stay, I had a group meeting with friends and family, and Flea showed up. During the circle, the drug counselor turned to Flea and said, "Okay, Flea, tell us how it makes you feel deep inside when Anthony's out there using drugs and you have no idea where he is or if he's ever going to come back." I was waiting for Flea to say, "It pisses me off, that motherfucker. We were supposed to be rehearsing and writing. I was waiting for 12 hours and that bastard never showed up. I'm ready to do something else altogether." Instead, Flea started sobbing, which caught me off guard. He said, "I'm afraid he's going to die on me. I don't want him to die, but I've kept thinking for years that he's going to die." I had no idea that was the way he felt. I began a practice at Exodus that is a major part of my life to this day. During the 5.5 years that I'd been sober, I never got into prayer or meditation. I wasn't clear on what it was to cultivate a conscious contact with a power greater than myself. At Exodus, someone who worked there suggested that I start each morning with a prayer. Now, to anyone in recovery, that's Get Well 101. That's where you begin your program. I had never thought that it was what I had to do, but one morning I looked in the mirror and thought, "You're throwing your life away here, so maybe you're going to have to try something that's not your idea, but an idea from someone who's actually doing well in life." I started praying every morning. Once I opened my mind to the concept of a greater power, I never struggled with it. Everywhere I went, I felt and saw the existence of a creative intelligence in this universe, of a loving power larger than myself and nature, and people everywhere. My prayers and meditations would gain steam and momentum over the years and become an important part of my recovery and daily experience. I got through the 30-day stay without even thinking about leaving. I accepted that I was there to do the work and get back on track. For the first few days, they give you a whole plethora of meds to detox on. You get chloral hydrate, which would put an elephant to sleep. They give you Darphosets and Klonidine patches to lower your blood pressure. When you see a guy shuffling down the hallway in his robe and slippers, that's the dude who's still on detox. The first few days off medication are rough. Your skin is crawling, and you're coming to grips with not being on anything. But then you pull out of it and start to feel better. They feed you all day long, and you get to exercise, and you go to meetings. They keep you pretty busy. While I was there, Jamie came to visit. Bob Timmons brought Chris Farley in to see me, and it felt good to have his support. Kim Jones brought her 2 beautiful sons to see me. I was allowed a boombox, and I kept playing the first Elastica tape over and over again. I graduated from my 30-day program and went back out and rejoined the world of the living. Thank God I was in that world when Jamie's dad left it. He died in June, and I was able to go out to Pennsylvania and be with Jamie and her family through this difficult period. That summer, the band put the finishing touches on the record and began to shoot the videos. We were getting tons of reels, but nothing was touching us, so we went back to Gavin Bowden, Flea's brother-in-law. He came up with an idea for Warped, which would take place in a giant wooden cylinder. It was a 2-day shoot and was our most expensive video to date. I still think it had elements of greatness. The element that drew the most attention in that video was a scene in which Dave kissed me. Flea and Dave and I were supposed to come out from behind a wall and do a mysterious silhouetted shadow dance thing. We shot the same scene about 10 times in a row, and Gavin felt that we hadn't gotten it. So we went back to our places to try it again. Dave turned to me and said, "This time when we walk out, I'm going to turn around and give you a kiss to spice it up." I said, "Okay, good idea," thinking that he would give me a friendly smooch. We walked out from behind that corner, and he went to give me what I thought would be a peck on the lips, which is already crazy enough for a rock video. But all of a sudden, Dave started giving me a wet, partially open-mouthed, full-blown kiss. I wasn't upset or bothered, just surprised. That was one of 1,000 shots we did, and we moved on. Weeks later, we got the edited video, and there was the kiss, prominently featured. Minutes later, I got a call from Eric Greenspan, our lawyer. "Warner Brothers saw the video, and they want to get rid of the kiss right away," he said. "Why?" "They don't think it's marketable," he said, "and I think you might want to get rid of the kiss too. I think you're in danger of alienating a large segment of your fan base." When I saw the kiss, I was thinking I could take it or leave it, but the minute the corporate suits started saying, "No kiss," was the minute I started saying, "Nope, the kiss stays." We had a band discussion and voted to keep the kiss. We did have a huge backlash from the college frat boy segment of our audience. We got letters denouncing us as fags, and rumors started spreading, and we started to second-guess our decision. But then we figured, fuck it. Maybe it was time to thin out the yokels anyway. If they couldn't accept what we were doing, we didn't need them anymore. We got in trouble with Warner's again when we used Gavin for our aeroplane video. He came up with a super treatment, an expansive ode to Busby Berkeley, featuring a huge chorus line of half-naked, hot-costumed Mexican cholitas, tough gangster girls with heavy makeup and sweeping hair. We wanted lots of semi-nudity and sexy dancing and chewing of gum and blowing of bubbles. We shot the video in an old pool with trapeze artists and underwater ballet teams on a vintage MGM set that was about to be demolished. But a lady from Warner's was supervising the shoot, and it turned out that she was a PC feminist. Gavin did the edit, and the video looked sumptuous. He captured the hot Mexican girls in close-ups and from wonderful angles, but this woman from Warner's got her knickers all in a knot about showing naked women in our video. Mind you, this would be tame today next to a Jay-Z video, but it was pretty strong for the time, so we were forced to end up somewhere in between our take and her aesthetic. We wound up not using the shots that were truly shocking and beautiful and eye-catching and disturbing all at the same time. That summer, I made the first of 2 open-sea kayaking trips to Alaska with Flea and our ex-drummer Cliff Martinez and our friend Marty Goldberg. We spent about a week kayaking into the deepest fords of southern Alaska. It was an amazing trip, especially since both Cliff and Marty were gourmet chefs who were able to whip up 3-star meals in the middle of the wilderness. In September, One Hot Minute was released. We were proud of it, even if it wasn't as good a record as we could have made if we'd kept the band together after Blood Sugar. But for a brand new band, it was a pretty good effort, along the lines of, say, Mother's Milk, the first album we made with John and Chad. Before we began touring, I was set to do some interviews to promote the album. Right about then, I started getting loaded again. I was holed up in my house on an absolute tear one day in September, and the phone wouldn't stop ringing. I finally answered it, and it was Louie. "Dude, MTV is outside your house. They're ready to shoot." I remembered that I was supposed to do an MTV shoot at my house with the VJ Kennedy. I dragged myself downstairs. I looked sick and lifeless, and I had to answer all these questions on camera in my living room from the bubbly, sweet Kennedy. "It's been a while since you had a record, blah, blah, blah." What a disaster. Now it was time to tour. Even though I'd been on a run beforehand, I never considered using On the Road. I knew that would destroy everything overnight. We started in Europe, It was the first time we'd played before audiences since Woodstock, so we were like a car engine in need of a tune-up. I felt some responsibility for not allowing us to be as good as we could have been. I wasn't as focused on my musicianship as I should have been. We weren't bad, and there were some excellent moments, but overall I was feeling lackluster, and as a musician I was experiencing a slightly broken reed. The most memorable thing about the European tour was meeting Sherry Rogers, who would go on to become the wife of our road manager, Louis Mathieu, and the mother of his children. We met her in Amsterdam, where she was working for our old pal Hank Schiffenmacher. Whenever we passed through Amsterdam, we made a beeline to get some more tattoos from Hanky Panky, and this trip we encountered a hot, lovely, full of spunk young lady named Sherry. She'd routinely dress up in a Rubbermaid's outfit, and the thought of having her come on stage in that getup was appealing. Our next gig was in Belgium, and she came along and blew everyone's mind when she took off all her clothes in front of everyone in the dressing room and donned the rubber costume. During the show, we had her come on stage periodically to wipe the sweat off our brows, serve us beverages, and light Dave's cigarettes. Our U.S. tour, which was supposed to start in mid-November, got postponed, through no fault of mine, for once, until the beginning of February. So I went straight from Barcelona, our last gig in Europe, to New York to be with Jamie. Jamie had left her dingy high-rise in Chinatown and moved into a charming, cozy, deluxe apartment overlooking the statue of LaGuardia just south of Washington Square Park. It was a tranquil, gorgeous neighborhood. We had a nice autumn there, and then, as usual, we began early preparations for the annual Christmas trips. That was when I got the first inklings that all wasn't well on the domestic front. Christmas shopping started out well enough. We walked through the snow and enjoyed the pre-Christmas romance of buying nice presents for our family. I decided to buy Blackie some furniture for his house, so we went to ABC Carpet on Lower Broadway and picked out a nice selection. I went back to the store a couple times to arrange the shipping and delivery, and one time I was there alone, standing near the elevator, when this elegantly dressed woman in her 20s walked in. She was beautiful and stylish, and I had a 1-minute conversation with her while she was waiting for the elevator. This voice went off in my head. You could marry this lady. Your wife is about to get in that elevator and disappear forever, so you might want to act on it right now. Just at that moment, the elevator came, and she got in and was whisked from my life forever. That was the first time while I'd been with Jamie that I had been open to that kind of idea. I couldn't tell if I was giving power to the fantasy, or if there was a look in her eye, or something in the way she carried herself, but it was a distinct foreshadowing of trouble. Come Christmas, we made the usual trips. That year, I gave my mom her first deluxe auto, a brand new customized Ford Explorer that a Western Michigan car dealer had specially painted and modified and tricked out for his wife before she divorced him. Blackie did all the research and development on that present. Then Jamie and I spent a few days in Pennsylvania to say hello to everybody, but with the recent loss of Jamie's dad, it obviously wasn't a very joyful time. We returned to New York in time for New Year's. I was so fed up with the commercialism of New Year's Eve and the compulsion on everyone's part to have the best night of their lives that I decided we would go to sleep before midnight. We cuddled together on the couch and watched a movie, and about 11:30 we turned off the lights and went to sleep. A few days after that, I got the epiphany that this period of my life had come to an end, and that it was time to be single again, to be alone. I looked at Jamie one day and thought, I'm not in love with her anymore. For no reason. There was nothing she did. It wasn't the way she talked or the way she walked or the things she said, because she never did anything that I found intolerable. Something just dawned on me. It was as if a fog had lifted. I was like, Jesus Christ, what have I been doing for the last 2 years? It's time to make some changes. But it was all about being sober. I had no intention of getting high. I had probably done enough damage to myself that I was incapable of being in love with her. And that voice was so clear to me that to have ignored it would have meant faking my feelings from that point forward. I knew that I had to do the most undesirable thing of all. For me, it was much easier to stay in an uncomfortable relationship than to tell somebody, I'm leaving. Historically speaking, I was terrible at it. I couldn't say, I don't want to be with you anymore. I'd rather go hurt myself, which is part of my cycles. I told Jamie, and she didn't accept it. She told me that she was planning on getting married to me and having kids, which was the saddest thing she said during all of our discussions. There was a lot of crying and ranting, and then she packed up her stuff and got back on the red-eye and left. Because I had caused somebody whom I truly cared about so much pain, it was the perfect emotional setup to go out on another binge. It started on a Friday afternoon. I drove my motorcycle down to Lindy's for a band business meeting. On my way there, I stopped downtown and filled up my pockets with drugs. Then Flea and Lindy and I had our meeting, and I left Lindy's house in the bright daylight, drove a few blocks, and started hitting that pipe right there in the street. The minute the drug hit my brain, I started the bike up and went. I ran for 2 or 3 days, smoking crack and putting the heroin on top of that, and all at once, I was in another desperate predicament. I figured I'd be in too much trouble if I stayed in LA, so I got out the Yellow Pages and dialed up Aero Mexico. I found the nicest hotel in Cabo San Lucas, a beautiful place where I had worked on songs with Flea a few years earlier. I was so high on heroin that I was a danger to myself, scratching holes in my body, and I certainly couldn't hide my condition from anyone, so I ordered a car to drive me to the airport. I had saved a handful of balloons that I was going to take with me for some weenage. There'd be no trouble getting on board with them, but I was wary of Mexican customs, so I decided to hide the balloons in the cassette area of my CD cassette boombox. When I landed in Mexico, I was still high, and my hair looked like a theremin. The airport had a customs system where you step up to the line, press a button, and get either a red or a green light. If I got a green light, I was home free. Of course, it came up red. I went to the table, and the customs guy was looking at me with great suspicion. He searched my bag and my pockets, and then said, "Let me see the stereo." My heart started racing. The last thing I needed was to get busted bringing heroin into Mexico. He looked inside the battery compartment, which I'd considered as a stash place, and then he had trouble trying to operate it. He was hitting all the cassette buttons, just about to hit eject, when he looked at me and said, "Make it work." I clicked it right to CD, pushed play, and the Jackson 5 greatest hits started blasting. He passed me on. I had booked a room at the Westin, a modern hotel that had been designed to look like a red clay Mexican structure. I holed up in the bed, used the last of the heroin, and then cocooned, ordering room service and watching satellite TV and feeling lonely and depressed and remorseful. By the 3rd day of lying in bed, eating, and trying to become human again, I forced myself to go down and jump in the ocean. I had to baptize my spirit. I went to the pool area and tried to swim, but I ran into people who wanted to talk to me, and I wasn't up for that at all. On that trip, I made friends with a pelican whose wing had been damaged in a fisherman's net. He had become the mascot of the pool area. I sat there and fed him and talked to him. We were 2 creatures nursing our wounds. I even wound up writing a song about that pelican. At some point, I performed the selfish and errant act of calling Jamie, even though I knew in my heart of hearts that our relationship was over. But she was still my best friend and a soothing entity in my life. "I'm down here, and I'm lonely, and I'm sick, and I'm tired, and I'm hurt, and I'm fucked up, and I'm sad. Do you want to come down?" She flew in the next day, and we had a decent couple of days together, staying in bed and eating and talking. Cabo became my own personal rehab. I'd stay sober for a few weeks, relapse, make a mess of situations, then go back down and check into the same hotel room and do the exact same thing, which is one of the better definitions of insanity, doing the exact same thing over and over and expecting the result to be different. If you had to be sick somewhere, Mexico was the place. I did consider myself fortunate to have the luxury of going down there and lying out under those blue skies. At the beginning of February 1996, we began a 3-leg, 2-month U.S. tour. We were opening the tour at the Nassau Coliseum on Long Island, but the day we got to town, the New York area was hit by an incredible blizzard and was under a monstrous blanket of snow. The subways and the cabs weren't running, so Flea and I took a snowy walk from our Midtown motel to the Lower East Side to eat at Angelica's Kitchen, a great vegetarian restaurant. Later that night, I met Guy O at the Spy Bar in Soho. There were a lot of girls there, but most of them were too New York fabulous and difficult to deal with. Then we saw this girl who was a little tipsy, wearing a bright red dress and some weird 80s zebra belt accoutrement. She was in her own world by the piano, doing a heartfelt pantomime to a Bjork song. I thought that took a lot of chutzpah, so I went over to her and introduced myself. Her name was Christina, and she was a model who had grown up in Idaho but was now living in New York. She had natural orange-red hair and crazy beautiful white skin and huge tits, way too big and pillowy for normal runway modeling. I invited her to the show the next night, and she asked if she could bring her roommate, who, it turned out, was a huge Oasis fan. This was the moment that Oasis was the hottest band going, having permeated every nook and cranny of America. I had purposefully ignored this phenomenon, but on the ride out to the Coliseum, all Christina's roommate could talk about was Oasis and this brother or that brother. We plowed through the snow and got to the Coliseum, and I was relieved to see that the place was full and the audience was appreciative. That night I began seeing Christina, which was a good thing, since it had been a while since I felt that connection with somebody. I wasn't falling in love, but she was a nice person, and we were definitely sexually compatible. I don't know if it was her smell or her energy, but we'd be in bed, and I'd feel like an opiated vampire from being with her. Early on in that tour, I fell off the stage. We were playing these new One Hot Minute songs that hadn't seen too much stage time, and I was in the midst of my eyes-closed robotic dancing when I tripped over one of my monitors. I went plummeting right off the stage and dropped 8 feet, hit my head on the concrete floor, and passed out. I came right to and was grateful to be conscious, but my head was the least of my problems. Before I tripped, my leg had gotten tangled in my mic cord, so when I fell, the cord acted like a hangman's noose and ripped my calf muscle right off the bone. I was hanging upside down, thinking I could deal with the head injury, but when I pushed myself back up on stage, my leg wouldn't work. I finished the show on one leg and went to the hospital. I got some stitches in my head, but my leg had become black and blue and green and wildly disfigured looking. They rigged me up with a Frankenfoot-looking cast, complete with a vast array of straps. I had to finish the rest of the tour with this Frankenfoot, which was not fun to perform in. After the second leg of the tour, we had a 2-week break. Prior to the tour, Sherry Rogers had moved up to San Francisco and begun a relationship with Louis Matou, who had moved up from LA to live with her. I used to visit them up there, and we'd go to meetings and haunt the tattoo parlors. I had begun to get close with Louis. Louis was half Mexican, half Jewish, and 100% psychotic. He was crazy on the inside, but he put on this calm exterior. He had started with us answering phones at the Blood Sugar House, and then we took him out on tour as the drum tech, basically creating jobs for him because we liked him so much. Louis had been a pot dealer in high school, and then he got strung out on heroin. He went through years of back-and-forth struggles to get sober, but he had been clean at this point for a lot of years. Louis was kind and giving, and would go out of his way to be there for you, almost to the point where it became a defensive mechanism so he wouldn't have to deal with what was going on in his own life. But he was a great running partner, and we shared the sobriety and a love for music. The last thing Louis was an outdoorsman. When we got the 2-week break, I decided to facilitate a nice experience for Louis and Sherry and take them on a trip to Hawaii, which they couldn't have afforded then. Sherry was adventuresome and gung-ho, but Louis agreed begrudgingly. We rented a house on the sunny side of Maui. Every day, Sherry and I would go out in front of the house, dive into the ocean, and swim a mile out and a mile back. Louis would sit on the beach, smoking cigarettes, drinking coffee, and doing his crossword puzzles, naysaying all of nature's beauty that was surrounding him. At one point on that trip, Louis and I were having lunch at a fancy hotel, and a thought popped into my head. Louis, I hear wedding bells for you in the near future. He confessed that he was feeling the same thing. A few days later, near the end of our stay, I had taken a nap in the middle of the day, and when I woke up, the house seemed deserted. It was odd not to have Louis and Sherry around, and I started going from room to room, calling out, "Louis? Sherry?" Finally, I cracked open the door to their bedroom to see if they were napping. I saw Louis in full slow jam love mode with Sherry, naked man on top of naked woman. I closed the door right up and felt terrible for walking in on them. 9 months to the day later, their son, Cash, was born, which connected me further to the family. Most kids can't say, "Oh yeah, Uncle Tony was there when I was conceived." We finished the U.S. tour with the West Coast leg. Considering that we had taken a 4-year record hiatus and that the climate of pop music had changed so drastically, it was nice to see that people were still interested in coming out to see what we would do. We were playing arenas, and it wasn't the every-date sold-out tour of our career, but we were getting warm receptions to the new material everywhere we went. In Seattle, I flew Christina out for a few days. The band had an off night, and Oasis was playing in town. Their management called up and invited us to the show, but no one wanted to go except Christina. By that point, Oasis was in disarray. The brothers were constantly fighting, and shows were being canceled right and left. But we went, and before the show started, we were backstage, and I met the singer. He introduced himself to me, and I said, "Hello, Ian." "Nah, Liam." We went through a whole Ian, Liam, Spinal Tap moment. Then we went out to watch the show. It would have been great, except it was obvious they hated each other. They were dead on the stage. The songs and the singing were good, though. Halfway through the show, Christina had a couple of arena beers and got horny and decided she wanted to give me a blowjob. So we wandered backstage. Most of the doors were locked, but I found one that was open. It was below the stage and opened into the electrical control room for the whole arena. There were all these levers and switches and buttons. So we got on the floor, took off our clothes, and started having sex. It was a nice atmosphere. We could hear the muffled sounds of the band playing above us. But somewhere along the way, we got too frisky and banged into a lever, and all of a sudden, the lights went out. I jumped up and rushed over to the board, convinced that we had cut the sound and lights to the entire arena. I frantically pushed a lever, and the lights came back on. I realized that we had cut off the power only in that room, but we were one lever away from bringing the concert to a grinding halt from having sex beneath the stage. Christina was a lot of fun to be with, and our physical relationship was wonderful, but I wasn't falling in love with her to the point of her being my girlfriend. A few months later, right before we went back to Europe to tour, I told her I couldn't see her anymore. She was pretty upset, but Guy O was beside himself. "I can't believe you're walking away from this girl. She's the first girl you've been with in a long time who's totally considerate. She brings you flowers, she loves you, she's beautiful, she's sexy, she's smart. But when you're not feeling it, you're not feeling it." When I broke up with her, she said, "That really sucks. I was hoping that this relationship was going to go somewhere, but I understand. At least we had a lot of great sex." I was like, "That's the spirit." After the West Coast leg, we had a few weeks off before we set to tour Australia and New Zealand again. We started off in New Zealand, and being back there made me realize that this was where I was going to make my home away from home. Somehow I hooked up with an ex-rugby player who had been a member of the all-black New Zealand rugby team in the 60s, but was now an older, brutish, conniving, absolute shyster of a real estate agent. On a break from our shows, he took me out to look at this 169-acre farmhouse overlooking Kai Paral Bay, which is an hour and 15 minutes northwest of Auckland. We went out on the most gorgeous sunny day. I fell in love with the place, even though Kaipara Harbor is an incredibly rough body of water where great white sharks go to breed. It's a furiously tidal, raging harbor. My whole thrust of finding a home away from home was to buy a place near a clear, temperate, inviting body of water, one that I could swim in and play underwater. I have no idea why I chose this place, because none of that was there. But the view of the harbor was incredible, a kaleidoscopic, psychedelic patina of colors. And this agent had me all hyped up about an auction for the property, which was going to take place, coincidentally, while I was on tour in Australia. "This is your one and only chance to get this property. It's going to go quick. There are lots of people interested. I'll have you on the phone, and I'll do the bidding for you. Blah, 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 blah." I was on the phone from Australia, and he was at the auction. "It's at $1 million. Going up. Going up. Someone here wants it for 1.7. I was like, "Okay, go to." The next thing you know, I bought this place for way more than it was worth. When I got back, people started telling me that they weren't even sure there was anyone else bidding. All these Kiwi businessmen were in bed with one another. We finished the 2-week tour cycle, and everyone went home to the U.S. except me. I went back to New Zealand, checked into a bed and breakfast, and went through the process of closing this deal, which cost me about $1 million US. I was waiting for the farmer who had sold me the place to take his money and move to the Gold Coast of Australia, where it's always sunny. Meanwhile, I was thinking, why on earth would these farmers leave the most beautiful piece of paradise for the crowded-ass Gold Coast, which is like Miami Beach, only tackier? I soon found out. It turned out that I saw that farmhouse on one of the few days of the year when it didn't rain. 300 days out of the year, that country just poured precipitation. It was cloudy, rainy, chilly, blustery, England on a bad day kind of weather. Eventually the farmer moved out, and I signed the papers and set up a bank account in Auckland. I got Greer's father to be the caretaker, because people in New Zealand were known to move in and occupy vacant country properties. There was this Wild West mentality out there. Greer's dad was going to check up on the property and make sure no one was squatting or stealing the fixtures. It was time to go home and get ready for our European dates. Before we went to Europe, we played the first ever Tibetan Freedom Fest in San Francisco. It was a great lineup that included Smashing Pumpkins, the Beastie Boys, Foo Fighters, Beck, Bjork, and Rage Against the Machine, but it wasn't a great show for us. We had problems with the sound, but it was for a good cause, so we didn't stress much. There was a party afterward, and I ran into Ione and attempted to make amends for being such a shite boyfriend when we lived together. It was the first amends I had ever attempted, and it was ill-conceived to approach her in that environment, so she had every right to tell me that I was an asshole and that I should fuck off before she walked away. When we got to Europe in late June, everyone was optimistic, partially because I had been staying sober for the tours. There was a distinct feeling of brotherhood among us. The only issue surfacing was the fact that Dave wasn't crazy about playing music for the sake of music, and Flea needed that kind of bond. He missed having someone who'd call him up and say, "Come over to my house and let's play guitars for a while." Dave wasn't that guy. He was like, "Why would I come over and play guitar with you? Do we have to write a song for something?" There was a rift developing. But on the other hand, Dave and Chad were becoming quite close. We started the tour off in Budapest. Everyone raved about Prague, but to me, Budapest was a much more interesting town, more exotic and wild, and more recently detached from the communist hold. In Prague, we performed in a small club. It was packed, and I went to do a flip on stage. I was a little bit out of control and landed on one of the monitors. When I went to stand up, there was no one home. We had to stop the set and wheel me off because I was in such excruciating pain. The next day, I couldn't move. I saw a few practitioners, but no one seemed to be able to diagnose what damage I had wrought upon my back. So they strapped me up in a back brace, and I did the next few shows standing in one spot, almost totally immobilized. I had become totally constipated, and I couldn't even sit up straight. The pain was so intense. In every city we went, I begged our tour manager, Tony Selinger, to find somebody, an osteopath, a chiropractor, a voodoo practitioner, anyone who could help me. I was bedridden until I had to go on stage, and that was when I remembered the advice that Carol Lee Brogue, my Fairfax drama teacher, had given me. She was on Broadway playing Peter Pan when she got a nasty stomach virus, but she strapped on a diaper and squirted out diarrhea the whole performance because, no matter what, the show must go on. We were in Belgium when Tony showed up with a fat, sweaty, boisterous Belgian fellow who bounded through my door speaking Flemish. He was an osteopath. I was thinking, geez, yet another quack who's not going to be able to do anything. He examined me, had me stand and walk around, and then told me to get on the bed. This big bowling ball of a fellow went to work on me. He lifted my leg and put all his weight on it, and pop! My whole back snapped into place in one fell swoop. It was like going from being a broken toy to being a brand new one. It turned out I had dislocated my sacrum. I was revitalized, and we began playing well. France was great. Then we went on to England, where we played Wembley. It was the single best show we played with Dave. Guy O was there, and he had taken it upon himself to become my matchmaker. Sometime during the spring, he had gone on a boat party in L.A. and met a girl who lived in London. He assured me that she was just my type. So he beat away all the other guys on the boat and got her number for me. After the Wembley show, he introduced me to this girl named Rachel. He was right. I was immediately attracted to her. I decided to get a hotel room and stick around London, even though everyone else was headed home. The next night, Rachel and I went out to dinner and walked through the park. All of a sudden, we started making out, and it was all going on. We went back to her apartment, made love, and she was wonderful. Everything Guy O promised, and then some. A very special girl. We were in our post-coital glow when she said to me, "I have to tell you that this is so weird, because the very last person I had a sexual relationship with was your ex-girlfriend Ione. And by the way, I like this experience much better." Out of the 3 billion girls in the world, I ended up being with one Ione had also been with. The ironic part of all of this was that when I first met Jamie, she was part of the Beastie Boy world through her trust fund boyfriend. While she was hanging around them, she met Adam and Ione, who were married then. As soon as Adam walked out of the room, Ione went for Jamie with open-mouthed kisses. It turned out that Adam and Ione were leading pretty separate lives by then, but I found it interesting that Ione and I had such similar tastes in women. I stayed with Rachel for a few days, but then it was time to go home. It was also time to go on another drug binge. It was bound to happen sooner or later, because I wasn't taking care of myself. I think the fact that I'd spent all this intimate time with a girl I wasn't going to follow through on triggered this episode. Now I had some time on my hands, and I was home alone in what had become the palace of getting loaded. I did a 2-week run, then I went to Cabo San Lucas to do my routine of sleeping for 3 days, kicking, eating like a fiend, and swimming. Same hotel, same room, same northern exposure on satellite TV. When I came back from Cabo, Louie was there for me, picking me up at the airport and hanging around with me. I was over at his house a few days after I'd gotten back when the phone rang. It was my beloved Aunt Mickey, one of my favorite aunts, the second oldest of 4 sisters on my mother's side. She was hysterical, saying, "Steve died! Steve died!" over and over again. I assumed it was her son because she had both a son and a grandson named Steve. I asked her which Steve, and she sobbed, "Your mother's Steve." Suddenly, the heart and soul of my entire sense of well-being in Michigan was gone. He was the guy who brought my whole family together and gave us this loving homestead, the thoughtful, caring, hard-working, honest soul trooper of the bunch. He raised Julie and Jenny and the dogs and the cats and the horse, and my mom loved them. They were just so good together. I thought, oh shit, my 51-year-old stepdad had to go have a damn heart attack in the garden at 2 in the afternoon. I thanked God that I wasn't in a motel room somewhere, smoking crack off a tinfoil pipe when I got the news. I was newly clean with an extra lunch in my stride. It turned out that I was the only one in a clear state of mind. Everyone else was shattered and stunned and torn up. We had a huge funeral service, and the church was packed to the rafters with half of Grand Rapids to say goodbye to Steve and pay homage to this unique citizen. My family elected me to give the eulogy. It wasn't hard to write about a guy like him. For a kid like me, who had always been watching after his mother, Steve entering the picture was such a huge relief. It was like, okay, now I can go be a boy again and not have to worry about my mom getting screwed over by a convict. It was a remarkable experience to look out at this church filled with hundreds and hundreds of people, all of us riding the same wave of love and gratitude and appreciation for this person.
Back in LA, I was sitting at home one day when I got one of those periodic crazy calls from Lindy. He was in his apartment office in Studio City, smoking his merits and telling me that Molson Beer was offering us $1 million to fly up to the North Pole and do a show for the winners of a contest. They'd also get to use our name and our music to sell the hell out of their beer in Canada for a few months. This wasn't the first time we'd gotten an offer from a big corporation. A year after Under the Bridge, McDonald's came up with a whole campaign to sell hamburgers using that song. They were offering $2 million, but we didn't want our name to be associated with them. The Molson offer was interesting because 1, they wouldn't use our image, and 2, it was just a radio campaign in Canada. Basically, our music would get heard many times per day. I guess this was a time in our operation when integrity wasn't as revered as it is now. Plus, we all wanted to go to the North Pole. Molson made the whole thing sound appealing. We'd get private aircraft service to and fro and accommodations. The show was for an audience of 100 people, and we'd be in, out, and get to the end of the earth and see the Aurora Borealis. We weighed the good and the bad and agreed to do it. We flew to Montreal and switched to a larger plane to fly north for 8 hours. We got to the site, and there was only one place to stay, a rundown boot camp barracks type place called the Norwal, named after the unicorn whale. There was no town, just a handful of native Indians who lived up there full time. We were there the day before the show, so we did some snowmobiling, and they took us on a small propeller flight tour of the North Pole. We marveled at the beautiful blue and white barren landscape. We were supposed to perform on the deck of a Russian icebreaker, but even though it was September 1st, it was freezing outside, with gusts at 50 knots, so the concert was moved into a warehouse. One thing we pride ourselves on is being professionals. When we play all the fucking way. But there was something about the atmosphere that made it impossible to do a normal rock show where you go out there and boom, you start getting into your shit. We stepped onto that stage, and I looked at the 100 people who had been flown up, and they all had their funny little clothes on and their Molsons in their hands, and the whole thing reminded me of a bad office party. I picked up the mic, and the music started, and it was time for me to sing, but I couldn't stop laughing. The preposterous nature of show business overwhelmed me, and I could not get it together. Eventually I focused, but between songs I went back 13 years and broke out some of our old comedy routines and started taking the piss out of people and having fun with the audience. There was at least as much comedic banter as there was music. I don't know how long we played, but I was happy when it was over. We flew home that night and saw the aurora borealis and the otherworldly colors and cloud formations, and it felt like we were on a mission to Mars. When we got back to LA, I began my own private mission to Mars, a furious round of benders that would consume my next few months. I would go out for a week at a time, and even though the whole idea of using it had become repugnant to me and I wanted to stop, I couldn't, which is a textbook definition of active addiction. All this weird-ass shit would happen to me on my runs. On one of these benders, I ran out of drugs at 4:30 in the morning. At that point in time, I wasn't dialed in to ATM technology. When I needed money, I'd go to a bank and take out a chunk of money on a credit card, or I'd visit an American Express office where I could take out as much as $10,000 at a shot. But now I had no money, no stuff, and was in a frenzy to get high. What I did have was a beautiful white Stratocaster guitar signed by all of the Rolling Stones. Tommy Mottola had given it to me when he was trying to sign the Chili Peppers to Sony Epic. I figured I could go downtown and at least get a couple $100 worth of dope for that guitar. So I went down to those dimly lit back alleys where the men sell their wares, but there was only one guy working the street at that late hour. "What can I get for this?" I asked him, proffering the guitar. He shrugged. "Nothing." No, you don't understand," I pressed. "This guitar is signed by the Rolling Stones." "Dinero, senor. Dinero," he kept repeating. He was fresh up and over the border, and he obviously couldn't speak English and didn't give a rat's ass about the Rolling Stones. "But this is valuable," I protested. He finally offered me the tiniest amount of heroin I'd ever seen. "No, more," I begged, but he indicated it was that or nothing. I was so desperate that I bartered the signed guitar for some drugs that would get me high for about 10 minutes. All during these runs, I had the support of Bob Timmons, who was constantly trying to get me to check into Exodus again. I was also getting much love from a newer friend of mine, this wonderful white-haired hippie communist from Venice Beach named Gloria Scott. I first encountered Gloria when she was speaking at a meeting in Hollywood during my first round of sobriety in the late 80s. She said she had been a real-deal drugstore cowboy junkie her whole life, knocking off pharmacies and running scams, but she also talked about the 60s and Allen Ginsberg. By then, she'd been sober for about 10 years. I was thinking, this lady is the coolest person I've ever seen. She's nasty and not trying to be all saccharine, saying stuff like, "Fuck you if you don't like what I'm saying, motherfucker, because I've been there." She said her higher power was Neil Young. Then she said, "I've lived in a one-room bungalow down in Venice since 1967. I was dealing to Jim Morrison before you were crapping in your pants. The only things I have in my house are a poster of Che Guevara, a poster of Neil Young, and a poster of a bunch of red-hot chili peppers with the socks on their dicks." I went up to her after the meeting and told her that I was honored to be on her wall along with Neil. We became fast friends, like Harold and Maude without the romance. When I started going missing in action and becoming more desperate and isolated, I stopped answering my phone. Every now and then I'd check my mail and there'd be a postcard of a Native American warrior. On the back, Gloria would write, "Don't ever give up your fight. You are a warrior, and you will beat this thing that you're up against. I have faith in you. I never forget you. Don't forget your own self." I'd read that in my kitchen and think, there's a person out there who actually believes I can win this battle. Around that time, I had a dream in which I was driving at about 4:30 in the morning, the darkest hour of the night before the sun even thinks about coming up. It was pitch black and raining, and I was going through the intersection of Melrose and San Vicente. The streets were dead, and I was driving fast and furious, screeching around corners, obviously going somewhere in a heated passion. I must have been going to cop drugs, because I was driving like my life depended on it. It was eerie and spooky and dark and rainy, and I was all alone in the car, driving and driving. And then, out of nowhere, a hand came out and whoosh, grabbed onto the steering wheel and started fighting me for control of the car. I looked over to see who the person in the seat next to me was, but he was all slouched down with a hat covering his face, so I couldn't make out the demonic person. We kept driving, and I became terrified of what I was about to see. Then we drove under a streetlight, and the light illuminated the face of the intruder. And it was me. I had this horribly scary grin pasted on my face, and I was holding the wheel, saying, "I gotcha, I gotcha, I gotcha. Near the end of October, I checked into Exodus again, this time resigned to being in there. That day, I got a phone call from Bob Forrest. "How you doing?" he asked. "I feel like a gangster in one of those old cops and robbers movies. I'm going to have to shoot my way out of this place," I joked. I was teasing him, being a character, acting out a scene, trying to make light of the heavy and fucked up place that I was occupying. Bob said, "Oh, really? That sounds crazy. Are you sure you're all right?" "Yeah, I'm going to stay here and see what happens." I stayed that night. The next day, I woke up and got the call. And the call was to go out and get high again. So I gathered up my stuff and said goodbye to Nurse Kathy, who was the only sane person in that whole place. Everybody else was doing the rehab shuffle. I walked into the corridor, and the woman who ran that wing of the hospital stepped into the hallway and confronted me. "Where do you think you're going?" she said. "You know what? I'm just not ready to go through rehab right now, so I'm leaving," I said. "You can't leave," she said with finality. "We're not going to let you leave." "Let me see you try and stop me," I said. I took a few steps toward the exit, and she rushed up to me. "No, really, we're locking the doors. We're going to have to put you in your room again," she threatened. "Lock the doors? I'll fucking put my bed through the window and leave when I want to. You've got nothing to say about it, lady." What was she talking about? This wasn't a lockdown facility. I was there voluntarily, and I could leave whenever I felt like it. Or so I thought. "I do have something to say about it this time," she said. I was getting pissed off. I had a serious calling here. I had to go get some money, get a cab, and have it wait while I talked to Flacco on the corner. Then I had to find a motel room. I had a very important agenda. But all that went out the window when she pushed a button. Suddenly, there were some very large USC football lineman-sized fellows coming at me from every angle. They grabbed me like a little rag doll and started carrying me down the hallway. "Hey, what's going on here? Let me go, buddy. I have things to do," I was ranting. But they ignored me and carried me past some electronically locked prison-style doors into a separate unit known as the mental ward. This was it. The lockdown. The no-escaping-you're-in-jail-now-insane-asylum loony bin ward. I demanded an explanation. "What the fuck is going on?" "You are now on lockdown. You'll be here for the next 72 hours while we observe you," one of the behemoths said. He may as well have said 72 years. 72 hours was not acceptable to me. If he had said 10 minutes, I could have worked with that. But I had pressing business outside. "Oh, no. No. Get my lawyer on the phone. I demand to talk to my lawyer," I screamed. "Dude, shut up. Someone's going to be in here to fill out a form, and you'll get a room, and you can chill," my tormentor said. I scanned the corridor. There was no getting out of here. The place was sealed tight as a drum. But as I stood there in the hallway, I saw a pack of loony birds being led into the facility from a smoking patio with sliding bulletproof glass doors. I looked out into the courtyard and saw an approximately 18-foot-high brick wall with nothing around it. There was no way I could get over that wall unless I had some rappelling equipment. Then I saw a basketball hoop about 8 feet from the wall, and I saw my opening. The goons had left me to wait for the admitting nurse, but just then a doctor walked by. He had the pens in the pocket and the stethoscope, and he was reading a chart. He also had a huge ring of keys dangling from his belt loop. "Excuse me, doctor? I was just outside and I left my cigarettes. Could you let me out to the patio area to get them?" "I'm not authorized to unlock the door. That's the policy here," he mumbled. I know, but if you open that door, I'll go out for a minute in that secured compound and have a quick smoke." I was using every mind control technique I could on this guy, and they worked. He unlocked the door, and I thanked him. The minute he turned around, I shimmied up to the top of that basketball hoop, stood on the backboard above it, leaned my body as far forward as I could, and jumped, just catching my fingers on the edge of the wall. Another inch, and I would have done a faceplant into the wall and cracked my skull. I pulled myself up to the top of the wall and jumped down. I was free. I started boogieing down the sidewalk and got about 2 blocks before I stopped to figure out my next move. There was no one coming after me, so I figured they were happy to get rid of me because I was causing such a stink. Then I looked up and realized that I was right in front of a branch of my bank. What a stroke of luck. I could get some cash, and begin my excellent adventure. I never spotted the hospital employee who was in the bank depositing a check, but she was watching me as I marched over to the desk of the branch manager. He looked up. "Anthony Kiedis! What a pleasure! How can we help you?" "I happen to be in the neighborhood, and I need to withdraw some money, and perhaps you could call me a cab?" "I'd be happy to," he said. "Come, sit down." He called a cab, and I told him I needed to withdraw a couple of $1,000, and it was all good. I was sitting there in the middle of the bank thinking, hallelujah, I'm going to be high as a kite in about 45 minutes, when all of a sudden, my radar senses started beeping. I looked up and saw that the same big motherfuckers who had accosted me in the hallway of the hospital were advancing on me from every direction in the bank. And then I looked out the big glass windows and saw uniformed policemen surrounding the building, along with nurses, orderlies, and a friend of mine named Harold who worked as a rehab specialist in the hospital. I vowed that these guys would have to chase me. Once I get into the open street, ain't none of these fuckers gonna catch me, including the cops. I will jump on the back of a bus. I will commandeer a car. I will get on a boat. I will disappear into the bushes. They aren't going to get me. So I jumped out of the chair and went running through the bank, hurtling over anything in my way. I got through a door that led into the office building housing the bank, but as soon as I entered the hall, a whole other contingent of security guards started running toward me. Whoop, can't go that way. I turned to run the other way, and there were more guys advancing on me from that direction. I had nowhere to go, so I just thought, fuck it, and went head-to-head with these guys. I managed to knock down a few of the building guards, and even made my way out into the street, but I was overpowered when one of those huge hospital guards tackled me and got me in such a strong body hold that I thought my liver was going to squeeze out of my ankle bone. I was a weakened little bitch at that point. "Easy, pal, easy," I said. "Why do you fuckers care? Just let me go." "No way. Once you escape from lockdown, we're responsible for anything you do," he told me. He also told me about the hospital employee who'd seen me in the bank and thought it was odd that I was sitting down with the branch manager when I should have been on the ward. When I turned up AWOL, it was the same as escaping a jail, and there was an all-points bulletin out for me, with every cop in the neighborhood searching. They handcuffed me and threw me into a cop car and drove me back to the hospital, where I found out that I had been put into 72-hour lockdown because Bob Forrest had been concerned about our conversation. He had called Lindy, and they got it in their heads that I was suicidal, so they tried to get me committed. The hospital could have ignored them, but they probably thought the last thing they needed was another Kurt Cobain situation on their hands. The whole thing was ludicrous. I never once verbalized anything about killing myself. I never once said I had a gun. All I said in a Jimmy Cagney gangster voice was, if I had a heater, I'd shoot my way out of this place right now." Lunatic Bob Forrest, the then king of exaggerations, rumors, and lies, had started the whole ball rolling. And here I was in lockdown. When I got back in, I went straight for the phone and called Eric Greenspan. "I want a fucking lawyer to come down here and get me out. I am not suicidal. Get me out of this hospital." Eric promised to help, but he said it might take a little while. In the meantime, I was assigned a room and a 24-hour watchdog at my door. I was already checking out the ceiling ventilation shafts, trying to find a way out, because now my life was getting weirder and uglier by the second. The next day, a nurse came in and told me I would be discharged as soon as the admitting doctor signed my papers. After a few hours, she came back in the room. I was already counting how many balloons of heroin I would cop when she said, "Before you go, there are some people here to see you." That doesn't sound possible. I'm supposed to be discharged? In through the door walked Bob Timmons, followed by a few of my friends and my poor mother, who had flown in from Michigan. I was not at all happy that someone had called my mother and she had to fly out to deal with this mess. I had been ambushed with a full-fledged intervention. We all sat down and they started to give me the intervention, and I was the sheer disease guy. Everything that came out of my mouth was a lie or a manipulation. Everything I said had an angle so I could position myself to psychologically dominate the scene and get free to go get loaded. "Hey, everything's okay. I'm ready to get better. I just don't want to be in rehab. I've been through this, and of course I'm going to go and get involved in my recovery and yada yada." I conned them into thinking that I was going to get out of there and go to work on being a sober guy. I had no intention of it whatsoever, but I told them everything they wanted to hear just to get out of that hospital. We left the hospital, and most of us went to break bread over my new beginning, which I knew was neither new nor a beginning. Everyone started eating, but I was nibbling and picking and pushing my food around. Okay, I'm going to leave now and go home and get my recovery notebooks, and then I'm going to meet up with Mom and fly home with her tomorrow and go back to the basics and work on my recovery. Really? You're going by yourself? Why don't I come with you? My friend Chris said. I insisted on going alone. I scrammed, got my motorcycle, got some money, picked up some drugs, and checked into the Bonaventure Hotel, a big, modern, fancy hotel in downtown Los Angeles. It had been close to a week since I'd been loaded, so I was chomping at the bit. Right off the bat, I got crazy high, and a bad idea light bulb went off above my head. I got back on the bike and drove to the Chevy dealer by USC to buy a new car. My twisted logic was that even though I had just ditched my intervention posse, I was going to buy a car and then drive around with no destination in mind and get better. I got to the dealership just as they were closing. Wait, I need to buy a car. Give me the best big black Chevy you have. They were all looking skeptically at this crazy high guy who came off the street, but then I whipped out my Amex card, they checked it out, and they had a major attitude adjustment. They brought me a nice Chevy Tahoe and were more than happy to follow me back to the Bonaventure and deliver it. The next morning, I decided it was time to hit the road, so I left my motorcycle in the hotel parking lot, jumped into this brand new Chevy SUV, and started heading east. I was thinking of driving to Colorado or the Dakotas, but I only got as far as East LA. I just wasn't feeling right. So I checked into a motel, got high, and realized that doing some long-distance driving might not be such a good idea. I drove back to Beverly Hills and checked into a hotel on Robertson and did all my drugs. I was at the point where I wasn't even getting high. I was just wide awake, raw, empty, lonely, tired, angry, confused, and terrified of having to deal with the latest mess I'd made. I decided that maybe I should go back to Michigan with my mom. I called her hotel, but she had left town that morning, furious that I had lied to her. I got in my new Tahoe and drove to the airport. I found a payphone and called Lindy to apologize. When I was in Exodus, frantically trying to get out of the locked ward, I had called Lindy and trashed him. I flew to Michigan and did the country house mom hang, trying to get it together one more time. This was a new bottom for me. I'd been institutionalized in a mental ward, escaped, gotten caught, had an intervention, escaped the interventionees, freaked out, bought a car thinking I'd go cross-country, pumped a bunch of drugs into my system and didn't even get high, and now I was back on my mother's couch, shivering through another withdrawal. I felt so bad that my mom had to deal with one more emotional firestorm. Less than 2 months earlier, she had buried her soulmate, and now she had this weak little scarecrow to contend with. But moms are resilient, and she looked at the bright side. I was alive and prepared to go to battle for myself one more time. There was something to be grateful for when we went over to Steve's grandfather's house for a huge Thanksgiving dinner. I helped myself to some turkey, which was the first meat I'd eaten in a long time. Hey, if I can shoot dope and smoke crack and gobble pills, I can eat a damn plate of turkey and not worry about it. Chapter 13. Nothing. Flea calls 1997 the year of nothing because the Red Hot Chili Peppers played only one concert that year, a festival in July, and even that show got derailed 2/3 of the way through by a typhoon. But for me, 1997 was a year jammed full of adventure and misadventure, strides forward and many steps backward, another year in my topsy-turvy Jekyll and Hyde existence. The year began on a positive enough note. I was in New Zealand, setting up my new house. I remember being in Auckland on New Year's Eve and seeing amateur party people in the streets doing cocaine and champagne. It looked so appalling to me. I was glad I wasn't in that place. The truth of the matter was that there probably wasn't enough cocaine in a small country like that to keep me satisfied for any length of time. I didn't have any band obligations at this point. One Hot Minute hadn't sold well, especially compared to Blood Sugar, so we had cut back on the touring cycle. Since I was already in New Zealand, I had planned to take a month off and explore India. I went to Puttaparthi for a week, then to New Delhi, but the highlight of my whole trip was a spontaneous trek I made to Dharamsala to see the Dalai Lama. I took a train to Rishikesh and then hired a driver to drive through the Himalayas. Dharamsala seemed to be in a different world, carved out of the mountains, with dirt roads and wooden sidewalks, like an old western town. I got a room and then walked into town. I ate at a delicious vegetarian restaurant and then browsed some shops and bought some tonkas. The town was filled with all these bald monks wearing saffron-colored robes. The next morning, I got up and walked over to the Dalai Lama's temple. I found the office and approached one of the monks who worked there. "Could you please inform the Dalai Lama that Anthony Kiedis is here? I know he must be busy, but I'd like to say hi to him," I said. All of the people in the office started laughing hysterically. "Sir, do you realize what you just said?" one of them replied. "Half of planet Earth is in line to say hello to Dalai Lama. How do you think you can just come in here and see him? His schedule is booked for the next 3 years. He went on and on, telling me all the pressing issues that Dalai Lama had to deal with and how he was the busiest man on the planet. "Okay, I understand. Just leave him a note that Anthony Kiedis says hello. I just wanted to make some contact," I said. They promised to tell him and then started laughing again. I walked away a little disheartened, thinking, oh well, came a long way to meet the Wizard of Oz, but I guess I won't. Such is life. It was a 5-minute walk to my hotel, and when I got back, the lady at the front desk seemed excited. "Oh, Mr. Kiedis, come here right away. You have a message from the office of the Dalai Lama. This is amazing. They insist that you be there tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. I got up bright and early the next morning and made it over to the office. "This is how things will go," they lectured me. "First of all, you go through the metal detector. Then you must leave your backpack behind. We have to have these security measures because we are constantly getting death threats from the Chinese. Then you will stand in the corner of the courtyard, where Dalai Lama will be walking down the path with his security en route to his class. Maybe, as he is walking, he might wave to you. You never know. Don't expect him to, but maybe he will." I dutifully went through the metal detector and handed over my backpack and my camera. I took my assigned spot in the corner, and lo and behold, here came the Dalai Lama over the crest with his security posse surrounding him. He looked up and saw me, and his eyes lit up, and a big smile crossed his face. He veered off his path and came straight to me. I was shocked, hoping for a wink, and here he was jogging right over. He cupped my hand in his hands and looked me in the eye. "Anthony, welcome to India. What inspired you to come all the way over here?" "I just wanted to see the country," I said. "Isn't India an amazing place? Tell me about your journey. What have you been doing while you've been here?" I gave him a rundown of my itinerary. "Isn't it all amazing? The smells and the colors everywhere you go. Where's your camera? We have to get a picture of you and me." "They took everything when I came in," I said. "Go get his camera, for goodness sake," he yelled to one of his aides. "What are you thinking? He needs the camera." The aide came back with my shitty little disposable camera. The Dalai Lama smiled. "Let's take a picture." The whole time we were talking, he hadn't let go of my hand. It was subtle, and I hadn't noticed it for a while, but he was definitely sending me some of his juice. The aide snapped off a shot. "Okay, now get a long one, a full-body one," he instructed. We talked a little longer, and then he produced a signed copy of his latest book for me. He gave me the book, a few old Tibetan coins, and a white silk scarf, which he blessed. "Thank you so much for the visit," I said. "If there's anything I can ever do to help your cause, then let me know." "There is something you can do. If Adam Yoke, of the Beastie Boys, ever calls you to play another festival for us, please make yourself available." "If Adam calls, we'll rock the spot," I promised. "You know I'd love to stay and chat, but all these Tibetan elders are waiting," he said. "I have to go and teach an advanced course. Of course, you're invited to come, You won't understand a word anyone is saying, but I think just sitting there would be an enjoyable experience for you. I'll tell them to get you a seat right up in front so you can see what's going on in there." And then he was gone. "This is so weird," one of the aides said. "I can't believe he invited you, of all people, to the advanced tantric. You have to study for 50 years to get in there." I made my way to the outdoor class, and they sat me down right in the front. The class was filled with these crazy-ass old monks wearing big Roman-looking headgear. They were all meditating and making noises. The Dalai Lama was sitting on an elevated platform, and an aide beside him was doing most of the talking and reading. They started passing around a silver goblet filled with rancid yak milk. All of the elder monks took a good hearty sip of the brew, so I thought, "Yeah, baby, give me some of that rancid yak milk." A monk passed me the goblet, and I took a sip, but I was not prepared. I thought I could handle some weird-tasting shit, but this was not it. So that was why it took 50 years to be prepared for the course. I left at the first break, thoroughly impressed by the perseverance of the monks. Before leaving for New Zealand and India, I had suggested to Louis that he and Sherry move in with me because Sherry was expecting a child. I thought it would be nice to invite the energy and warmth and life of a family into my relatively unlived-in house. So I came home to them and baby Cash living under my roof. Cash was an amazing kid, and we had a nice family environment, making popcorn and watching movies together. But it wasn't long before I started running again. When I started getting high, my friends didn't understand it. They all thought, "Oh, now he's met the Dalai Lama, he'll never get loaded again." That had nothing to do with drugs. I didn't have to go all the way to India for spiritual enlightenment. The blue-collar spirituality of everyday life was right in front of me. It was in every nook and cranny if I wanted to seek it, but I had chosen to ignore it. I started doing the downtown motel circuit, staying out for 6 or 7 day runs. The only inconvenience was now I had a whole family at home, waiting nervously for me to come back. On one of those trips, I sneaked home at 5 in the morning, trying not to wake Cash up. I wanted to slip into my bedroom and go to sleep for a couple of days, and deal with the consequences of worried people as far into the future as possible, when I saw that Sherry had set up a little shrine for me. She had taken one of the pictures of the Dalai Lama and me and framed it in a sweet little tacky frame and set up a bowl of popcorn next to it. That almost broke my heart. Another time I sneaked in late at night and opened the door to my room. A little guy sat up in the bed and said, "Oh, God, please, oh." It was Louis's dad, sleeping in my bed in my absence. I had come back because I needed some more cash to continue my run. As I got some money and started to leave, Sherry was beside herself. "That's it. Enough, motherfucker. You're going to go into rehab. This is crazy," she said. I agreed to get on my motorcycle and go into Impact, an end-of-the-line rehab in Pasadena. The image of Pasadena is a safe, calm, residential paradise where the little old lady of Beach Boys fame comes from. But North Pasadena, where Impact was located, was a straight hardcore projects ghetto. Impact was known as the last house on the block. After you'd been to every rehab and every jail, that was where you ended up. It was the ultimate no-nonsense, get sober or die place. There I was at 34, sharing a room with 3 other guys. I was determined to make it through the entire 28-day stay this time and begin to work through my demons. The problem was, despite all the work I did there, I never wanted to be sober the whole time I was there. I was inching my way forward and white-knuckling not getting high, but my desire to get loaded was still very much a part of my consciousness. Every day I'd spend at least a couple of hours thinking about going out and getting some money and getting high and doing it all over again. It was worse when I went to outside meetings. Since Impact was run on a merit system, the more merits you got, the more perks you'd accumulate. One of the perks was going to meetings outside the facility. Whenever we'd pile into those short buses and drive to a meeting, I'd stare out the window at the seediest bars in the seediest neighborhoods and fantasize about going in there and drinking with other barflies. Anything to get me out and rolling again. Once I got settled in, the daily routine wasn't so bad. You'd wake up, do your prayer and meditation, make your bed, and shower. Everyone in my bungalow was considerate and cleaned up so we wouldn't get negative write-ups and extra homework. My roommates fascinated me. I felt horrible for the white trash kid from Florida. I could see that he was struggling and that his chances for recovery weren't so good, especially with a wife who shared the same obsession. A lot of the other people there were facing their third strike and looking at serious jail time if they didn't straighten out. After tidying up your room, you'd go down to the cafeteria, which was a fun place to hang out. The food was all fat, starch, and sugar, the worst imaginable, but it was intended to put some weight back on your frame. Everyone piled on the food. There was an enormous selection of desserts at every meal, including breakfast. I wasn't eating meat in there, but I was hitting the sweets big time. My typical day at Impact was different from most others. For some reason, they didn't treat me like a normal person. Everyone got work assignments like mowing the lawn and mopping the floor, but I was assigned to an advanced relapse prevention class, which was intense and time-consuming. During the course of this class, we all got a day or two to draw a big calendar of the last 8 years of our lives on an enormous chalkboard. Then we entered the major events and dates when our relapses occurred and what preceded and followed them. I was in this class with 20 other chronic relapsers, and they started pointing out the obvious, that each time I entered a relationship with a woman, it precipitated a relapse. I realized I had an issue, that there was something in the dynamic of hurting somebody's feelings that always sent me out the door. That really manifested after I broke up with Jamie and started going out with a number of different girls for short amounts of time. It was go out with a girl for a month, break up, relapse. I stayed at Impact my prescribed length of time and did all the work in the relapse class, including filling out pages and pages of questionnaires, which was a psychologically productive thing to do. When you start putting pen to paper, you see a side of your personal truth that doesn't otherwise reveal itself in conversation or thought. I also liked these psychological exercises because there was a young hot shrink who had recently come to Impact. I spent a lot of time in her office. We'd break out the Rorschach tests and go out and sit in the shade of this compound, and I'd look at the ink blots and make some sexual innuendos, and we'd both flirt. There was no point in doing serious psychotherapy, since I was getting out in less than 4 weeks, so it was just nice to spend some time together. I left Impact and got back on board with my recovery. I was feeling pretty optimistic and healthy and happy about my life and the band. Lindy had booked a summer tour for us, so my intention was to start getting in shape for the road. One Sunday morning that spring, I was on my motorcycle going to my favorite meeting, which was in a rec room in a park at 3rd and Gardner. I was moving at a good clip, as I was prone to do, but I'd never had any real mishaps on my bike. I'd studied the road conditions and exercised caution at intersections and assumed that cars would pull out at inopportune moments from driveways or parking spots. I was always alert and prepared to deal with those scenarios. All this was going through my mind as I flew down Gardner, which was a narrow side street with cars parked on both sides. In a split hair of a moment, this car pulled out of a parking spot and started to make a U-turn, effectively cutting off the entire street. Normally you'd have a backdoor exit, even if it meant cutting onto the sidewalk, but now there was no way out. This idiot had blocked the whole street and there was no driveways accessible. I used both my brakes, but the car was too close. There was an incredibly fast and violent collision, so strong that the bike pierced the vehicle. I flew off the bike and jackknifed right into the point where the driver's door met the engine compartment. Amazingly enough, I hit the car and proceeded to somersault forward, landing square on my feet on the other side of the car. I kept my balance and started running, so I assumed that by some miracle I was okay. Except when I looked down at my arm, it wasn't an arm anymore. My hand had been shoved up into my forearm, so now I had a double-decker, big, bulbous club of a forearm and no hand. Oh my God, I thought. This is really, really wrong looking. Without stopping to consider how badly I was injured, I ran into the closest house without knocking. I took a few steps into the living room, thinking I'd grab the phone and call an ambulance, but then the initial shock wore off, and the worst pain of my life jolted my body. There was no time to call for help, so I turned around and ran back outside and flagged down a convertible that happened to be occupied by 2 women I knew who were on their way to the same meeting as I had been. I ignored the driver of the car I had hit, who wanted to trade insurance information, and jumped into the back seat. We made a beeline for Cedar Sinai. Later, I would learn that the hand has more nerve cells than any other part of the body, which explained the intense pain. But at that point, it just felt like my hand had been immersed in a hot bottle of lava. I was convinced I'd never have a hand again. Within 5 minutes, I was at the hospital, being wheeled into emergency surgery. Just my luck, an amazing hand specialist, Dr. Colbert, was on duty. But first they had to prep me for surgery, which entailed giving me a healthy dose of morphine. I felt nothing. I turned to the nurse and said, "Unfortunately, over a lifetime of misbehavior, I've attained a rather enormous resistance to the opiate family of drugs. You're probably going to have to go ahead and double that dose right away." Another shot. Nothing. It wasn't even putting a dent in the pain. This process went on and on. They wound up giving me 7 doses of morphine before I got some relief. The pain was gone, and the nurses started looking mighty attractive, and the next thing I knew, I had my hand up the nurse's skirt and was flirting with the female doctor. I was the fucking patient from hell who had gotten the most morphine in Cedars-Sinai history. It took Dr. Colbert 5 hours to reconstruct my hand from that pulverized mass of bone and matter. After a few days in the hospital, they fixed me up with a specialty cast that went all the way up to my shoulder. It wasn't until I got home that I recognized how dependent we are on our hands. Even something as mundane as wiping your ass became a big issue. I had to train my left hand to do things it had never done before. I couldn't write, I couldn't open a door or a window. Getting dressed and tying my shoes were nearly impossible. For some reason, all this didn't really bring me down. I hated not being able to sleep comfortably, and I didn't enjoy the excruciating pain, but I kept the outlook that I would find a way to use my hand again. And so began many, many months of hand therapy. I was lucky enough to find Dr. Doors, a Burbank physician whose practice revolved around rehabbing hands. He had a unique way of doing therapy. You were placed in a room with 20 other people who had severe hand injuries, all helping one another. When you see people with much worse injuries than your own, you thank God and decide you can deal with it. It took me 9 months, but I got back most of the strength in that injured hand. We had to cancel dates in Alaska and Hawaii because of my accident, but then Lindy called and asked if I could play the festival at Mount Fuji at the end of July. We were headlining and making a lot of money for that one show, and we hadn't worked that entire year. By that time, my cast was down to my elbow, so I figured if I just kept my arm in my sling, playing was doable. There was only one catch. As we checked into our hotel, we found out there was a super typhoon coming directly at us from the south. It was estimated to hit our area just when we were going to be on stage. The morning of our show, the rains began, but there were 80,000 Japanese out on this mountainside, so not playing wasn't an option. The opening acts went on, and all the time we were keeping an eye on the weather reports, which all said that the big one was getting closer and closer. Finally, it was time to play. We looked out at the audience, and the kids were soaking wet and frozen to the bone. People were being taken away suffering from hypothermia, but no one was leaving voluntarily. So we hit the stage, and there was a little bit of a cover, though not enough to keep the windy rain from flying around. The energy from this storm was building everybody up, so we nailed the set. Chado was banging out the beat, and Dave was really going for it. It was the first time in a while that I'd been sober for a few months straight, so I was feeling great. The stronger we played, the stronger the wind got. At one point, I remember being up at the front of the stage on the mic, and the wind was so robust that I leaned into it, and it held me up. Then the winds got even heavier, and shit started to blow off the stage. The equipment was still working, so we kept playing until the lighting rig blew away. We were about 8 songs into the show, and we'd fulfilled our contractual and moral obligations by then, so we ran for our lives. August 1997 was pretty uneventful. I was back in LA, still living with my little extended family. But when September rolled around, I got the old familiar urgings and decided it was time to get a bunch of drugs and do them for just one day. There was no downside because Jane's Addiction were doing a comeback tour that fall, and Flea had decided to fill in as the bass player, which meant Flea and Dave had their own separate thing for a few months, and I had plenty of time on my hands. Out of deference to little baby Cash, I decided to get high in my car and not bring that energy into the house. So I got my stuff and started driving back toward Hollywood, but I was too impatient, so I pulled over to a side street and fired up my pipe. After a few hits, I got paranoid and decided to check into a hotel to continue my bacchanal. I found a nice fancy hotel down on Pico and Beverly and thought that would do for a night. I went up to the counter and the desk person lit up. "Mr. Kiedis, it's an honor to have you at our hotel," he said. One night turned into 2 nights, which turned into 3 nights. At one point I had to drive downtown to replenish my supplies. I slept for a day and woke up and ordered plates and plates of quarter-pound burgers. Then the whole cycle began again. Days went by, getting high, getting high, getting high. Each day I'd have to call the front desk and tell them my plans had changed and I was staying for yet another day. So it was drugs, 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 sleep, sleep, sleep. Wake up emaciated, beat down, sad, depressed, demoralized, hurt, lonely, destroyed. Order room service and watch a little TV. This went on for a few weeks. I woke up one night around 11 and discovered that I had copped a heroin habit. I ate some food and looked at myself in the mirror and said, "Jesus Christ, you're a wreck, brother. You better go hide under a mountain of cocaine and heroin right away." I checked my pockets. I had some feeble amount of change, but I wasn't worried because I knew I had about $5,000 in a suit pocket at my house. That would cover me for another week. In fact, my whole closet was filled with the accoutrements of serious damage doing. I had jackets that had drugs, jackets that had pipes, jackets that had syringes, jackets that had money, jackets that had Polaroid sex photos, the whole gamut. I would have to scoot home, run up to my closet, grab the cash, and deal with Sherry and Louie. I was a possessed madman, so I planned to tell them to back off, mind their own business, and I'd get better when I got better. If I didn't, that was the price I had to pay. I drove up to my house, pressed the garage door opener, pulled in, and got a huge shock. The garage was empty. My bikes were gone. My surfboard was gone. The crazy mirror on the wall, the shelving unit, all gone. All the concrete was polished and impeccably clean. My heart started pounding as I tried to come up with an explanation. Maybe they wanted to have the place painted, so they took everything out. Or maybe there was a spill of some kind, but it didn't look like somebody had cleaned up. Everything was gone. I climbed up the stairs, slammed my key into the door, and prepared to do battle with Louie and Sherry. I opened the door and walked right into the Twilight Zone, except it was real. Nothing was in the house. No furniture, no paintings, no posters, no silverware, no pots and pans, no glasses, no plates, no cups, no trinkets, no doodads, no bric-a-brac, no television, no chandelier, no toilet paper, no toothbrush. It was like a vacuum from God had come down and sucked out my house. I was thinking that if the bottom floor looked like this, what if I went to the next floor and there were no clothes in my closet and my jacket with the $5,000 was gone? I ran up the stairs to my bedroom. Empty. No bed, no curtains, no desk, no pillows, no nothing. Ran into the closet just in case. Nothing. There was no one, nothing in the house. I can't even stress the nothing enough. There wasn't a thimble. What I didn't remember was that I'd had a casual conversation a few weeks earlier with a realtor and told him I was thinking of selling. I didn't tell him that I'd done so much heroin in the house that the couch was high. The realtor told me that it would probably take about a year to get my price, but he'd found a motivated buyer. So the motherfucker sold my house in 1 week, and my possessions were packed up and put into storage. I was in a panic. It was midnight. I had one bad Jones and no money. My entire life depended on getting money. So I drove back to my hotel and remembered that somebody in our crew would routinely get money in Europe by asking the front desk to advance him cash and charge his room account. Back at the hotel, there was a new girl on the all-night desk. I asked her for $500. "Oh, I've only been working here 2 days. I'm not familiar with that procedure," she said. "Can you wait till tomorrow when the manager gets in?" "No, I can't," I said. "As a matter of fact, blah, 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 lie, such and such and such. And I do it all the time." I put the Jedi mind whammy on her and got the money and was out the door, straight down Olympic to my one-stop pool hall. My stay at the hotel continued. I went to an American Express office and got more money, which meant more drugs. By then I was a walking skeleton with muddy, dead, no-one's-at-home eyes. I was lying in bed, watching the local news, when I saw a report about the Jane's Addiction reunion tour. It made me feel horrible that my friends were out playing music and I was alone in a hotel room, wasting away. But I couldn't stop. I changed hotels and kept the run going until the day of my 35th birthday, when I checked into a rehab in Ventura called Steps.
They took one look at my arms and figured I'd been shooting heroin for a few years straight. "Don't you worry about a thing. You're going on a 4-day mega detox. We'll wake you up for meals, but other than that, you're going to be out. By the time we see you in a week, you'll be detoxed with no physical dependency on anything." I was like, "Great, where do I sign?" I started getting the biggest combination of detox medication I'd ever been on. Clonidine patches, chloral hydrate, Valiums, muscle relaxers. I was like rubber noodles the whole time, in bed with no arm or leg control, just goofazoid out. After 3 days of sleeping and eating, I woke up and thought, I gotta go get high. I was still wasted on the detox medications, and I was a good 100-odd miles from downtown. My main problem was that I couldn't walk. They couldn't legally keep me there, but they would never give me my car keys. I stood up and could barely steady myself in the room, but I was able to scheme and plot. All right, the office with the guy in it is down the hall, I thought. If I hold on to the wall the entire way to the office and get in there and lean up against a door jamb, maybe they'll think I'm okay. I walked down that hallway holding onto the wall, went into the office, puffed myself up, thanked them for everything, and demanded my keys. After a minor argument, they conceded. But then I had to wait until no one was watching me so I could incorporate the wall into my normal walking rhythm. It all worked out. I stopped at a bank and got as much cash as I could, and I made record time downtown. I scored my drugs, checked into a motel, and stayed up all night trying to get as much heroin into my system as I could. I hatched a new brilliant plan. I would go to Big Sur, which was a lot farther away from LA than Ventura, find a hotel, and wean myself off heroin. I flew up and checked into the Ventura Inn. That first night I plowed through all of the heroin that I'd brought to gradually wean myself of, just gobbled it down like a pig. And so began the harrowing ordeal of kicking heroin once again. Luckily I could eat when there were no drugs, but I started going through a horrible sleepless period of physical and emotional pain. I was experiencing a proper heroin withdrawal, the likes of which I hadn't for quite a long time. I'd make fires in the fireplace and get too hot, so I'd open the window and freeze to death. I couldn't have a blanket over my legs because it felt like pins and needles. Even the pillow hurt my neck. After the first day, the hotel refused to send up room service, so I was forced to go down to the restaurant or walk a mile down a hill to a market. All that walking and fresh air started to bring me back to life. While I was there, I called up my boyhood pal Joseph Walters, who was living in Palo Alto and going through a catastrophe with his crazy-ass fiancée. He drove down and we commiserated for a few days. Somehow, I found out that Jane's Addiction was playing in San Francisco, so Joe drove me up there and then went back home. Guy O was in town for the shows, so we went together. I was excited because I was starting to feel human again. Plus, I was going to see my brothers. I went backstage and saw Flea and was all happy to see him, but he didn't seem like himself. He was dressing differently and wearing eye makeup, and changing his Flea-ness to become Jane's Addiction-ness, which I didn't understand. I thought he'd be Flea in this other band, not a whole new persona. He seemed strangely distant. I don't know if he was angry with me for being a fuck-up or if he was on his own weird trip, but I accepted that he was in that mode. Then Dave walked in the room. I was always happy to see him. He greeted me, told me it was great to see me, and that he'd be right back to talk. But he was high and messing around with some girl, and they went off to do more drugs and never came back. It was fun to watch the show, even though it did seem weird to see Flea in that band. That night I walked home with Guy O, feeling detached from both Flea and Dave, which was ironic since I had just detached from them for months on end. I accepted that this was what happens when you don't talk to anybody. You come back and it's a new ballgame. I was hoping it would be a new ballgame for me. The fact that my circumstances had changed drastically, but my behavior hadn't, was beginning to wear on me. I remember one poignant moment when I still had the house in the hills. I was driving down Beechwood at night and getting high in my car. I came to a stop sign, and this car full of 20-year-old boys pulled up next to me. They looked at me and said, "Hey, Anthony!" I was so torn up, the last thing I wanted to hear was, "Hey, Anthony," from some fans. I was trying to ignore them, but I sneaked a glance at their car. One of them stared at me and said, "Hey, it's not him," and they drove off. That couldn't be him. because Anthony didn't look like a fucking ghost. It got worse. Another time on the motel tour, I pulled up to my downtown corner, and some desperado got in the car and told me he knew where to score some dope. He was doing this so he could get a taste for leading me to the prize, but I didn't care, so we took off. We ended up pulling into the parking lot of one of those cheap hooker motels on Sunset. He went off to find the dealer, and I was waiting in my truck when this family got out of their car and headed for their room. They must have been a little down on their luck because they were staying here. I looked over at their car and saw a Chili Peppers bumper sticker on it. Then I looked at the kids, and they both had on Chili Peppers t-shirts. I felt horribly ashamed and embarrassed. I slouched in my seat and pulled the visor down. Here was a family of fans, proud to fly their red-hot colors, and I was at the same motel, but trying to score drugs from some insidious dope dealer. Oofa. I was really trying to stay sober, so I moved into Gaio's house at the end of 1997. That Christmas, I went home, and Blackie introduced me to a beautiful, brilliant local girl. We spent a nice few weeks together, but by the time I had to leave Grand Rapids, I knew the interlude would end. Sure enough, true to my impact relapse charts, a few weeks later, and 2 weeks before we were scheduled to leave for Hawaii to begin writing a new album, I went on another guns-blazing, full-speed-ahead run. I came up with yet another ridiculous plan. I decided to use drugs like a maniac for days on end and then go to Hawaii a week before the band so that by the time we started working, I'd have a week of rest and recuperation under my belt. I dragged myself to the airport and flew solo to Hawaii. I checked into a luxury high-rise hotel in Waikiki, holding the last smidgen of dope that I had, telling myself, okay, I'm going to finish this little amount of stuff and then call it quits, and whammo, I'll get better right here in Hawaii. But when the drugs were ingested, I was like, oh, not quite ready to come down and face reality. I went to some strip bars to find dealers. When you're wrapped up in that kind of drug intake, you lose all sense of what's reasonable and what's not. Later that night, while I was injecting my drugs, I intentionally broke the needle off my only syringe because I thought if I put any more drugs in my body, I would explode. 10 minutes later, when I was craving more coke, that seemed like an awful idea. In my delusional toxic state, I tried to reaffix the needle. By now it was bent and it wasn't suctioning right, but a man needs his drugs in his veins, so I pushed the needle into a vein and hoped for the best. Well, I got the worst. The needle came off the syringe and lodged in the vein. I grabbed it and held it, paranoid that the needle would travel through my veins and pierce a valve in my heart. I was high, and blood was leaking out of my arm, and now I had to grab the needle through my skin and pull it out from the inside, lest it get released into my bloodstream. I managed to get it out, but my next dilemma was that I had no heroin to come down from this coke with. I ended up drinking the entire contents of my minibar. The whiskey, the vodka, the scotch, the wine, one after another. I downed those little bottles and finally passed out. Always you wake up to an unpleasant memory and an unpleasant body, and your spirit is reduced to a pile of dirty ashes residing somewhere inside of your ass. You've got to face the music, which is a beautiful island outside, but you can't even bear to look out the window. I kept those curtains drawn and stayed in that bed and ordered room service and hibernated, knowing that each day that clicked off the calendar was bringing me one day closer to when I had to get on a little plane and fly over to Kauai and see my friends, my bandmates, my compadres. The day of reckoning arrived. I went right down to the wire and got up an hour and a half before the plane was scheduled to depart and showered and shaved. I went out into the world for the first time in a week, and it was all too bright and vivid. But I got on that plane. I got to our rented house, and everyone was there, but our spirits were dampened. Both Dave and I had gone off the deep end for the last few weeks. We were both dry, at least for the moment, so we spent most of our time running and eating tons of good food, but unfortunately playing very little. I wasn't doing that well emotionally. I was dry, but my heart was broken, and I wasn't feeling like myself. Then we got the call that our old friend Bill Stobaugh, the hallucinogenius, the man who was my mentor at the graphics houses and who had let me live with him, had died while undergoing a heart operation. Flea flew back for the funeral, but I begged off. When we got back from our unproductive stay in Hawaii, we got another dose of bad news. Our manager, Lindy, decided to quit.
His wife had recently died, but he'd met a new lady, and she convinced him that it was time for him to walk away from that dose of anarchy and retire to Ojai. We looked like we were going backward on the conveyor belt, and I don't think she saw much of a future in us. Nor did he. Nor did anybody, really, including the people in the band. Back in LA, Dave started working on a solo record with Chad and went right back to getting loaded. I had stayed sober since Hawaii. When I went to a party at Dave's girlfriend's house and Dave picked up a beer, I was surprised. He was so nonchalant about it. He and I were both in the same place, where 1 is too many and 1,000 is never enough. We couldn't use drugs moderately, and that would be proved to him in a short period of time. We went back to rehearsing. We had downgraded into an abominable little studio in Hollywood, right near Transvestite Alley. Dave was getting high and I wasn't, so that was adding more tension to an already tense situation. Dave would come into rehearsals wearing oversized sunglasses and over-the-top large floppy Renaissance hats, which we called coke hats, because you had to be on cocaine to even think of wearing a hat like that. Dave was coming in late, and it was impossible to communicate with him. The minute he was wearing that coke hat, he had his own agenda, and that was to get high. We tried to play, but we weren't going anywhere. Flea's face was sunken with disillusionment, and Chad was like, "This guy's off on his trip. What can you say?" I felt like we had to talk to Dave and get him some help. He used to come and pick me up at hotels to go into rehabs. It was my turn to talk to him about getting well so we could carry on. We had a little talk. Dave was sitting on an amplifier, and the band discussion escalated into an argument between the two of us, which was bizarre because all we were saying was, "Hey, you're using drugs while we're rehearsing and that's not working. How about if we talk about you getting sober again?" He didn't want to hear it. He had a real fuck you attitude about the whole thing. When he came at me with the fuck you attitude, I was like, "Well, fuck me? Fuck you!" Those weren't the exact words, but that was the energy that started to go around. Chad and Flea backed off, and Dave got up to get in my face. But as he tried to stand up, he went backward and fell behind the amp that he was sitting on. It was comical, but it was also sad. With the band once again stagnant, I decided to take a trip to Thailand. I had been diagnosed with hepatitis C a few years earlier, and even though I wasn't symptomatic, it was a disease that could reappear if I wasn't vigilant. I brought along my liver-cleansing herbs and swam a lot, prayed, and meditated on the idea of my body getting healthy. It worked. 3 weeks later, my hepatitis viral count came back undetectable. By now, it was April. Flea and I decided that it just wasn't working out. We had to fire Dave. Flea talked to him initially, but Dave was really upset, so I did the follow-up. It went horribly, because he was totally loaded, and even though he knew there was no way this band could work, the verbalization of the reality pissed him off to no end. "Fuck you guys. How can you do this to me, you motherfuckers?" "Dude, there's no band here," I said. "When was the last time you showed up? You're making a solo record. You're off getting loaded. You're not really into this anyway." Of course, Chad was staying totally Switzerland, because he was in the middle of making that record with Dave. Meanwhile, Flea was going through his own health hell, fighting Epstein-Barr, as well as girlfriend hell and band hell. He was like a general doing battle on too many fronts. He was really down, and on top of all this, he was trying to do a solo album. It came as no surprise when Flea decided he wanted out. "I don't think I can do this anymore," he told me. I'd known this was coming. It was so obvious. Nothing was happening with the band. "I know," I said. "I figured that's what you were going to say. I totally understand." Then Flea dropped the bombshell. "The only way I could imagine carrying on is if we got John back in the band." That threw me for a loop. "Why would John ever want to come back and play with us again?" I asked Flea. "He doesn't care for me and didn't really care for the experience." "I have a funny feeling he might be standing on the verge of making a comeback. A personal resurgence into the land of the living," Flea told me. That would be a wonderful miracle, I thought. And the second miracle would be if he'd ever think of playing with us again. "You've got to be crazy. John is not going to want to play in this band. It doesn't sound remotely possible, but if it is, I'm open to it," I told Flea. John and I hadn't had much contact since he left the band, except for the odd and unplanned moments that we'd run into each other. Even then, you'd have thought there would be a lot more anger and resentment and dislike, bordering on hatred, but every time I saw him, there was no display of that. The first time I saw him was a few years after he left the band. I had heard all these horror stories about John's descent into a drug hell, and I knew that Johnny Depp and Gibby Haynes, the lead singer of the Butthole Surfers, had even made a film documenting the squalid conditions that John was living in. If you saw that film, you knew that this was the home of a person who had absolutely no interests in life other than shooting drugs and painting. I also heard about the interviews that John was giving journalists extolling heroin use. He'd even shoot up during interviews. I wasn't interested in reading that stuff or looking at the film. I didn't listen to his solo records at the time. I couldn't celebrate his lifestyle because it seemed like he was killing himself. There were a lot of people who were glorifying that and wanting to participate and wanting to get free drugs. Granted, his art, the songs he was writing, were great, but it didn't feel right for me to condone this eccentric person's demise. This guy used to be my best friend, and now his teeth were falling out. So I didn't look at it like other people might. Oh, he's a genius, it's okay. I didn't care if he was a genius or a fucking idiot. He was rotting away, and it wasn't fun to watch. I knew he'd been painting for years, inspired by Basquiat and Da Vinci. So when I heard that he was going to have a show at the Zero Gallery on Melrose, I decided to pop in the day before the show opened and have a peek at the paintings. I dropped by, and lo and behold, John was there hanging the show himself. We were both a little startled. He was high on coke, and his hair was shorn, and he had big black circles under his eyes and was smoking Gauloises. He was shockingly thin, a skeleton in a vest, this little bone man. But he had a lot of vigor because he had a lot of energy and chemicals in him, so it wasn't like he was passing out or looking weak. Instead of being, "Fuck you, I hate you, you suck," we were happy to see each other. His paintings were disturbing but beautiful. It was weird because I think we wanted to dislike each other more than we were able to. The next time I saw him, he had deteriorated quite a bit. Everyone was worried about his arms, which were all abscessed because he never did learn how to properly administer an injection. He would just go for the stab and poke mode and hope for the best. He wound up checking into Exodus, my old haunt, in December 1995, more for his physical health than his mental health. The doctors there were seriously concerned that he was going to get gangrene and have to lose a limb unless he'd wash and take care of his arms, which he refused to do. I called him up and asked whether it was okay if I came to visit him. He was fine with it, and asked if I could bring him some cigarettes and a pastrami sandwich with lots of mustard. So I showed up, and he ate the sandwich, and I tried to get him to wash his arms. Again, our exchange was kind and loving and caring, so different from what everyone around either of us thought our exchange would be like, based on our past turmoil. I still hadn't recognized how unhealthy my own dynamic of relating to him had been before he left the band. I never understood just how sensitive he was and how hurtful I was capable of being. I didn't know that all of the jokes and the jabs and the kidding and the goofing and the sarcasm had really hurt his feelings and had a long-lasting impact on him. Long after John quit, Flea said to me, "Do you have any idea how much pain you caused John?" "What are you talking about? He and I were best friends. We spent every waking moment together. We played pool together. We chased women together. We ate Lucky Charms together. We were two peas in a pod." "No, you hurt John's feelings a lot of the time," Flea said, "because he looked up to you and you were so brutal to him." That was the first time I was even aware that my love for him had ended up being a difficult experience for him. When John left the band, I resented him for not being my friend and for abandoning our musical comradeship. But all the time that he was out of the band and going through this anguish, I prayed for him constantly. From going to meetings, I'd learned that one of the reasons that alcoholics get loaded is because they harbor resentments. One of the techniques they teach to get rid of a resentment towards somebody is to pray for him or her to get everything that you want for yourself in life. To be loved, to be successful, to be healthy, to be rich, to be wonderful, to be happy, to be alive with the light and the love of the universe. It's a paradox, but it works. You sit there and pray for the person you can't stand to get everything on earth that you would want for yourself, and one day you're like, I don't feel anything bad toward this person. That was part of the reason I prayed for John. The other part was that I didn't want him to die a sad and miserable death, so I prayed for him almost every day. I would sit there and say, "Whoever's out there, whoever's getting this thought from my mind, could you please look after John Frusciante because he needs it." In January 1998, Bob Forrest convinced John to check into Los Encinos, the same old-school treatment facility that housed W.C. Fields back in the day. John had already kicked heroin by then, but he had been smoking crack and drinking. I went to visit him there, and he seemed committed to being in there, but a little peculiar. Our conversations were sparse and unusual. Every now and then we'd talk about a Nirvana song or a Da Vinci drawing. During one of my visits, we were sitting there having one of these minimalist conversations when John jumped off the bed and went flying into a perfect James Brown split, circa 1968. Then he got up and sat back down. I don't know what his motivation was, but it seemed like he was feeling his oats and letting it be known that he still had the fire to fly into a James Brown split, if need be. I was open to the possibility of John coming back to the band, even if it still seemed remote to me. After leaving Los Encinos at the beginning of February, John rented a small apartment in Silver Lake. One day in April, Flea went over there, and they sat together and listened to records. Then Flea popped the question, "What would you think about coming back and playing in the band?" John started sobbing and said, "Nothing would make me happier in the world." They both cried and hugged each other for a long time. Then Flea took a trip to Cambodia, which gave John and me time to clear the air and talk about the problems we had in the past. We went to the farmer's market, one of my favorite places in all of LA, and sat down and had some salmon tacos. I broke the ice. "Do you have a problem with me at all about anything?" "No, not really," he said. "What about you? Are you mad at me for anything?" I thought I was, but I don't feel mad right now. I thought we should probably go over all this stuff, but I don't feel bothered by any of it anymore, I confessed. "Me neither," John agreed. Flea was expecting to get a report of some day-long deliberation deal, of all this animosity dredged up, but neither of us was feeling it. The major problem was John didn't even have a guitar to his name. So we went over to the Guitar Center, and I bought him a great old '62 Stratocaster. John was thrilled by the idea of being back in the band, but he was also scared because he hadn't played a guitar in a very long time. We decided to make his return low-key. Nothing mattered other than playing music. We didn't give a fuck about record deals, or the fact that our manager had quit, or that our record company had lost interest in us. None of that mattered. We just wanted to get in the garage and rock out together. Flea was living in an incredible Mediterranean superstructure in Los Feliz, a famous old house because tons of musicians like Bob Dylan and Lou Reed had lived there. We assembled in Flea's garage, a portion of which he had converted to a rehearsal space. Chad had set up his drums in the corner. Flea had this look on his face like, "Okay, no great expectations, let's just play music." We had some shitty little PA system set up. John wore a look of uncertainty, but he plugged in his guitar and we started playing. And it was us again. I think I might be the only one who thought so, but the room filled up with heavenly music, made for no motive other than to see what it sounded like when we banged our instruments together. For me, that was the defining moment of what would become the next 6 years of our lives together. That was when I knew that this was the real deal, that magic was about to happen again. Suddenly we could all hear, we could all listen, and instead of being caught up in our finite little balls of bullshit, we could all become players in that great universal orchestra again. Chapter 14. Welcome to Californication. Despite my elation at our reunion, it took a while for us to find the groove. John was rusty, both mentally and physically. I was a pile of rust dust too, but slowly and surely, things started getting better. There was a lot of joy emanating from Flea's house. He had 2 dogs, a mastiff named Martian and a feisty boxer called Laker. Every day we'd make tea in the kitchen, play with the dogs, and then go out to the garage and work. Flea had set up the rehearsal space like a recording studio, so at the end of the session I'd leave with tapes of the new music to lyricize. Although he'll tell you it took years for him to get his chops back, I loved the way John was playing when he didn't have the technical capacity to do everything. He toned down and developed an incredible minimalist style. Every day he'd come up with something spectacular. I had a notebook filled with lyrics that I was dying to turn into songs, so besides the rehearsals, I'd go hang out with John at his apartment in Silver Lake. In typical John fashion, there was no furniture at all, just records and a turntable and a bed and a blender. He was going through a smoothie phase, so there were smoothie materials on the walls and the refrigerator and the stove. It was like Jackson Pollock lived there. We'd sit and smoke and work. It was incredible to once again have one of the great musicians of our time so telepathically connected to me. He'd play me a complicated, weird instrumental piece of music that he had stayed up all night recording, and I'd be like, oh yeah, I know exactly what I'm supposed to do with that. John seemed truly humbled by life. He had been beaten down, and I think the clouds had lifted, and he saw what he had been through and felt like, holy fuck, I can't believe I'm alive. I'm not going to blow it this time. He hadn't been back long enough for people to tell him how wonderful he was. It's always nice to be around someone who's that talented and that excited about life and music, and whose ego hasn't been inflated by other people yet. Everyone was having fun. It was as if we had nothing to lose, nothing to gain. We didn't care. We were making music for the sake of making music. Compared to Blood Sugar, One Hot Minute wasn't nearly as successful, so people had lost faith in us. There was a feeling within the record industry that we'd had our day in the sun. But the more we played, the more we started creating stuff that we believed in and wanted people to hear. It was really hot when we began rehearsing, so we would leave the garage door open. After a few weeks of work, I ran into Gwen Stefani of No Doubt. She was Flea's distant neighbor across the ravine on the opposite mountain. I hear you guys play every day, she said. My friends come over and we sit around and listen. It sounds great. It was nice to get the compliment, but it was a bit embarrassing because we thought we were in this private world, working out our ugly spots. At the beginning of June, we took a break from rehearsing to play our first gig since John had rejoined the band. I had promised the Dalai Lama that we would be available if we got the call from Adam Yoke, and we did. The Tibetan Freedom Festival was a 2-day event at JFK Stadium in Washington, D.C. The night before, we did a surprise gig at the 930 Club just to get our sea legs. Come the day of the show, the area got drenched with a thunderstorm, and halfway through the concert, a girl got hit by a lightning bolt, forcing the evacuation of the entire stadium and the cancellation of the rest of the show. That night, there was a logistical meeting. The Beastie Boys camp obviously didn't have our back, because the organizers told us that due to the previous day's storm, some groups would have to be canceled. Since we were the last band booked, we wouldn't be able to play. I couldn't believe it. We'd come all the way from California and were pumped to play our first big show with John back in front of 90,000 people. Thankfully, Pearl Jam was scheduled to close the show that day, and Eddie Vedder got wind of our dilemma and threatened to pull out unless we were given part of their allotted stage time. It was an amazing show of support from them, and we never forgot it. It was still light out when we assembled backstage. We stood behind the backdrop, surrounded by amplifier cases, and got into a soul circle, bowed our heads, and did a collective group hug. Then we went out there and completely rocked out. The audience was 100% behind us, and it was such a joyful moment to be back on stage with John. The next day, I figured everybody had forgotten about the poor girl who'd been hit in the head by lightning, so I went to visit her in the hospital. She was in bed but awake, and she showed me all her burn marks. Her worst burns were where she had metal on her body, a bracelet, her underwire bra. But the really ironic thing was that she was talking on her cell phone when she got hit. That's probably why the lightning hit her. And her last name was Selfin. Back in L.A., the songs were coming fast and furious. Except for one. The first song that John and I worked on, even before we convened in Flea's garage, was a song called Californication. I'd written the lyrics when I was on that cleansing trip to Thailand, when the idea of John being back in the band was still inconceivable to me. While I was on a boat in the Andaman Sea, the melody had crept up on me, one of those simple melody structures that lends itself to flying words into. One of the things that struck me on my travels to exotic places, including the Sea Gypsy Village in Thailand and all the bazaars of Indonesia, was the extent to which American culture had permeated all these places, even to the time of bootleg Red Hot Chili Peppers t-shirts. When I was in Auckland one time, I ran into a crazy lady on the street, and she was ranting about the fact that there were psychic spies in China. That phrase stuck in my mind, so when I was back home, I started writing, and they became my favorite of all the lyrics that I'd collected over the last year. I showed Californication to John, and he loved the lyrics and started writing some music. But for some reason, even though there was a perfect song in there, we couldn't find it. We tried 10 different arrangements and 10 different choruses, and nothing ever worked. All these other songs were pouring out of us. We'd been working for a few weeks when someone started playing an ultra-sparse riff that sounded like nothing we'd ever done before. As soon as I heard it, I knew it was our new song. Around that time, I had met a young mother at a meeting. She was living in a YWCA with her baby girl, trying to get sober but failing miserably. The beauty and sadness and tragedy and glory, all wrapped into one, of this mother-daughter relationship was evoked by the vibe of that music. From Porcelain. Porcelain, do you carry the moon in your womb? Someone said that you're fading too soon, drifting and floating and fading away. Little loon, all day, little loon. Porcelain, are you wasting away in your skin? Are you missing the love of your kin, nodding and melting and fading away? By late June, we had completed about 12 songs. Scar Tissue was another song where you open up the top of your head and it comes dusting down from outer space. Rick Rubin and I had been talking about sarcasm a lot. Rick had read a theory that it was an incredibly detrimental form of humor that depresses the spirit of its proponents. We had been such sarcastic dicks that we vowed to try to be funny without using sarcasm as a crutch. I guess I was also thinking of Dave Navarro, who was the king of sarcasm, faster and sharper than the average bear. All those ideas were in the air when John started playing this guitar riff, and I immediately knew what the song was about. It was a playful, happy to be alive, phoenix rising from the ashes vibe. I ran outside with my handheld tape recorder, and with that music playing in the background, started singing the entire chorus to the song. I'll never forget looking up at the sky above that garage, out toward Griffith Park with the birds flying overhead, and getting a dose of Jonathan Livingston's seagull. I really did have the point of view of those birds, feeling like an eternal outsider. From Scar Tissue. Scar tissue that I wish you saw. Sarcastic Mr. Know-It-All. Close your eyes and I'll kiss you, 'cause with the birds I'll share this lonely view. With the birds I'll share this lonely view. Push me up against the wall, young Kentucky girl in a push-up bra, falling all over myself to lick your heart and taste your health, 'cause with the birds I'll share this lonely view. Blood loss in a bathroom stall, southern girl with a scarlet drawl. Wave goodbye to Ma and Pa, 'cause with the birds I'll share this lonely view. We finished another song called Emit Remus, which had been inspired in part by my friendship with Melanie Chisholm of the Spice Girls. Around that time, the Spice Girls were a raging phenomenon, especially among young girls like Flea's daughter, Clara. Even when I'd go to New Zealand, all the little girls there would know the Spice Girls lyrics and their dance moves. The tunes were pretty good pop songs, especially when you had 5 different colored crayons out there performing them. That spring, I got a call from Nancy Berry, who ran Virgin Records. She told me that the Spice Girls were coming to LA, and both the Melanies wanted to go out and have some fun and get some tattoos. Being the resident fun and tattoo meister, I was enlisted to show them the Hollywood ropes. I arranged to have my friend keep his tattoo parlor open after hours to accommodate them. I became friendly with Mel C., Sporty, and we stayed in touch for months and months. It was nice because I got to take Clara to the show and bring her backstage so she could meet these incredible characters she'd been worshipping for the last year. Fast forward to September and Clara's 10th birthday. Flea had been arguing for months and months with Clara when it came to the background music in their house, because Flea wanted to hear Coltrane and Clara had the Spice Girls on a non-stop loop. So Flea decided we were going to pull a stunt at her birthday party. He dropped the hint to Clara that the Spice Girls themselves might show up at her party. And of course, we would be the Spice Girls. The likenesses were obvious. Flea would be Baby Spice. John was Sporty Spice. Chris Warren, our drum technician, was enlisted to play Scary Spice. And I would be Posh Spice. Thank God Ginger Spice was already out of the band and we didn't have to fill her shoes. With the help of Flea's assistant, Sherry Westridge, we got the right clothes and the right wigs and wore the right makeup. We each studied the personality and the body language of our Spice Girl and learned the dance moves. We even had some rehearsals. Come the day of the party, Clara had her whole clan of 10-year-old friends over, all of whom lived and died for the Spice Girls. Everybody was whispering about the possibility that the Spice Girls were coming because Clara had actually met them at their show. So it came time for the surprise, and we were all up in Flea's bedroom putting the final touches on our outfits while the girls were in the living room 1 floor below. The music started, and the little girls all freaked out, screaming, "Oh my God!" as we walked down the giant staircase and they caught a glimpse of these fabulous costumes. Then something slowly started to filter into their little minds. Wait a second, those are not the Spice Girls. In fact, those are not even girls. These are men dressed like the Spice Girls. Ew! We sauntered down and never broke character and put on an immaculate performance. Scary Spice was phenomenal. Baby Spice was terrifying with her gap flea tooth. And John absolutely nailed Sporty, working on it morning, noon, and night until his character was there. Posh was easy. She was just an aloof, uptight, narcissistic shopping girl. We took our little vocal solos and did our dances. I had on a really short skirt because Posh wears her dresses too short, but I forgot to take into consideration that I was a man in front of kids. I don't think any of them have ever recovered because we didn't shave our legs. Now that it was clear our foursome was a viable configuration once again, it was time to get management. 2 months earlier, we hadn't cared if we had a manager because nothing was going on, but we were more passionate than ever about the music we were generating. A few years before, Rick Rubin had been extolling the virtues of Q Prime management. Q Prime was run by a duo, Peter Mensch and Cliff Bernstein, and in Rick's mind, they were the brightest managers in the rock business, bar none. These two guys flew in from New York to meet with us in Flea's living room. Cliff looked a lot older than he was, because his hair and his long Merlin the Magician beard were all white. He was small and delicate and purposeful and mystical looking. He wore glasses and looked super intelligent. He was like a walking think tank, an organic computer man with a competitive nature that belied his appearance. Peter, on the other hand, was a gruff, loud, obnoxious bundle of muscles who alienated and was brash. He was also very smart and, in a bizarre way, very loving. These guys were very New York. They'd been in the music business forever, having managed acts as diverse as Metallica, whom they raised from inception, AC/DC, Madonna, Courtney Love, the Smashing Pumpkins, Def Leppard, and Shania Twain. Cliff and Peter operated at a different level of professionalism than we'd ever dealt with. We were not exactly coming off a year of greatness, but we did feel that with John back in the band, we held a pretty good hand. Flea had a laundry list of concerns like, "Are you going to get us on the radio?" Peter was countering that by barking, "And don't think we're the kind of managers who are going to take care of you little candy asses. If you're on tour and you're up in Alaska and you forgot your winter coat, don't call us to FedEx you a winter coat because you're going to end up freezing to death." I was like, "Okay, make a mental note to bring my coat when we tour in Alaska." At the same time, I was sure they were wiping Madonna's ass if she was asking them to. Maybe that was why he said that. But there was some chemistry in the room, and we were attracted to each other, so we signed with them. With all this newness in place, we thought that maybe it was time to get a new producer. Every time you make a record, it doesn't matter how good it was working with a producer, and even if you know you're going to end up making a record with that same person again, there's always a day when someone says, "Do we want to get a new producer?" That was how we felt then about Rick Rubin. We considered our options. We had asked Brian Eno to produce us 3 times already, and he always said no, so we asked him again, even though that no was inevitable. We didn't know it, but he was doing us a favor by turning us down. We even considered David Bowie, who wanted to work with us, but finally sent a gracious note explaining that he had too many other commitments to take on another project. Another reason why we were reluctant to go back with Rick Rubin was that he was always working on 6 things at once, plus being CEO of his own record label, and we thought we should find someone who would work only on our project. While this process was going on, we contacted Daniel Lenoir, who had converted an old movie theater in Oxnard, California, just up the coast, into a wonderful old-school recording studio. Lenoir couldn't commit to producing us because he was on hold with U2, but he did graciously offer us the use of his studio to do a demo of the 11 songs we had finished. We went in and set up and recorded all of the songs in a row, all in one day. It was a soulful, smoking demo, not unlike the first demo we ever made. A couple of weeks went by, and we talked to Rick. He cleared some space in his schedule, so we decided to work with him again. It was as if we had come to our senses and realized, why are we dicking around with all these other guys? The next day, I got a call from Daniel Lenoir. "I heard the demo you made at the studio," he said. "I've reconsidered,
and I'm interested in working with you guys. Those songs really caught my attention. I haven't heard anything like them in a long time." I genuinely appreciated his kind words, though I told him we'd moved on. However, it was nice to have our own feelings validated by someone like him. Before we started working with Rick, the guys at Q Prime decided to send us on an under-the-radar mini tour of out-of-the-way places in California, just to get the road rust off. We played on a makeshift stage behind some guy's house in Chino, in the old town hall in Fresno, and at some rodeo bar in Reno. We didn't even sell out the venues till we reached Santa Barbara. I remember thinking, sometimes you're riding high in April and shot down in June, but at least we have each other. We were full of enthusiasm and color, and you could sense that something was brewing that could be amazing, but we weren't quite there yet. That summer, I was still living under Guy O'Siri's roof, commuting every day to Flea's garage. Sometime that August, out of the blue, I decided to go get loaded again. I hadn't slipped since Hawaii, so I'd been clean for 6 months. But one day I just got on my motorcycle, headed downtown, and did the whole thing. It made no sense, and I didn't enjoy it, but I'd reawakened the 800-pound gorilla. I found myself in a hotel room, and when I woke up, I knew I couldn't mention this to anyone. It was a weekend, and I got my shit back together and went to rehearsal all the next week. I went out again that weekend, only this time I couldn't turn it off so easily. I ended up in a hotel in San Diego, of all places, depressed again. I didn't know what to do. I didn't even have the strength to leave, when I heard a knock on the door. Who the fuck could that be? I went to the peephole and looked out, and there were John and Flea and Chad. I opened the door, and they walked in. "I'm really sorry," I said. "Don't even worry about it," Flea said. "You fucked up. Let's just go home and get back to work." He was so matter-of-fact and non-judgmental about it. "Oh, man, I'm so sorry you had to experience that," John said. "It must have sucked, but you can't do this anymore." We piled into Flea's multicolored Mercedes clown car, which exacerbated the absurdity of my surroundings, and drove north to L.A. They were telling me that we had a record to make, but they were really easygoing about it, so that took a lot of weight off my shoulders. We stopped to eat some Mexican food, and by then we were laughing and throwing food around and having a good time. When we got back to L.A., Flea offered to let me stay at his house, in this big octagon-shaped downstairs bedroom suite with leopard print carpeting. I moved in, and it was a really peaceful and productive 2-month stay. All I did was read and write and go to band practice and hang out with Clara and Flea and the dogs. I got rid of all the extraneous complications of nightlife and girls and partying, and just stayed in the compound and got a lot of work done. One day while I was at Flea's, on a whim, I decided to cut off all my hair. I'd had my tailbone-length hair for 13 years, but I didn't think twice about going to my friend and getting that shit shorn. I did save the hair and sent it off to my dad in Michigan. He and I had had a hair solidarity thing since the early 70s. The night of my haircut, I got home late, and Flea was already asleep. The next morning, I strolled into the kitchen in my PJs. Flea did the all-time eyes-bugged-out double take, then started laughing hysterically. "Oh my God! I'm back at Fairfax High again, and we're 16 years old. Look at you!" By this point, we'd made the transition from Flea's garage to a rehearsal studio named the Swing House on Cahuenga. Rick Rubin started coming by and lying on the couch and listening to us play, taking a few notes here and there. We started amassing a rather enormous quantity of raw material, in terms of pieces and parts, and songs and half-songs and bridges and choruses and verses and intros and outros and breakdowns. Again, we set up a chalkboard of these ideas. Things were going so well with the album that in the middle of October, Guy O and I decided to take a trip to New York. We went to lunch at Balthazar in Soho with 2 other friends, and as we were being seated, I noticed that this girl who worked there shot me a glance. I was very single then, and very open to the universe introducing me to a friend, and this girl zapped me with one look. We were sitting at the table, and the other guys were looking at every skirt that walked by, but I was still fixated on that blonde. The next thing I knew, this girl, who wasn't our waitress, came strutting by our table with a real Miss Sassy Pants attitude. "That's the one I'm talking about," I told the others, but they couldn't have cared less. The food arrived, but I had to go talk to this girl.
I sauntered over to the hostess podium, stepped in front of her, and said, "Hello, my name's Anthony." I was 5 seconds into the conversation when a guy from the next table, whom I'd met once in a rehab when he came to visit his brother, took the opportunity to hug me and tell me everything that he'd been up to in the last few years. Meanwhile, my gal was getting away. "Dude, do me a favor, be quiet, and go sit down right now. I'll come over in a little bit," I said. Finally, he left. "What are you doing after work?" I asked the girl. "Not coming to visit you," she said. "How about tomorrow after work?" I countered. She agreed. The rest of that day, I was very excited. I tuned the rest of the female race out of my consciousness. I was just smitten. That night, Guy O wanted to go out and meet girls, but I shrugged. "Nope, can't do it. I met one," I said. So the rest of his trip was basically ruined because now I was monogamous. The bad news was that I was leaving in 2 days, so I only had 1 day to make something happen with this girl. I met her after work, and we walked over to have sushi at a nearby restaurant. I really liked Johanna. She had crystal blue eyes, looked like a magical fairy, was exactly my height, and had a real strong sense of self. Plus, she had mad style and was tough and a little crazy. When I looked in her eyes, I saw an invisible spirit of something that I already loved. This girl could be my girlfriend, I decided. We had some sushi, and she drank some alcohol, and it didn't faze me. Then we smoked some cigarettes and walked around Soho. I tried to subtly suggest that she might spend the night in my hotel room. "Well, I might, but I'm not going to fuck you or anything like that," Johanna said. That was fine with me, and we started heading back. But we stopped under a streetlight and started kissing. The kiss was definitely working. It wasn't a horny lust kiss. It was a real human connection kiss, and she was a good kisser. In my room, we talked and talked for hours, getting to know each other. I read her some things from my book of lyrics, including a dense song called Quixotic Elixir. We listened to music and had a lot of physical contact. There was nudity and touching. But she hadn't been kidding when she said she wouldn't fuck me. In fact, she made it clear that if we continued, she wanted to see an AIDS test from me. All of this was making me feel better, because who wanted to fall in love with a girl who was ready to sleep with anyone who came along? Another positive was that she wasn't a fan of my band. She was 23 years old from upstate New York and had been a straight upstate New York raver bitch on ecstasy in her youth. I went home the next morning. I moved back to Guy O's house and was talking to Johanna on the phone at least 3 times a day. The guy started organizing my 36th birthday party, and the day before he asked me if I wanted any girls there. I told him that apart from Sherry and my friend Mary Forsberg, I just wanted my male friends and the guys in the band. "Are you sure? I can invite a bunch of hot girls," he prodded. "The only girl I'm interested in is Johanna. I think I'd rather get on a plane and fly to New York for the day than have the party," I said. "Why do they have to meet a girl who's a million miles away?" November 1 rolled around, and we convened at a fancy-pants place down on Beverly. There was a bunch of tables pushed together, and it was a festive atmosphere. I was trying to make the best of a birthday occasion, feeling good because I had been back to being sober for a few months. The dinner was going on, and I was chatting and eating, and then I looked over at Guy, who had a really weird expression on his face. When I turned my head to the right, I saw Johanna walking into the restaurant with Guy's assistant. Unbeknownst to me, Guy had flown her in for the weekend. Johanna was all dressed up in a sharp outfit, with her New York fur jacket, and her blonde hair, and her blue eyes, and the lipstick and eye makeup, and her big, bright smile. And Chad, Mr. Class, turned to Guy and whispered, "What, did you get him a hooker?" The first thing I did was grab her by the hand and take her to her table in the back. I felt that we needed a few minutes alone to make a connection without being scrutinized by everyone at the table. As soon as the dinner was over, I took her back to Guy O's house, packed a bag, and we got a room at the Chateau Marmont, where I'd live for the next few months while we were recording our album. We spent a really nice night. Johanna drank a bottle of red wine and took a bath, and I snapped some pretty pictures of her in the tub, the pale green water contrasting nicely with her pale white skin. But we had no biblical relations. If I'd known Guy was flying her out, I would have had the results of that AIDS test right there in the dresser. She stayed for 2 days, and we were joined at the hip for the whole time, getting to know each other better. She left, and I went back to work writing songs. I was absolutely into this girl, and a lot of my writing was beginning to get influenced by that fact. I had a whole new well of feelings to tap into. But the more I'd gotten to know her, the more I realized that she was a troubled girl herself, who was maintaining a calm, cool, and collected front around me. It became evident when she came out in December to visit me. Even though I was still sober, I wasn't working at getting well. I wasn't working through the 12 steps or even going to many meetings. I was what they call a dry drunk, someone who's irritable and restless and discontented, and even though technically sober, is suffering from the same crippling character defects of an alcoholic. I was still an obsessive, self-centered, selfish control freak instead of living my life instinctively in the way of love and service. If I had been working on my sobriety, I would have been doing a lot of personal writing, which helps you recognize your behavior and start taking action so you don't repeat it. I was too busy writing songs and rehearsing and recording to put in that work, which was a cop-out. The only way the program will work is if you put your sobriety first, and then everything else in your life will fall into place. I was a little rough around the edges, a little bit uncomfortable in my own skin, even though I was getting a lot of band work done. And here came this girl I liked a little bit too much, so I was a little overbearing and insecure about the relationship instead of just letting it be. I was trying to manipulate it a little too much, and it started to get tense. The first mistake I made on her visit was to drag her out to this Hollywood schmooze fest called the Fire and Ice Ball. It was a fashion show in a rented space filled with movie stars and fabulousness. Not the best place to take a girl you don't know that well. It was uncomfortable, it was awkward, it was Hollywood at its silliest. Not a great date. We double dated with Guy O. The minute we got in the limo, Johanna started rummaging through the booze collection and throwing back shots of vodka. She's nervous, I thought. She doesn't know these people and she wants to loosen up. But I did notice that she wasn't sipping these drinks. We went into the party and I was just not relaxed. Guys were flirting with her and I was getting jealous and not feeling good about anything. So we started to drift apart, and we ended up leaving and going to a smaller party with Madonna and a bunch of actors on the top floor of a tall building on Sunset. Now Johanna started ordering triple cosmopolitans, downing them one after another. By then she'd stopped talking to me because she thought I was being an asshole. As she was guzzling these drinks, I thought this was definitely not going to work. I got up and started walking around the party. When I looked back at the table, she was gone. Then I looked across the room, and there was Jack Nicholson sitting on a chair with Johanna on his knee. They were passing a joint back and forth. That was not a pleasant sight at all. Meanwhile, chaos had broken out around me, and I was summoned to help this girl who thought she was having a heart attack from doing too much coke. I told her to just go home and sleep it off and she'd be fine. Then I ran into the model who'd been making out with Jamie the night I met her in New York. The girl started rubbing up against me, and I thought, okay, this might work. Two can play at this game. We got on the couch, and within minutes the girl said, "Can I come back to your hotel, or do you want to come back to my house?" "Let's go to your house," I said. Even as the words came out of my mouth, my heart was dying a million deaths. I looked over and saw Johanna sitting on the floor with a very drunk Joaquin Phoenix. This was going from bad to worse. Seconds later, Joaquin came over to me. "I'm having a hard time getting a handle on what's up with this girl," he said. "I keep asking her if she wants to get out of here, and all she can say is, 'I came here with Anthony,' yet you're clearly on your way to another scenario. I just want to know where things are." "She's a big girl. She can make her own decisions," I said. "Whatever she wants, welcome to it. I've got nothing to do with her anymore." It turned into a Mexican standoff. I didn't want to leave with that other girl, and Johanna didn't really want to leave with someone else. She'd also arrived at the point where she couldn't walk anymore. So I picked her up and threw her over my shoulder and got her in a car. I was ready to have this big talk with her, but I looked over and she had passed out cold. I had to carry her into the hotel room. I laid her down on the couch and closed the curtains, and she passed out like a baby. Meanwhile, I had been through an emotional meat slicer. I lay down in my bed, but it was no rest for the tortured mind. I was up all night with visions of Jack Nicholson smoking a doobie with my girlfriend. Ugh. She woke up feeling a lot more refreshed than I did. We had a talk and realized that we were both being idiots, that the night had been a mutual display of vulgar immaturity. That week showed me that nothing short of a small atomic blast could have derailed our relationship, because if we could get through that first night of her blacking out and me being a creep, we had proved our ability to weather a storm right off the bat. The band began recording the album, and the sessions were going well when we took a Christmas break. I went home to Michigan and then back to L.A. On New Year's Eve 1999, Flea, John, and I went to the Playboy Mansion for their party. It wasn't really our scene. It was tacky being in the land of a million fake tits. We weren't into the Charlie Sheen, Fred Durst thing at that stage of our career. Plus, I was missing Yo. We had planned to be on the phone for the dawning of the new year, but when I called, something in her voice sounded amiss. She was out on a ferry boat in New York Harbor. Here was this person who'd expressed her true love to me, and I'd done likewise, so there was an obvious heart connection between us. But she wasn't all there on the phone. It was disquieting. Johanna's birthday was early in January. Since everything was going well with the recording, I decided to take a weekend trip to New York to surprise her. She was living in Brooklyn with her sister and a guy who had enough piercings in his lip to make a zipper. I took the red-eye to New York and checked into the Mercer Hotel. I was so excited about this surprise that I had to keep myself from going out to Brooklyn too early. To ensure that she'd be home, I'd told her that I was having an exotic plant delivered to her place that day. Finally, I hopped in the cab and headed out to Brooklyn. The further I went, the dingier the neighborhood became. When we got to the address, it turned out that she was living in a basement apartment in a very shady neighborhood. I knocked on the door, all excited, and she answered it and was just torn up and hung over. She was not looking good or feeling good, and certainly not blossoming with joy at my surprise appearance. She let me in, grunted, and got back in bed. I jumped into bed with her. We made love, but it was very uninspired. Then we got into the shower together. I looked down and saw her arms, and my heart sank. She had crazy-ass black and blue track marks. I knew that she drank, and I knew that she had been the ex-raver girl, but I had no idea she was the coke-smoking, coke-shooting, occasional heroin chaser girl. I was devastated. Not because I was upset with her, but because I realized that this person I was so in love with was a sick drug addict, and that her poor little soul was probably doomed to a miserable life of chasing the drugs and feeling like crap. Johanna saw the look in my eyes and was saddened because she'd been found out. She assumed that no guy in his right sober mind was going to hang out with a girl who was shooting coke. I had to sit with my senses. This clear, beautiful intuition took over. I knew exactly how I felt, and I wasn't confused or clouded or compromised. I realized that none of my feelings had diminished, but I might have to lose someone I truly loved. I didn't want to run away from Johanna, but I knew drug addiction was strong enough that I had to be willing, if need be, to let go of the person I'd just fallen in love with. We went for a walk through Brooklyn and stopped to get some coffee. She was 24 years old that day, and she looked so unhealthy with sunken, bloodshot eyes and a sickly pallor. "Does this mean it's over for us?" she asked me. "I don't think so," I said. "I still love you. I don't know if it's possible for us to be together, but I'm not walking away from you because of this." I think she was touched by that. Then we went into Manhattan, and I gave her some presents. The next night I had to fly back. When I left, I wished her luck and told her that I hoped she'd find a way to deal with her problem. I went back to work in Hollywood. Without telling me, Johanna started going to meetings and got clean. Back in the studio, things were going well, but the one song that was so important to me was less important to everybody else. That was Californication. Every time I'd bring it up, everyone would go, "We've got 25 other songs recorded. We don't need another one." "No, we have to have this," I urged. "This is the anchor of the whole record. It's as good a lyric as I've written in a long time. It has to be a song." I was not letting go. I kept telling John that we had to finish it. Meanwhile, the session was winding down, and we had only a few days of basic track recording left. In the last moments of recording, John came running into the studio with his new $30,000 White Falcon hollow body guitar. He said, "I got it! I've got Californication!" He sat down and plucked this incredibly sparse yet haunting combination of notes. It was so different from any other approach that we'd taken for the song that I didn't quite hear it. Then he started singing it, and it was at the high end of my range, but it was doable. He taught it to Flea and Chad, and we rehearsed it a couple times and recorded it. It was such a sensation of relief and gratification to know that the song didn't end up in the same trash bin as Quixotic Elixir and a number of other songs that I had high hopes for. Californication. Psychic spies from China try to steal your mind's elation. Little girls from Sweden dream of silver screen quotations. And if you want these kind of dreams, it's Californication. It's the edge of the world and all of Western civilization. The sun may rise in the east, at least it settles in the final location. It's understood that Hollywood sells Californication. Pay your surgeon very well to break the spell of aging. Celebrity skin, is this your chin, or is that war you're waging? Firstborn unicorn, hardcore, soft porn, dream of Californication, dream of Californication. Marry me, girl, be my fairy to the world, be my very own constellation. A teenage bride with a baby inside, getting high on information, and buy me a star on the boulevard. It's Californication. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Cobain, can you hear the spheres singing songs off station to station? And Alderon's not far away. It's Californication. Born and raised by those who praise control of population. Everybody's been there, and I don't mean on vacation. Firstborn unicorn, hardcore soft porn. Dream of Californication, dream of Californication. Destruction leads to a very rough road, but it also breeds creation. And earthquakes are to a girl's guitar. They're just another good vibration. And tidal waves couldn't save the world from Californication. Pay your surgeon very well to break the spell of aging. Sicker than the rest, there's no test, but this is what you're craving. Firstborn unicorn, hardcore soft porn, dream of Californication, dream of Californication. One of the reasons I was able to sing Californication with little trouble was that I'd been taking vocal lessons with an amazing teacher named Ron Anderson. Over the years, I tried a number of vocal coaches. Before Mother's Milk, I took lessons from a white-haired crazy lady from Austria, whose claim to fame was that she had worked with Axl Rose before Appetite for Destruction. Her whole thing was to stand in one place and press your belly a certain way, which didn't resonate with me since I was ragdolling all over the stage. Around Blood Sugar, I took some lessons with Michael Jackson's vocal coach, but I didn't like him much and bailed out after 2 sessions. For one hot minute, I took lessons with a pleasant fellow who played piano and sang in bars for tips. I don't know if I improved my vocalizing abilities, but it was a lot of fun. Instead of doing scales, we'd get out one of his hundreds of songbooks and sing Beatles songs. Then I found Ron Anderson, who was a classical teacher possessed of an operatic voice. It wasn't fun to sit there and sing scales, but I could feel immediate results and had much more control over my voice. I worked with him every day during the recording of the album, which we ultimately called Californication. My biggest mistake was not to continue working in his style, so I'd lose my voice a lot when I was out on the road. It reached a breaking point while we were on tour in New York. Ron flew out and worked with me all day, and I was well enough to make the gig. He gave me a strict regimen of warming up my voice, which I do religiously to this day. We were all thrilled when we finished work on the album. We felt like a forest that had been burned to the ground and then new trees had sprouted from the ashes. Flea was still in his emotional ringer, but John and I, and even Chad, had been through our own ringers, so there was a real bond between us, and seeing this project through was a really unifying process. Having gone through it all had changed our outlooks. You can't be as much of a bitch as you were before. You can't be as much of an egomaniac. You can't feel as much like the world owed you something. You can't be the where's mine guy. The where's mine was that I was alive and getting the opportunity to play music with the people I most like to play music with. One of the most mystifying aspects of this era of our band was that we were as enthusiastic as we were when we started, if not more so. And when we started, we had cornered the market on enthusiasm. We mixed the record and people started coming by to hear it, and we were over the moon with the reactions. Things were going well on the home front too. I was going back and forth to New York to visit Johanna, who was now the sober girl. She wanted to go back to school, so I set her up at the Fashion Institute of Technology, and she was doing well. The light in her eyes was back, and we were getting along spectacularly. The only snafu the band ran into was when we played the finished album for our new management team. Cliff and Peter flew to LA, sat in the studio, listened, and were so unimpressed we couldn't believe it. We played them Scar Tissue and Other Side and Californication, and they sat there saying, "Okay, we might be able to work with that one. I don't know about the other one. It's not a home run, but we might be able to get on base with that." They're still like that. They still underreact to things. We found it almost humorous that they were receiving the fruits of our labor with such a low-key reaction. We weren't worried about it. We believed in the record, and we loved it and wanted to share it, but we weren't anticipating its reception so much as we were just pleased with what we made. Cliff decided that we should lead with Scar Tissue as the single and the first video. We decided to do a special small tour to unveil the album. Since it was being released in June, my friend Chris Rock suggested we play proms around the country to promote it. That got me thinking about my high school days and how exciting it was to turn out to see bands that came through, so we decided to do a bunch of free shows for high school students. Then Columbine happened, and a firestorm of fear swept over all these high schools. We felt it was more important than ever to do the shows, so we came up with the idea of having high school students write essays on how they could make their schools better, safer, happier, more rocking places, so they didn't have to go to school afraid. If you wrote the essay, you got a free ticket to the show. We went out in May and played, and it was an absolutely magical grouping of shows, because they were small and for kids who clearly wanted to be there, who had taken the time to write the compositions. There was so much love coming off these kids, we couldn't have asked for a better reception. We knew that the album was connecting with a lot of people when we went on a European press tour in June. We were in Italy, and John and I were riding in the back of a Mercedes with the window open. A scooter with 2 Italian guys on it pulled up next to us. They looked inside the car and started screaming, "Hey, Californication, Californication!" Then started singing Scar Tissue. The record had been out for 5 days. Everywhere we went, every shop was playing our record. Italy had caught fire. We went from selling a handful of records to selling more records than anyone that year in Italy. How does an entire country decide to start loving you in one day? In July, we began a series of huge shows. In the short amount of time since our record came out, there had been a huge buzz all over the world. The record was getting received in a much larger and warmer way than we ever expected. Somewhere along the way, we were asked to close Woodstock 99. That was perfect, because we had been asked to play an outdoor show on Yonge Street in Toronto the day before. It was supposed to be a low-key show, but the whole town turned out. This massive expanse of humanity filled the street and every building and rooftop. It was another indicator that the world was with us and that we had reawakened the sleeping red-hot fans from their Rip Van Winkelsome. They all came out of the woodwork to rock with us for this record. The next day we went to Woodstock. We planned to fly in, get on a bus, get to the venue an hour before our set, get focused, play, and get the hell out of Dodge before the mass exodus began. Before we got there, we'd heard reports that this event was less organized and the crowds were getting out of control. When we pulled onto this old military base way up in upstate New York, it was clear that this situation had nothing to do with Woodstock anymore. It wasn't symbolic of peace and love, but of greed and cashing in. The little dove with the flower in its mouth was saying, "How much can we overcharge the kids for this t-shirt and get away with it?" We got backstage and were all hell-bent on getting straight into our rituals. The physical warm-ups, the stretching, the meditating, the finger exercises, the vocal warm-ups. It was about 7, so we would be taking the stage during an explosive and dramatic upstate New York sunset. We hadn't heard any reports about people getting abused or raped or anything like that. It just seemed to us like another big rock festival, with no particularly evil elements about it. Our sacred hour of preparation was interrupted when Jimi Hendrix's sister came backstage and pleaded with us to do a song by her brother. It seemed that an all-star Hendrix tribute had fallen apart, and she was mortified that Woodstock would forget him. It had been a long time since we played a Hendrix song, so our first inclination was to say no. But she kept telling us how much it would mean to her, so 10 minutes before we were to go on stage, we decided to do Fire. I reviewed the lyrics, and John reacquainted himself with the chords. Right before we were due on stage, Flea came up to me and said, "I'm thinking of doing the show naked. What do you think?" "If that's what you're thinking, don't even question it. Go let your freak flag fly, brother," I said. In that setting, it seemed natural for him to be naked, and no one let it be a distraction. We played a fluid, dynamic show. As night fell, we saw this giant column of fire far back in the audience. We'd been through tons of festivals where bonfires had been started, so this one didn't seem out of the ordinary. When it was time for our encore, we started into Fire. Not because there were fires raging, but as a palliative for poor Jimmy's sister. And the old shoe fit. Then we ran off stage, drove to the plane, landed in Manhattan, and checked into our home away from home, the Mercer Hotel. It was only midnight, but we started hearing this ruckus about the riots and the rapes and the fires raging at Woodstock. That was so weird because to us it had seemed like a normal rock and roll show. But we woke up to papers and radio stations vilifying us for inciting the crowd by playing Fire. We ignored these ridiculous charges, though it did turn out that the promoters were assholes, and it had not been a user-friendly environment. We should have paid closer attention to that and not been so isolated from the fans' point of view. I guess it was irresponsible to just show up, play, and leave without taking a closer look at some of the details surrounding the show. Now it was time to go to Europe to play. Q Prime was ideologically built on touring. Their basic philosophy was that after you put out a record, you had to crisscross the globe 10 times if you wanted it to do well. We were used to touring, but not to that degree. The longer you've been in a band and the more times you've toured, the more difficult it becomes to say, I'm going on tour for 2 years and I'm going to sleep in a different bed every night and be in buses, trains, cars, taxis, shuttling and shifting and pushing and pulling and not eating normally and not sleeping normally and not being around loved ones. Flea had a young daughter, which made it even harder. But Q Prime were very into it, and it had been a long time since we'd been there, so we were a bit more willing to hit the road incessantly than we would be in the future. We started by doing a free show in Moscow on August 14, 1999. As part of Russia's Glasnost awakening, they'd embraced MTV, and we were tapped to inaugurate MTV's Russian debut with a huge free concert in Red Square. The first problem was that John had to be talked down from his concern that we might be kidnap victims, because next to Colombia, Russia had become the kidnap capital of the world. After getting assurances for our personal safety, and getting assigned a contingent of security personnel, we agreed to do the show. You'd expect that Moscow, Russia's biggest city, would be run efficiently, maybe even in a military fashion, but that wasn't the case. There was no order at all, and shakedowns were the norm. The cops, the military, the airport personnel, everybody wanted our rubles. It was the first time any of us had been to Russia, and we did feel a little unsafe there. We stayed at the Kempinski Hotel, a 5-star gaudy, gilded, marbled oasis in the middle of a strikingly poor economy. Everything in Moscow was gray, gray, gray. The sky was gray, the buildings were gray, the streets were gray, the bushes were gray. There was this heavy cloud of Stalin-esque gravity that suffocated the place. We took a couple of days to decompress and tour the city. The day before the show, by some horrible stroke of fate, I wrecked, racked, twisted, turned, sliced, and diced my back. I saw a physical therapist, but it did no good. I could see the enormous stage they had built from my hotel window, and I was bummed at the prospect of playing before all of Russia on MTV with a whack back. The day of the show, Red Square was so filled with wall-to-wall Russians that we needed a police escort to get near the stage. By the time we went on, my back was still not happening, even though it was better than the day before. Still, I was able to stand up straight and present the songs. Nothing buck wild, no ability to do my song and dance thing, but we made the best of it. Then we hightailed it out of Russia, but we got pulled over and extorted by the police on the way to the airport. As a final indignity, Chad got shaken down for all the money he had on him right before boarding. I'd never really liked Austria, mainly because the people I met there were so arrogant and pompous, but when we stepped off the plane in Vienna after a week in Russia, it was like going to Disneyland for the first time as a kid. The sun came out, the clouds opened, you could smell flowers, there was snow on the mountains, it was just heaven. However, the rest of this leg of the European tour was not my shining moment. It's difficult to keep a relationship prospering when you're in Europe and your girlfriend is in America, and you're both relatively newly sober, and you haven't worked through a lot of control issues and jealousy issues and insecurity issues and dependency issues. There was a lot of emotional frying going on. It was hard being gone for months at a time and so far away that the time difference became a huge obstacle. You want to communicate, but then you aren't able to, and days go by. You get mad and try to call her, and you can't find her, and then you finally do catch her, and she's been out doing something stupid that she shouldn't have been doing because she should have been there waiting for your phone call, but she blew you off, and then she starts to get suspicious, and who's that girl's voice in the background? Oh, that's my masseuse or my friend or whatever. I wasn't good at it, and Johanna was no better, and together we equaled stubborn. These things always took a lot of repairing, and we'd have to wait until I got home. The band worked our asses off touring that year. Johanna finished school, and we decided it would be a good idea for her to move to LA, which meant I'd have to get a place to live. I'd always fancied a gorgeous old building in West Hollywood called the Colonial House, which was a stone's throw from the Chateau Marmont. When Jennifer Lopez moved out of the penthouse, I grabbed it. Johanna moved to LA in September 1999. She had the use of my nice new Cadillac Esplanade and all her expenses paid, but she didn't have a job, and she didn't know that many people, and I was about to leave again for Europe. On the way to Europe, the band stopped in New York and did a gig at Windows on the World in the World Trade Center for K-Rock radio contest winners. The show was lively and energetic, but the sound system was horrific. All I heard were drums and guitar and no vocals for the entire show. I ended up screaming my lungs out and losing my voice, which was a drag. We flew to Finland and began crisscrossing Europe. When we got to Spain, Johanna decided to come out for the last week of the tour. I loved the girl. I was happy to see her, happy to have my woman in my bed, in my arms, but she was hard to get along with on a daily basis, as was I. She never did come to a comfortable understanding that a lot of the people who were fans of the band happened to be girls, and for some reason, she held me responsible. There were times when we played shows, and I'd be with her, and we'd have to walk from the arena to wherever the car was, and frenzied people would charge me. A lot of times they were girls, and there were crazy screamings of, I love you, I want to be with you, please hug me. I have no reason to be mean to these people or to explain to them, I have a girlfriend, you must not approach me with such sentiments. Their interaction with me is just an illusion. I'm like, thank you very much, hello, goodbye, God bless, enjoy the night, carry on. If I was with Johanna, she'd say, no, you can't let those girls come up and say those things to you. They have to know that I'm your girlfriend. Yo and I had this historical antagonism. When we were apart from each other on the road, we antagonized each other. And when we got together on the road, we antagonized each other. It was because all we wanted was each other's constant love and attention, and for no one else to receive that love and attention, which is a selfish and difficult place to be in a relationship. We were emotionally retarded, and that was the best we could do at the time. We played in Barcelona, and Chad had made friends with a Barcelonan sweetheart who was cute as a button. She came backstage, and when Chad introduced her, I stood up, gave her a European kiss greeting, and welcomed her to sit down and grab a bite to eat. This, of course, infuriated Johanna. When the girl left, I looked up and said, Bye-bye, sweetie. Sweetie? Did you just call her sweetie? Johanna fumed. Oh, so now she's your sweetie. Although she was making an ass out of herself, I was right there with her, because the next day it would be me saying, Did you just say goodbye, sweetie, to that guy? By the time we got to Madrid, the wheels had fallen off. We got into another unmemorable bickering match, like something off of I Love Lucy, but without the happy ending. We were in this beautiful hotel suite in Madrid, madly in love, out there on a fun, successful tour in the middle of Spain, and we started fighting about the dumbest thing on earth. And we brought it down the elevator, into the lobby, into the bus that was taking us to our plane. Unfortunately, that carried on throughout Lisbon. Then we went home and fought there. I loved living in this cool penthouse apartment with her, but it was never smooth sailing. We'd both been such fucking dope fiends for so long that we never had a chance to grow out of our childish behavior. We must have loved the drama and the constant rush of fighting and making up and starting the whole cycle over again. It was just crazy. I know that I had nothing but love for this girl. I had no interest in chasing any other girls. My only interests were in seeing her get well and in taking care of her, which turned out to be one of the problems. I took care of her so much that she just expected a constant, oh well, Anthony will do it for me. I'd pay for everything she needed. I'd try to find her a job, I'd try to find her a friend, I'd try to find her a sponsor, always doing everything for her. Once she started expecting that response, I was like, fuck that. Don't go expecting shit. Earn your place in life. Earn your respect. Just do your thing. So she was in a terrible place because she probably felt resentful toward me for giving her stuff and then thinking that she should earn her own place in life. It was a lose-lose situation, and I wasn't very good at handling it. Even when I financed her startup fashion business, that became a troubled area of contention. As soon as I saw her stuff, I thought, These clothes are so amazing. She's got mad style. I got on the phone with my managers in New York saying, I need the names of all the major department store buyers. But Johanna was never satisfied, never grateful, and never comfortable with it. She was always on edge and discontented about something. I was equally maladjusted to life at that point. I had been off my gyroscope for so long that I didn't know how to handle any of life's basic scenarios with any clarity or intuition. There were also some fun things happening at the time. Our sex life had started off pretty slowly, but it had developed over time into a spiritual attraction after we finally figured each other's bodies out. She had a depth to her sexuality that I had never experienced before. There was no question about our love, though we were both combustible personalities. That year we visited both our families at Christmas. It was the first time that my parents had met her. It's funny, my male friends were always terrified of Blackie. When they met him, they'd try to shake his hand, and he'd just look at their hands and walk away. But he was never like that with my girlfriends. He was always incredibly gracious and welcoming to whatever girl I happened to have in my life. He couldn't wait to hang out with Johanna and go through the family photos with her. But Yo was not the warmest of people. Even though she might feel it on the inside, she didn't communicate any of it to anybody. That was how it was with her and my mom. My mom was very happy that I had this person I was in love with, but she could never tell if Johanna had any love or compassion for her or the rest of our family, because Yo wouldn't wear her emotions on her sleeve. I had a lot to be thankful for that Christmas. The album was continuing to sell phenomenally. Every so often I'd get a call from Gail at Q Prime, and she'd tell me, Californication's number this in this country, and it's still in the top 10 there. I'd jump around, skipping and hooting and hollering. It's a shame that my personal life wasn't flourishing in the same way my professional life was. Professionally, we were on fire. Besides the record sales, we were playing great. We had figured out how to breathe life into these new songs that had tapped into a deeper and more haunted emotional realm than we'd ever visited before. Watching the constant evolution of John was also a movie unto itself. When we went out at the beginning of Californication, he was shy and withdrawn on stage, not going in for overt emoting. Over time, he developed into this ham bone who just couldn't get enough. Let's start the show with me soloing for 10 minutes. He wasn't doing it out of narcissism. He was doing it out of his love for playing music and his desire to commune with the spirits, both invisible spirits and also the spirits of the people who were there to experience music and love. Watching him spread his wings was a delight. We brought in the Millennium at a concert at the Forum in our hometown. The Forum always had these great memories for us. Flea and I had sneaked into the Forum to see Queen back in the day, and more recently, when we came to Warner Brothers, we hit the jackpot as Laker fans because Mo had 4 tickets at center court on the floor. After Blood Sugar, we were the #1 perk getters at Warner's. Flea and I and 2 of our friends were always sitting pretty at center court. We'd played the Forum once with Dave Navarro, and it was one of our best American dates with him. It's always hard to do well when you're playing in your hometown. There are such high expectations, and then you have the added stress of arranging tickets for family and friends. So it can go 2 ways. Instead of doing what you do best, which is going out there and rocking, you might get too hung up on all those outside issues and wanting the show to be the best ever and end up sucking. Or you might hit the jackpot and rock your hometown like it's never been rocked before. This show was somewhere in between. We were good, but we weren't unbelievable. The nice thing was that my sister Julie and her husband Steve flew out to spend New Year's Eve with me. That was also the memorable show when John Frusciante would get shot by Cupid's arrow and fall for Mila Jovovich, who had been rehearsing her band next door to us at Swing House. That night she came to the show wearing a wedding dress, and she put the whammy on John's flim-flammy. We had a few days off after the New Year's show, and then we went from beautiful sunny California to dismal, cold, gray Tokyo, Japan. It was the first time we'd played Japan since John was back in the band, and we wanted to leave a new taste in their psychic palates, since it was where John had played his last show before quitting the band. But the Japanese shows weren't much fun, and we weren't at our best. One of the problems was that by then I had developed a chronic case of shin splints, and any time I was out on stage, moving around would be, oh, ah. After Japan, we had a week off before going to Australia and New Zealand. Everyone headed off for different holidays. I was going to meet Johanna in Bali. I couldn't wait to see her, especially after being so bummed out in Japan. I'll never forget how happy I was when I walked through that airport door and she greeted me. She had a big flower in her hair and had put on a few pounds, which I appreciated because she looked good when her flesh was full and pushing out rather than being sucked up. We stayed at a fancy resort built into the side of a cliff overlooking the ocean. Each room was an individual unit with a stone pool. There were rose petals all over the bed and some more in the bathtub. That afternoon, Yo and I enjoyed the best lovemaking we'd ever had. Then we snorkeled and drove into the interior, which was the most beautiful part of the island. You picture Bali as this pristine, remote location, but it's really an overcrowded clusterfuck of traffic with some air pollution thrown in. There had to be a few 100,000 people jam-packed onto the island, but the interior was solid mountains and jungle. We went on an incredible rafting adventure on a river that cut through the middle of the island. Then it was time to play Big Day Out, Australia's answer to Lollapalooza. January is the nicest time by far in Australia because it's their summer and the whole country goes on joy time. We started our tour in Auckland, New Zealand, and we were especially excited because 9 Inch Nails were going to be on the bill with us, and we all just loved them. We were also playing with the Foo Fighters, and we would become incredibly close to them down the line. The only downside to all of this was my shin splints. Even with the week off, the pain would not subside. My shin bones were getting hairline fractures because my muscles and tendons were so swollen they were pulling off the bone mass. Walking was painful. Jumping was even more painful. And I was going to have to go out there and give my best performances ever with these getaway sticks that were in maddening pain. 2 days before the show, I saw a doctor. "Doc, I got shin splints. Could you please give me a muscle relaxant or something that's not going to affect me from the neck up so I can perform?" I asked. He suggested Advil, but I told him I'd tried that and it hadn't worked. "There's a new non-narcotic painkiller called Ultram," he said. "It really works on athletes who have to perform under similar conditions to you. Take one in the afternoon and one right before the show." The day before the first show, I took the Ultram, and lo and behold, I started to feel pretty good. Not good enough to know for sure that I felt good, but I could swear I felt good in the subtlest possible way. It couldn't be the Ultram, because it was a non-narcotic, so I decided that I just felt good. I took the other one before the show, and man, I felt no pain in my legs at all. We played our show, and it was mad fun, 50,000 Kiwis bouncing in unison. The kids knew every word to every song, even the new ones, and it was an unbelievable rush. John was blazing on his guitar. Chad was an orchestra of cannons blasting off. Flea was a ball of primal aborigine energy, and I felt totally in control of myself as a singer and a performer. And there was no pain. I was ready to kiss the earth. It was all good, and when we got back to the hotel, I had sex with Johanna, and something unusual happened. We were fucking, and I just was not coming. That had never been a problem. Later, it crossed my mind that it might have been due to the Ultram, but how could it make me not come? It was supposed to be a glorified Advil, a non-narcotic. It made no sense. I thought it was amazing that I could be getting pain relief from a non-narcotic pill that was also making me feel pretty nice. There had to be part of me that recognized the voice in my head saying, "Okay, you're supposed to take your Ultram at 3, and it's noon now, so maybe you should take it a little early." Halfway through the tour, I had to have my prescription refilled. But the doctor had told me it was not a narcotic, and I wasn't getting goofy high, just a foundation of artificial well-being, which I was loving. So we rocked Auckland and went on to the Gold Coast of Australia. We were the inaugural event at the Olympic Stadium in Sydney. Physically, I was in perfect health. My legs weren't bothering me. I was exercising every day, running and swimming and stretching. Johanna and I were having fantastic sex. I was loving the whole experience. But then I started to become aware of the fact that Flea was not experiencing the same euphoric joy of life and touring and music and people and skies. He was not on the same heavenly ambient wavelength. Flea had been going through a lot of personal shit with his girlfriend for this whole Californication time. I knew he was down and sick and depressed and anguished about everything, but I also knew the situation was of his own making. We create a horribly painful bouillabaisse to sit in for years on end until we can't fucking sit there anymore. But it wasn't like some evil fate flew into his ass. He created it. He sat there and masterminded his own misery. So he was troubled, but he had to appreciate that the love he was experiencing from both John and me was immense. We were backing him.
We weren't dissing him. It wasn't like during the mother's milk era when John and I bonded up and left him unattached. And Flea can, at times, be a prima donna, especially earlier in the Dave era when he was ready to quit the band at the drop of a hat. Just for the record, anything negative that I ever say about Flea is only because he's my brother and I love him. The fact is, it's funny to take the piss out of ourselves. Each one of these guys, Flea, John, Chad, is individually a bridge to God for me, and there's nothing I would do to change any of these people or the experiences I've had with them. Every one of them has given me love and music and the best life I could ever hope to have. But at the same time, I feel compelled to laugh at all of our foibles. I'm not poking fun at the relationship to feel better about myself. It's just because we really are all such kooks. Flea was suffering then, both emotionally and physically. He was feeling zapped and sapped and run down and not centered. When we got to Melbourne, he called a band sit-down. Peter Mensch was there to tell us about our upcoming U.S. tour. And if we thought hitting Europe and the rest of the world was hard, Peter was about to tell us how many dates they were hoping to give us in the USA. I was feeling gung-ho, let's go. But Flea basically broke down and explained that he wasn't able to enjoy this experience. You could tell by the look in his eyes that he was at his wit's end. That was when he proposed the idea of touring in 3-week segments, then taking 10-day breaks between segments. It was a fairly revolutionary idea, and it made it nearly impossible to generate any money, because you have to keep your crew on salary for those 10 days. You have to keep your buses and your trucks, and it's the same amount of expenses, except for hotels, as being on tour, only you're not making a penny. We realized that doing this tour was not about making the maximum amount of money. It was about having the maximum amount of fun and enjoying and staying healthy. We implemented that schedule, and to Flea's credit, we stick to it religiously to this day. Flea came up with another important idea. For a long time, we had both been charity-oriented, and earlier, while we were on holiday at his house in Australia, he and I had talked about the idea of taking some of our profits and creating some sort of charitable organization. We decided to take 5% of our income from touring and give it away. Just give it to the best charities we could find, whether it was cancer research or children's hospitals or music programs, whatever. That's a pretty big percentage of income because half always goes towards the expenses of touring, and then another 20% goes to the managers, and 5% to a lawyer, and another 5% to the accountants. We went to John and Chad, and they both thought it was a great idea. It turned out to be an incredibly fun and positive change, because now we get the joy of helping all these people. It was shocking to the core how good it felt to be of service. Kids send us pictures of themselves and letters of gratitude, and tell us how much it means to them to get some medical care, or a playground, or musical instruments. It was one of the best decisions we ever made as a team. But that euphoria faded back to some fairly mundane realities. In Australia, Johanna and I started fighting again. There we were, walking down the great old section of Melbourne, and we got into a tiff. It wasn't a poisonous fight. We were yelling at each other, and she was socking me, and I was grabbing her, and it was a good, healthy, working it out kind of thing. But some people walked by and thought it was a spousal abuse situation. I'm not sure who they thought was taking the worst of the abuse, but they stopped and asked if she needed help. It was a testament to the potential of our volatility. There was no physical harm, but there was an intensity about us that would have made anyone stop and say, "Is everything all right here?" I remember thinking it was fun and playful because I secretly liked it when she beat me up. She's a big, strong girl. And heaven forbid she gets her legs in the party, because then you're going down. After Big Day Out, Johanna and I went back to LA and settled into our new digs together. We had been back a week when I was invited to the NBA All-Star Game, which was in San Francisco that year. The NBA was offering to provide us with a hotel, a car, tickets to the game, the works. Figuring we could spend a nice romantic weekend, we flew up. The hotel they put us in was not that nice of a place, but it was free and in an interesting neighborhood. Unfortunately, the game wasn't exciting, so afterward we drove back to the city and found a restaurant. We were getting along fine, sitting at an upstairs table, holding hands, and enjoying each other's company. And then we made a huge mistake. It's never a good idea for two addicts to reminisce about their old days of using drugs. When I'd met Johanna, she was drinking, but I'd never seen her on drugs, and she knew me only in sobriety. Somehow, the topics of drugs got placed on the table. God,
I can't imagine you ever doing those things. It seems so out of character for you, Johanna said. You're so not into that self-destructive energy. Believe me, this is what I used to do, I said, and told her some of the war stories that I've recounted here. She told me some of hers, and we started realizing just what birds of a feather we were. I don't remember who suggested it first, but someone said, "Can you imagine us getting high together?" "It would be fun for a minute, but then it would be horrible," I said. "Yeah, but it would be really fun for a minute," Yo said. "It would be fun for a minute," I agreed. "What if we did it?" she said. "What if we did it just this weekend and then went home?" "That's crazy." "But it sounds interesting," I said. "Are you serious?" she asked. "I'm not really serious, but now that you mention it, I'm a little serious," I admitted. "I wasn't until you said that, and now I'm really serious," she said. "Do you want to go get high?" I asked. "Yeah, let's do it," she said. "You're sure? Because once we do this, things will never be the same," I cautioned. "Oh, we'll be all right. Let's go," she said. And we left that restaurant for our rendezvous with the 800-pound gorilla. Chapter 15. A Moment of Clarity. Johanna and I left the restaurant and went straight to Haight Street. I didn't even bother disguising myself. I just tried to stay out of the sightline of all the white kids on the street. We found a black dealer who had the coke but didn't have the heroin. We figured we'd deal with that problem later. On the way back to the hotel, we stopped in a liquor store, bought some pipes, and picked up a bottle of vodka and a bottle of cranberry juice. Johanna insisted that she wanted alcohol. If she was going out, she was going all the way out. The poor kid had no idea what she was in for. All we knew was that we were salivating like Pavlov's dogs at the prospect of getting high. Probably part of the reason I had become so interested in getting high was that Altrum was actually a heavy-duty synthetic opiate. A few months later, Louis consulted the physician's desk reference and read that under no circumstances should Altram be administered to ex-heroin addicts because it induces a craving for opiates. I guess that idiot doctor in New Zealand didn't read his copy. Johanna and I got to the room and started smoking, and drinking, and, for the first time, saw each other in our getting high mode, with all the quirky drugisms that go along with that. About 5 in the morning, we ran out of coke. We were both too annihilated to go back out onto the streets, so I came up with a genius idea. I took out the yellow pages and called an escort service, knowing that the majority of those girls had drug connections. I'd pay one for her time, which would be spent in the pursuit of drugs. For once, Johanna was easygoing about my talking to another woman. The girl went off to Berkeley, and it seemed like it took her forever, but she came back with 20 Valiums, some coke, some crystal methadone, but no heroin. We did the coke and then took the Valiums and finally crashed. Because we were in this together, it wasn't as horrible a wake-up as I'd had in the past. We were both feeling a little shaky, lying in bed wondering, what were we thinking? That was a really bad idea. So we ate and drank something, watched a movie in bed, and tried to forget about it. But then that voice came over us. "Hey, you're already fucked up. Ain't no sense stopping now." I went out and got some syringes, and we shot the speed. Of course, that wasn't enough, so Johanna scoured the streets and found a one-eyed taxi driver who sold her some smack. How horrible was that, to let my girlfriend go out into the streets of San Francisco to find stuff? By now, the hotel wanted us out of our room, but when I told them we needed to stay a few more days, they moved us to a bigger room. I got on the phone and did the escort service trick again. This girl was dialed into the drug world, and she delivered everything we needed, including a bag of pure powder cocaine. My body was relatively resilient to shooting coke. It remembered stuff, like, oh yeah, this is where the heart goes into 5th gear. I started injecting large quantities and doing okay. Johanna did a smaller injection of coke, but something went drastically wrong. She'd done a million hits of cocaine in her life, but she was not doing well on this one. She lay down and got real pale and clammy, started shaking furiously, and began to have trouble breathing. She was convinced she was dying. That was the scariest moment of my drug-using career, even scarier than when I walked into Hillel's living room and saw Kim blue-faced and not breathing in his chair. I was so deeply in love with Yo that the idea of anything bad happening to her was terrifying. Before I called 911, I prayed. Okay, universe, we have a problem. The girl I'm in love with is possibly dying right here on the couch. I need a real big favor, and that is for her not to die. She had gone out like a frozen little fish popsicle on the couch, but while I was on the phone with 911, she started to breathe again, and then sat up and said she felt okay. I told 911 it was a false alarm and hung up. Then the phone rang. It was the hotel operator. "Did you just call 911? He asked. Me? 911? No. Wrong room. Wires must have crossed. He was skeptical, but I wouldn't cop to making that call. I hung up and went back to getting high. Because of her near-death experience, Yo put a moratorium on getting high and went to the bedroom, trying to collect herself. I was in the living room with a table full of cocaine and pills and heroin and syringes and pipes when kabang, 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 someone came to the door. I threw a blanket over the entire table and opened the door. It was the San Francisco Police Department. Not an ambulance, not the rescue squad, the cops. "Sir, we received a 911 that someone was overdosing in this room. The law mandates that we have to inspect the premises in that situation," the cop said. They were being pretty decent to not knock me down and barge into the room. "I have no idea what that call was about," I said. "It's just me and my girlfriend, and we're both fine." They could tell I was lying, and stoned. "Well, we need to see the girl," the cop said. I called Johanna into the room, and she looked good enough to satisfy them. So they left, and she went back to bed, and I started getting high again. Then again, bam, 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 it was the door. Again, I covered up the stuff. This time, it was the damn sheriff's department. "We got a report that a call was made to 911 concerning a possible drug overdose," the sheriff said. No, the police were just here. We handled this already," I said. The sheriff recognized me and almost apologized for disturbing us and left. But I was frazzled. Johanna wasn't well. The cops kept coming. The hotel obviously was aware that 2 dope fiends were going for it on their top floor. The whole scenario was going from bad to worse. In the morning, we ate some food at a diner and then flew back to LA. Both of us looked like wrecks. But I wasn't finished. On the plane ride down, I decided to drive downtown, buy a lot of drugs, and have Johanna drop me off at a motel and then go home. She dropped me off at a sleazy motel in Alvarado. "Be careful. Don't hurt yourself. I'll be home when you're done," she said. "I'm terribly sorry, Yo, but I gotta do what I gotta do," I said. She left, and I started firing up and getting very, very out there. And bang, 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 again, knocking at the door. It was already nerve-shattering to be smoking crack, so you don't want any intrusions into your psychotic little world. Then I heard a voice. "AK, it's me. Let me in." It was Johanna. "I changed my mind. I want to get high," she said. She had gone a few blocks in the car and then decided to indulge, so she parked in this horribly scary neighborhood and in her high heels and platinum blonde hair and vintage long jacket walked all the way back to the motel. That run went on for a few days. Eventually we went home and brought the drugs into the house with us. Now our love nest had been soiled with the negative energy of crack and heroin. But we couldn't stop this demonic behavior. The only fun part of the whole experience was when we stopped smoking the coke and did heroin and lay in bed together, smoking cigarettes and watching movies till 6 in the morning. Of course, we had these sweet heroin-induced conversations about how much we loved each other. I remember telling Johanna on one such occasion that I not only wanted to be with her for the rest of our natural lives, I also wanted to make sure that after we were both dead, our spirits stayed together. That kind of craziness. Most of the time, we'd watch a movie and she'd fall asleep in the middle of it, so I'd end up watching it by myself. One night, Less Than Zero came on, a movie that the Chili Peppers were in for a snippet, playing Fight Like a Brave. I'd never seen it before, and I was blown away by Robert Downey Jr.'s amazing performance, which absolutely mirrored his life, and spoke to my life, which had pathetically reverted back to the 80s. I'd gone back to Less Than Zero. Was that what was waiting for me? Dying in a convertible on the way to the desert? I hatched a new plan. Yo and I would go to Hawaii and kick there. Who could do what we were doing here on the beautiful island of Oahu? We checked into a hotel overlooking Waikiki Beach and ate some delicious ribs at the dusk barbecue. I was back to eating meat. But then we decided to keep the run rolling. There wasn't a street dealing scene for heroin in Hawaii, so I dragged my lovely sweetheart to the strip bars of Waikiki to score. For backup, we ran a prescription scam and had Johanna feign tooth pain to get a codeine supply. We had no problem copying at the strip clubs. All the strippers wanted to party and whoop it up with us, and the dealers were ecstatic to be dealing to me. "Dude, I've been listening to your music since I was in high school." Our routine was to go out to the clubs, buy the drugs, go back to the hotel, and do them until we couldn't do any more. Then we'd wake up and say, "Let's stop. Let's go swimming in the ocean and eat some good food and get our health back." By 11 that night, we'd be itching for more drugs. I was the sicker of the instigators. Johanna would always beg to stop and go back to being clean. After 10 days of this cycle, we went back to LA. The minute we were back, we got high at our place again. Yo's heart was into being clean, but I had a harder time surrendering. The sad thing is that all of this using together had definitely affected our relationship. There had been an untroubled purity to our love that was tainted and never recovered from the bouts of using. The only thing that stopped me from continuing the run was that I had to be on a plane on March 23, 2000 to start the first leg of our U.S. Californication tour. I had Louie hustle me up a bunch of detox medication, sleeping pills, muscle relaxants, the works. I was so weak, I don't know how I managed to play that first show in Minneapolis. I didn't really rise to the occasion, but I didn't collapse either. This tour was the first time that we were using 2 tour buses for the band. John and Flea shared one, and Chad and I were in the other. We hit the highway, and in a few days I was feeling much better. After about a week, Johanna came out for a visit, which was good because we probably needed each other to rebound onto getting sober again. But she seemed changed. Even though the drugs had been a consensual situation, she was extra pissed off at everything. One night we took a cab to a meeting on the outskirts of the town where we were staying, but when we tried to go back later, there was a thunderstorm and no cabs were available. Johanna was furious, whining about the weather and the car service. She wound up storming off into the pouring rain by herself. It was as if she thought the weather was out to get her, or it was my fault. She was hard to get along with, but she was obviously in pain and tortured by the setback. By April 1st, thanks to constant sweating and exercise, I was feeling like $1,000,000 again. On this tour, we were really punching the clock and going to work, driving down the highway and not even knowing where we were. We rolled through Nebraska, Iowa, Missouri, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Texas that spring. I was still rooming with Chad, so our tour bus wasn't particularly festive, but it was a great place for relaxing and reading and talking to Johanna on the phone. At that stage of my life, I was monogamous. I found out that being monogamous on the road was similar to being sober on the road. When you're sober, you're impervious to the drugs and the dealers and the people getting high and the parties. It's almost like there's a field of protection around you, and that scene doesn't even enter your radar. The same can be said of women. I was never tempted. When I look at it objectively, in hindsight, there were a lot of girls around, but I was detached from their sirenisms. I remember sitting on the crew bus with tons of girls who were clearly there to have fun. You can tell by the way they're dressed and the way their tits are hanging out and the way they're sitting next to you. They'd say, "Come on, you're in town, let's go romp around." But I'd reply, "Okay, good night everybody, nice to see you. I'm off to call my girlfriend." At the end of June, the band got an offer we couldn't refuse, to play for Paul Allen, the co-creator of Microsoft, at the opening of his rock and roll museum in Seattle. Allen had gotten Frank Gehry to design this incredible new building. To me, it looked as if Gehry had taken a 100-foot-tall beer can and crushed it into the shape of a woman and then made a building out of it. It was sexy, flowing metal curves, more like a giant sculpture than a building. We didn't play well that day, due to some technical snafus, so to save the experience, we broke out the socks for our encore. It was nostalgic to strip down with John. We hadn't done the socks with him since the mother's milk era. Afterward, there was a party in the museum. Chad was the first person to try one of the interactive exhibits, and it turned out that it was broken. But Chad was a little drunk at the time, and to this day, the curator of the museum is convinced that the Red Hot Chili Peppers got drunk and trashed his place, which, of course, we didn't. We did another one-off, this time a charity concert for children at the behest of Pearl Jam in Seattle late in June. I had a short break before the next leg of our tour, and I lost my mind and went out on a week-long drug tear. There was no major event that precipitated it, other than I had time on my hands, but I hadn't started any real getting well process for myself. I'd kept going out and coming back without addressing the issue of recovery. On June 27th, it was time to report back for leg 4 of our tour, so there I was again, skinny and weak. I got through the next 3 legs of the tour without slipping. We finished the U.S. tour, and my work was done, so it was time to start digging my grave again. The only commitment I had was to a VH1 awards show in November, so I started using until a few days before the show and then stopped, did a 2-day detox using Altram, the stuff that took me out in the first place, and Mickey Moused my way through the VH1 show. Johanna was understanding of my struggles, but thank God she wasn't about to go down that road herself, which was a testament to her spiritual awakening and her commitment to sanity. It was a real blessing that she didn't follow me, because oftentimes people go out together and one comes back and the other doesn't, or both of them never do. At the beginning of December, Johanna had to go back to New York on business, which was a recipe for disaster. No work, no girlfriend, no commitments. I went hog wild. December was a pretty ugly month, because for 20 days in a row, I kept telling myself, I'm going to do this just one more day, and tomorrow I'll definitely quit. Johanna came home and had to deal with this maniac in her life. It was a hard ride. I just couldn't get back. At some point, I left the house and found a new motel, the Paradise, downtown on Sunset. The front of the place was drenched in purple neon light, which made it incredibly attractive in the seediest possible way. Once again, the troops were mobilized. Louie and Bob Forrest started scouring all my haunts. The ironic part was that Bob lived half a block from the Paradise, so on one of the reconnaissance missions, they drove past the motel and, bingo, they spotted my motorcycle. It's funny how the mind of a dope fiend works. Later, Bob told me that when he saw my bike parked there, he was instantly jealous, because he had passed that motel 1,000,000 times thinking, if only I could check in there and do speedballs for a couple of days. He'd been clean for years. He had a beautiful girl who loved him. He wasn't lying or stealing or being a miserable scourge. He was a productive, contributing, loving, giving member of society. But when he drove by, it was, if I could only check in there. That purple light looks so inviting. When Louie knocked on my door, I knew I was busted again. I asked him for half an hour, and he said he'd wait in the parking lot. So I finished up the heroin and stepped out to face the music. I was taken aback to see John out there, sitting in his black Mercedes. He was so loving and concerned. We're going back to Louie's house to talk, he said. I got on my bike, and we caravanned over to Louie and Sherry's place. I had done my running by then and was ready to be intervened upon. I was so high that I wasn't that bummed out. I wanted to apologize to Johanna, but she wasn't having any of it. It was one of the rare occasions when I deserved the trouble she was giving me. I spent the night at Louie's, since they were afraid that I'd run off again. I wasn't much of a pill detoxer, but I asked Louie to call some doctors and line me up some pills. I didn't want to be the suffering, shivering, sleepless, muscle-aching guy. The plan was for me to go to Christmas at my mom's and head to St. Bart's in the Caribbean and get healthy. Our next commitment was to play a huge festival in Rio, but that wasn't until January 21st. It was the same old broken record, the pipe dream of going somewhere warm and getting straight and then going back out to work and fulfill my professional responsibilities. The fact was, if I didn't get better, I wouldn't have any professional responsibilities. You can't start and stop and expect everything to be okay, because there will be a day when you go to stop and you can't. Every relapse is the worst one, but this one was the longest of the bunch, and the idea that I was causing Yo so much emotional anguish was weighing heavily on me, even though I was trying to ignore it. Our relationship was shaky to begin with. A certain amount of volatility and drama can be healthy, keep things fun and interesting if you're willing at any moment during a fight to say, this means nothing, I love you, let's forget about it. We didn't have that ability. I eventually wanted us to go there. I wanted less drama, but we never evolved into that. Being with Johanna was hard. She was probably the girl I loved most of all my girlfriends, but also the toughest one to make things work out with. If I had put that much effort into any of my other relationships, I'd be married with 5 kids now. Johanna was too pissed off to go to Michigan with me, which was fine, because I was going to be a drooling mongoloid for a couple of days, pill detoxed out. But my mom was happy I was home, and it was nice to hang out with my sister Jenny and her boyfriend Kevin. By the night of December 23rd, I had run out of my sleeping pills and muscle relaxants. It was pretty scary, because I had no buffers and couldn't get much sleep. The next night was Christmas Eve. It may sound like something out of Dickens, but I had a moment of clarity about my using that night. It wasn't the first time. Years earlier, when I was still living at the Outpost office building on Hollywood Boulevard, I had been shooting coke for a couple of days and was in a bit of a cloud when I walked out of my room into the hallway. There was a huge floor-to-ceiling window in the hall, and I looked out of it and saw a sliver of the Hollywood sky. I stared at the sky, and for the first time in my life, a voice went off in my head. You have no power over what happens in your life. Drugs dictate exactly what you're going to do. You've taken your hands off the steering wheel, and you're going wherever the drug world takes you. That had never changed. The feeling would well up inside of me, and no matter how much I loved my girl or my band or my friends or my family, when that siren song, Go Get High Now, started playing in my head, I was off. Now it was Christmas Eve, and I was raw, without a single grain of medication in me. I drove over to a meeting in Grand Rapids. Before I entered the building, I paused and considered my choices. I could turn around and drive down to the ghetto. I knew the precise corner. I'd seen the dealers, so I could go cop some dope and get high in a matter of minutes. Or I could walk through those doors and turn my life over to a power higher than myself and start walking out of the woods of my dependency. I saw what I had been doing and where I'd been, and I didn't want to succumb to that kind of energy any longer. Giving myself up to a higher power was easy. I'd had so many experiences all over the world when I communed with a power greater than myself. I walked into that meeting and announced myself as a newcomer and was welcomed with open arms. And I recommitted myself to recovery, just as I had done on August 1st, 1988, when I went to my first rehab. I made the full-on commitment to getting better. No waiting for the right time. No, if I don't like the way things are going, no back doors. December 24th, 2000 is my sobriety date, which is a festive holiday date, and very uncommon. Most dope fiends get loaded for the rest of the holidays and then get sober after New Year's. I had called Johanna the day before and asked her to come out for Christmas and then to St. Bart's with me. She agreed, even though she was still mad at me. She flew into Grand Rapids, and I went to pick her up at the airport. Not only was I ashamed for having done what I'd done and what I'd put her through, but I was also terribly insecure about everything at this point, because I was torn up. She was plain pissed off. We hadn't even gotten out of the airport before we got into a Mexican standoff. We weren't fighting, but we were just so angry at each other. We ended up sitting on opposite benches in the waiting room. "Are you sure you even wanted to come here?" I asked. "No, I'd be happy to get right back on that next plane and go home," she said. "Then you should. Then I will." "Great. Take your ticket and go talk to the lady, and adios." We sat there for an hour, going back and forth. There was no way on earth I was going to let her get on a plane and fly away. I don't think she would have, but that was the way we were acting. To add to the general absurdity, I had accidentally taken a large dose of niacin, thinking I was taking a different liver-cleansing herb, so my face was beet red. Finally, we stopped the foolishness and went home. We spent the next few days in Michigan, trying to become friends again, but it was rough. There was a lot of stuff that felt unresolved and strained between us. Though I'd been there with her when she was using and had to forgive her and go forward, she wasn't having an easy time saying, "Okay, you're a sick motherfucker, but you're willing to get sober now, so let's lighten up on each other." She was still holding it against me. We flew to St. Bart's, where we were going to share a boat with 10 other people, an idea I would never recommend in retrospect, especially when you're not feeling your best. It didn't go that well down on the island. I'd had some shift of consciousness and was looking to move in a positive direction with respect to the energy I was putting out. But Johanna was stuck on being pissed about everything. At one point, I'd either eaten some bad food or some residual toxins were coming out of me. I felt horrible and crawled into bed in our cabin. Everyone was going on a side trip for the day, but I couldn't get up and I couldn't eat. So I asked Johanna if she could just hang out with me and be together and watch movies in bed. "No, I want to go and do the activities with all the other people," she said, and left. I had another moment of clarity when I thought, I don't care how much weird stuff we've been through. I've been so good to her on so many levels. I've taken care of her to the best of my ability, but she doesn't have the capacity to take care of me when I need her. She's not a giving person, and she can't be my girlfriend. I made a decision in my mind to end it, but I didn't want to freak her out or ruin the vacation, so I didn't tell her. I just let her know that I wasn't happy. I was also willing to be proven wrong. On New Year's Eve, we went to a party on the yacht, and Johanna busted my balls all night. There was a Basquiat painting on this boat, and I was standing there admiring it when two nannies came up to me. They were frumpy and a bit homely, but they were acting flirty toward me. I was in no way interested, so I bantered with them for a minute. No fucking big deal. But Johanna had been watching and swooped in as soon as they left. "Why were you flirting with those girls?" "I was looking at a painting and two wenches came up and interrupted me, so I made a few jokes and sent them on their way. That's not flirting," I explained. That was it. She wouldn't talk to me for the rest of the night. There we were, under the stars on a beautiful island, and she would not give up this imaginary fight. That solidified my decision. The next day we got on the plane to go home. It was hard because I loved her like crazy, and the idea of being alone did not appeal to me. Plus, I didn't have the slightest interest in any other girls. But I didn't want to live with a constant discontentment, so I turned to her and said, "Yo, this is over between us. It's not working. I don't want to do this anymore, so you're going to have to move out." She didn't try to discuss things in any depth. She just wanted to know where she was supposed to live. I suggested she move in with her sponsor, and when we got back to LA, she did. I was terrified to be starting afresh without this girl to whom I had dedicated my life. But it was also a relief that I didn't have to tiptoe around on eggshells and be afraid of a nanny coming up and talking to me. Little did Johanna know, I was never unfaithful to her, but if I acted nice to a strange girl, I'd pay for days. When I got back, I threw myself into recovery and started going to meetings and reaching out to people. I must have been sober for a week and a half when I got a call that a friend of mine who had been sober was back out on the streets, homeless, hopeless, helpless, hustling, and losing at every turn. Everyone had been trying to reach him, to no avail. So I called and left a message on his cell phone, saying, "Hey, there's a whole big life of fun, and you're missing it all. Come on back and give me a call." He called me the next day, and I took him to a meeting, and we got sober together. He thought I sounded so happy and prosperous that I must have been sober for years, so he was shocked to learn that I had about 2 weeks under me. I had lent Johanna our car, so I bought a new one. Then I moved out of my apartment. Any space that's been used repeatedly by you and your girlfriend doesn't have a nice collection of vibes. I was lucky to rent the coolest house of all time. It was Dick Van Patten's old house, high up in the Hollywood Hills, an old craftsman house that was the first one built on the hill back in the roaring 20s. It had been occupied by the person who watched out for fires because it had a vantage point that went from the Cahuenga Pass to the valley and all the way from downtown LA to the ocean. It was the insanest, most panoramic view of all time, and it was a beautiful, refreshing place to start a new life. I had a new house, a new car, and no girlfriend. The week I moved in, a bunch of my sober friends started a Wednesday brunch gathering. We met first at Musso and Frank's, a terrific old-school restaurant on Hollywood Boulevard. But when the weather got nicer, we moved to Joseph's Cafe, where we sat outside and talked basketball, music, politics, girls, and sobriety. Then we'd all go to a nearby meeting. Pete Weiss and Dick Rude joined up. Flea came to the brunches but skipped the meetings. This Wednesday group was a significant part of my new sober thrust. When the weekend would roll around and I might be tempted to get high, I'd remember, nope, gotta be at Joseph's on Wednesday. The guys are counting on me. The meeting we went to was on Yucca and Gower, a meeting where there was an eclectic mix of homeless people, transvestites, and Hollywood weirdos. I took a commitment to set up the chairs for the meeting, so I'd get there a half an hour early. I did that for a year, and that also kept me sober, because if I went out and got high, who would set up for the meeting?
That first week in January 2001 was the occasion of another renewal of life for me. Back on my birthday in November, Guy O, who is one crafty gift giver, knew that I'd been talking about getting a dog for years. He also knew that I loved Rhodesian Ridgebacks. I came home that day, and there was a little red wagon on my doorstep with a stuffed animal inside and a photograph of the most beautiful Rhodesian Ridgeback ever. The attached note said, "Your puppy will be ready the first week in January." Guy had found the best California breeders in a little mountain town called Julian, about an hour inland from San Diego. Dick Root and I drove down there to get my dog. I was the last person to pick up a puppy, but the owners had chosen the firstborn, biggest, strongest male and set him aside for me. He was also born the first week in November, so he'd been there for a couple of months and had gotten attached to the lady who ran the farm. My dog looked at me when I walked in, like, "Oh no, what are you doing here? I live with this lady. I hope you don't think you're going to take me away." He was so afraid to leave the safety of his home and this big loving woman who cared for him that he looked destroyed. I picked him up and said, "Dude, we're moving to Hollywood. You're my guy." I had Dick drive home, and I sat him on my lap and held him the whole way back. I tried to tell him it would be okay, but he was so afraid of this big wide world he was facing, especially when we started hitting traffic on the 405. He came up to that house with me, and I had to go through the massive ordeal of training him from scratch. Ridgebacks are the most willful of all breeds, and I was crate training him. He went through diarrhea fits and barking fits and got skunked 3 times in the backyard. It was a constant job raising this crazy puppy, but we were also having the time of our lives, playing in the backyard, with him smelling flowers and chasing insects and playing with sticks. I named him Buster, after Buster Keaton, one of my all-time favorite comedians. Sometime in the middle of January, I met a new girl. I wasn't in the mood or the mode to go womanizing, but I went out with Guy one night to a club and saw this extra fine girl from across the room. There was a line of guys waiting to talk to her, but I just cut the line, took her away, and sat her down on a couch. That line waited for the rest of the night, but they didn't get any FaceTime with her, especially after she told me she'd had a dream that we would meet and spend time together. Her name was Cammie. She was an actress who lived in a Laurel Canyon house with a lesbian Playboy centerfold and Paris Hilton. She was wonderful and beautiful and smart and funny, and she started staying over at my house and became my girl. About a month later, on a Sunday morning, I went to a meeting in West Hollywood. I was supposed to meet Cammie later that day for lunch. At the meeting, by sheer chance, I saw Johanna. I hadn't seen her for about a month, and the last time we were together was not a pleasant time. I'd gone to visit her at her friend's house. I knew she didn't have a job, so as a friendly gesture, I offered her some money. A pretty damn friendly amount of money, an amount of money that no one has ever offered me for no reason. I figured she could use it to pay rent and expenses and maybe get a little car. "I think I'd better see a lawyer," she said. "About what?" "I think I could get more money than that," she said. "What are you talking about, get more money? This is a gift. There was no marriage here. You haven't contributed anything. I've only ever helped you. You never helped me back," I said. "A friend of mine said I could probably get some money if I got a lawyer," she explained. I was mortified. I ended up dealing with some lawyer who proposed that I give her a certain amount of money, but I told him to forget it. It was a chump-ass bullshit move to pull on someone who was trying to help you out. She came up with crazy stuff like, "I moved out here and left my home for you." What? You were sleeping on a couch in a fucking ghetto. I put you through school, and then you left your couch to move into a penthouse. I wasn't buying any of it, but Johanna seemed confused and scared, so I forgave her and went on with my life. There was no residual, "Oh, I miss that girl." It was like a closed chapter. Done. Moved on. Or so I thought. I was so happy to see her at the meeting that at the break, when everyone left the room, I rushed over to where she was sitting, sat down next to her, and started giving her kisses on the cheek. It was an impulsive reaction to seeing her, and her smile, and her eyes, and her smooth white cheeks. We started kissing and cuddling and talking, and 5 minutes later, I was kissing her on the mouth. The whole floodgates came rushing open out of nowhere. I had a new girlfriend. My life had changed. This girl was of the past. But here we were, making plans to see each other later that day.
I was so excited. I drove straight to Cammie's house because I didn't want to lie to her or leave her hanging. I'm really, really sorry, but something fucking totally unexpected happened to me today, and it has to do with my ex-girlfriend. I think I'm going to be seeing her, so I can't see you, I said. That night, I met Johanna at a 1-year sober birthday celebration for a friend of hers at El Cholo, a Mexican restaurant on Western. I felt like I had fallen in love and was on my first date with this girl. I was on my best behavior, and every glance she threw me made my heart flutter. Something weird had happened. Not only had I fallen back in love with this girl, it was like starting from the beginning. We ran with it, and she moved right into the house. My house had 3 stories, and I'd moved my stuff into the upstairs area, so I suggested that she move her things into the bottom story, which had a big bedroom and bathroom and huge closets with a dressing area. It was much nicer than the upstairs. Paradise didn't last long. Down the line, she started complaining. Why do I have to have the downstairs dressing area? Why can't I have the upstairs? It made no sense. Give her the continent, and she wanted the hemisphere. But at first our love was still in full bloom. The band started working on our next album in March 2001. That month, I organized a family trip to Hawaii. I took my mom, both of my sisters, their husbands, and my adorable little nephew Jackson to Kauai. I wanted Yo to come, but she had a work commitment. My feelings for her inspired a song, Body of Water, which was a tribute to her spirit and her inner energy, which always had me captivated. In March, we got some tragic news. One of my closest friends and mentors, Gloria Scott, was diagnosed with lung cancer. Her friends quickly rallied around her and tried to find her whatever treatments could help her, but there was also a huge need for cash, because she had zero. So we played a benefit for her, and also for Huntington's disease, an affliction that had struck the family of Flea's longtime ex-girlfriend, and raised the needed cash. Since Gloria had always jokingly referred to Neil Young as her higher power, I put in a call to ask Neil if by any crazy chance he could perform. "You tell me when, and I'll be there with Crazy Horse," he said. By the night of the show, Gloria's condition had worsened, but she made it to the concert, and I was thrilled to introduce her to Neil. It was a magical moment to see these 2 people come together. We got Gloria a little apartment on the water in Venice Beach, because she was always about the ocean, but she'd lived inland in Venice for 30 years. We hired a nurse and paid for her treatments, but the doctors had caught the cancer too late. I got to the hospital in time to say the painful, "I know that you're dying, so you have to know that I love you." She didn't want to die in the hospital, so they brought her back home to the beach, and she faded away. From Venice Queen. And now it's time for you to go. You taught me most of what I know. Where would I be without you, Glow? Gloria is love, my friend, my friend, my friend. I see you standing by the sea. The waves you made will always be a kiss goodbye before you leave. Gloria is love, my friend, my friend, my friend. Writing By the Way, our next album, was a whole different experience from Californication. John was back to himself and brimming with confidence. So we did the same thing we always did. Back to the swing house. 4 guys holed up in a room with guitars and drums and mics playing every day for hours. We started finding some magic and some music and some riffs and some rhythms and some jams and some grooves, and we recorded it and added to it and subtracted from it and pushed it around and put melodies to it. I started collecting words by the score and listening and getting inspired by what the guys were playing. All this time, I tried to make it work with Johanna. She had started her own clothing line. She was productive and creative, but we weren't clicking as a 2-person singular entity. We even went to a couples counselor, a practical, smart, unbiased woman who gave us some tools to work with, but nothing ever amounted from it. The changes that needed to happen didn't happen. Sometime that summer, we half broke up. Johanna moved into the downstairs bedroom, in theory, until she found her own place. I wasn't going to kick her out again, but of course that led to late-night visits between floors. The forbidden fruit of liaisons in the downstairs bedroom on top of piles of her clothing did wonders for our sex life for a while. But eventually we split up, and I rented a small bungalow for her in Beverly Hills. I let her keep the car until the lease expired, and she returned it to me without any door handles or stereo or carpeting. It was symbolic of our relationship. I tried to do her a favor, and she returned it destroyed and told me the insurance would cover it. Even after she left the house, our relationship continued off and on. Instead of relapsing with drugs, I'd relapse with Johanna. We went back to St. Bart's after Christmas in 2001 and rented a house on the beach. One day she wanted to learn how to surf, so we paddled out about a quarter of a mile until we got into the break, but the waves were big as houses, too big to learn on. We found ourselves in the crunch zone where the waves were coming over us, so we held our breath and waited till the set went by. In the upheaval, the leash on Johanna's surfboard had snapped, so I swam over and gave her my board. We finally made it back to shore, but in the confusion of the storm-swelled waves, we made the mistake of coming back in over a coral reef instead of going through the channel. The good news was that we were alive, but the bad news was that we had to walk over this coral reef, and the coral had barnacles and sea urchins. Even little waves were enough to push you around, so we were getting poked and sea urchined, the spines of which break off, are impossible to remove, and cause you much discomfort. Johanna started yelling hysterically at me, as if I wanted her to get urchined. I spent the next 2 days calling doctors and rushing to pharmacies to get her some relief, but she was crazed. She was so mean to me the whole trip that, once again, I realized she wasn't the girl for me. While we were still in St. Bart's, I reached a breaking point. "Yo, you've got to go home," I told her. "I won't sit here and be yelled at. I've done my best to make it a pleasant journey for you and to share my life with you, but you're impossible to be with." I sent her the hell home, and we broke up again. Sometime the next year, I relapsed. I'd keep getting back with her because I missed her friendship, but I always got the same result. Never any progress. 4 years into the relationship, she was as smolderingly distraught over the littlest things in life. She'd lie there steaming in bed over a fight the size of a ladybug. I would apologize and say, "Let's forget about it. My bad. I love you. I care about you. I want you to be happy. Let's enjoy this love and this life." But she wouldn't let go. She wouldn't choose to be happy. Even all my troubles with Johanna couldn't derail my sobriety. My Wednesday breakfast meeting was grounding, and everyone got into the idea of being of service. We were picking people up and taking them to meetings and bringing new guys into that particular circle so they could see sobriety wasn't about giving up the party. It was just creating a new, saner party. Having a moment of clarity was one thing. I'd had moments like that before. It had to be followed with a dedicated push of daily exercise. It's a trite axiom, but practice does make perfect. If you want to be a strong swimmer or an accomplished musician, you have to practice. It's the same with sobriety, though the stakes are higher. If you don't practice your program every day, you're putting yourself in a position where you could fly out of the orbit one more time. The good news is that being in recovery is a blast for me. I love going to meetings. I love hearing people speak. Some of the speakers are boring old twats with nothing to say, but some of them are truly angels. At one meeting, I saw this big, heavy-set Mexican transsexual in full woman's garb tell her life story. She was up there cracking jokes and singing and talking and sharing the message of being of service, and she positively glowed. When she left, I knew that I'd seen an angel. I've seen the same thing with cowboys from Montana and preachers from down south, all types of people who used to be the walking dead and now are carrying this message of light and love and recovery. Meetings are a gas. It's like a combination of a free seminar and a lecture and a social. Sometimes there are even hot girls, and people are funny and creative and festive. As the book says, we are not a glum lot. All those years when I was going in and out, I'd lie to myself and say, "You're just relapsing. You're not going back to use for good. This is a temporary condition." It always went on longer than I planned, and I was able to come back. But now I knew that I had come back for a purpose. It wasn't because I outwitted drug addiction. It was because something, somewhere, wanted me alive so I could be a part of creating something beautiful and helping somebody else. I'd made the decision to stop doing drugs many times before, but I never followed up with the daily maintenance, the cultivation of a path to a spiritual awakening. I think that anyone who comes in and works all of the steps and goes to meetings and is of constant love and service is guaranteed to stay sober. But anyone who comes in like I did in the past and picks and chooses and thinks, "I'll do it some days, I won't do it others. I'll work some steps, but I won't work the others. I'll take the call sometimes, but sometimes I'm too busy, is doomed to failure. You can't buy 7/10 of the way into the program and expect to get 7/10 back. You get nothing back unless you give yourself completely. Another thing that I think is genius about the program is that they realize you can't preach sobriety or try to make converts out of alcoholics. What's crucial is that you take care of yourself and in doing so become a program of attraction rather than promotion. The minute you say, hey, this is what you should be doing, to an alcoholic or a drug addict, nothing will come of it. If you just do your thing, then someone will see it and think, that guy used to throw up on his trousers, but he looks like he's enjoying himself now. There's no alcoholic in the world who wants to be told what to do. Alcoholics are sometimes described as egomaniacs with inferiority complexes. Or, to be cruder, a piece of shit that the universe revolves around. Which is okay, because there's a way to deal with that. You're feeling like shit? Go get out of yourself and do something for someone else. Voila! You don't feel like shit anymore. You're confused and you're driving yourself crazy? Go call a guy who's got 3 days sober and has no clue what to do. The minute you get out of your self-centered mindset, you're instantly freed of your own pain. The trick to staying sober is to constantly be of service to another alcoholic. It's like perpetual motion. All these people freely gave you what was given to them, and now you get to give it to someone else. It's a constant source of energy, like recharging a battery, only there's no pollution or toxic runoff. The reason the program is so successful is because alcoholics help other alcoholics. I've never met a normie, our lingo for a person who doesn't have a problem with drugs or alcohol, who could even conceive of what it's like to be an alcoholic. Normies are always going, there's this new pill you can take and you don't want to shoot heroin anymore. That shows a fundamental misunderstanding of alcoholism and drug addiction. These aren't just physical allergies. They're obsessions of the mind and maladies of the spirit. It's a threefold disease. And if it's partly a spiritual malady, then there's a spiritual cure. When I say spiritual, I'm not talking about chanting or reading Eastern philosophy. I'm talking about setting up the chairs at a meeting, picking up another alcoholic and driving him across town to a meeting. That's a spiritual lifestyle. Being willing to admit that you don't know everything and that you were wrong about some things. It's about making a list of all the people you've harmed, either emotionally or physically or financially, and going back and making amends. That's a spiritual lifestyle. It's not a fluffy, ethereal concept. My friend Bob Forrest is a spiritual person. He doesn't go to church, and he doesn't talk about God, and he doesn't go do charity events on weekends, but he'll sit and talk for hours to a guy in jail who can't stop smoking crack. That's curing Bob of his spiritual malady, because he's willing to do something that's not really for him. It's for this other guy. He's not doing it with the expectation of getting anything out of it, but as a byproduct, he is. In the song Other Side on Californication, I wrote, how long will I slide? Separate my side. I don't believe it's bad. I don't believe that drug addiction is inherently bad. It's a really dark and heavy and destructive experience. But would I trade my experience for that of a normal person? Hell no. It was ugly, and there is nothing I know that hurts as bad, but I wouldn't trade it for a minute. It's that appreciation of every emotion in the spectrum that I live for. I don't go out of my way to create it, but I have found a way to embrace all of it. It's not about putting down any of these experiences, because now that I've had them, and now that I'm almost 4 years sober, I'm in a position to be of service to hundreds of other suffering people. All of those relapses, every one of those setbacks that would seem like unnecessary additions to an already tortured experience, are all going to be meaningful. I'm going to meet some other person along the way who was clean for some time and can't get clean again, and I'll be able to say, I was there. I did that for years. I was going back and forth, and now... I went with Guy O to a Kabbalah course the other night, and the lesson was about the 4 aspects of the human ego, which are symbolized by fire, water, air, and earth. Water represents the excessive desire for pleasure, and I'm a water sign, and that's been my whole life. I've wanted to feel pleasure to the point of insanity. They call it getting high because it's wanting to know that higher level, that godlike level. You want to touch the heavens, you want to feel glory and euphoria, but the trick is that it takes work. You can't buy it. You can't get it on a street corner. You can't steal it or inject it or shove it up your ass. You have to earn it. When I was a teenager and shooting speedballs, I wasn't thinking, I want to know God. But deep down inside, maybe I did. Maybe I wanted to know what that light was all about and was taking the shortcut. That was the story of my life, even going back to my childhood in Michigan, when I'd get home from school by going through a neighbor's backyard and jumping a fence. It didn't matter if I got bitten by a dog, or I ripped my pants on the fence post, or I poked myself in the eye with a tree branch that I was crawling over. It was all about the shortcut. My whole life, I took the shortcut, and I ended up lost. Things are good now. Buster and I share a nice house. I've got a terrific group of supportive friends. And when it's time to go out on the road, I'm surrounded by another group of supportive people. One of my main soulmates is Sathari. She came into our world in May 2000 when Flea brought her on tour to administer intravenous ozone therapy to him. Sathari is a nurse, an American Sikh, a sweet, incredibly sheltered, turban-wearing young lady. She looks like a female version of Flea, with the same gap-toothed smile, the same shape of face, the same color eyes, the same little pug nose. She's maternal and she's warm, and she's loving and she's unassuming, a complete breath of fresh air and female energy. And I don't mean sexual energy, at least not for me. For me, she's like a sister and mother and caretaker and nurse all in one. Sathari endeared herself to everybody in the band and the crew, and she became the den mother to the entire organization. Everyone used her as their ultimate confidant, spilling their guts to her all day and all night about their deepest, darkest, most untellable secrets. We've all had an impact on her, too. She was a controlled, subservient Sikh who was told what she could and could not do, who she could and couldn't talk to. We showed her a new world of meeting all these free-thinking people who were out there dancing and loving life. She flourished as a person and came out of her shell. During the By the Way tour, Sathari and John and I shared a bus, and it was a cozy, moving cocoon of happiness. We extended that vibe into the arenas that we played. It was clear after our first few tours that the backstage areas were always cold, stark, fluorescent-lit concrete tombs, places where you wouldn't want to spend 2 minutes. So for the Californication tour, we hired a woman named Lisa Bloom who had a knack for beautifying these rooms. She laid down rugs, put up tapestries, covered the fluorescent lights, put in a portable stereo system, and set up a table of fresh fruits and vegetables and nuts and teas. So now we hang out backstage before the show, and John, who became the official DJ of the area, programs the music. He and Flea get out their guitars and practice, and I do my vocal warm-ups. Then I make everyone tea and write out the set list. Sathari comes in and gives us ozone, and then we stretch on the floor and do a little meditation. We have all of these grounding rituals that keep growing and getting better and better. Our final ritual before we go on stage is the Soul Circle. It's funny how that's evolved over the years. When we were this brash, young band of Hollywood knuckleheads, we would get in a circle and slap one another in the face right before we went on. That got the juices flowing for sure. Now we get into a circle and hold hands and do some meditation together, getting into why we're there and what we need to be together. Someone might chime in with, "Let's do this one for the Gipper," or "There's a thunderstorm outside, let's tap into that." There are times when Flea's the one to give us little words of encouragement. Sometimes it's up to me to crack a joke or make up a rhyme. Lately, John has become the most vocal member of the Soul Circle. Chad doesn't usually instigate, but he's there with a hear thing. All of these rituals ground me. But ironically, what grounds me constantly is my obsession with drugs. It's funny, the first 5.5-year period when I got sober, I never had any urgings to do drugs. The uncontrollable obsession that I'd experienced from the time I was 11 years old just vanished the first time I got clean. It was a true miracle. When I came out of my first rehab, the idea of getting high was a foreign concept to me. I could have sat there and stared a big mountain of cocaine in the face, and it would have meant nothing to me. A month before, I would have been shaking and sweating from the physical reaction alone. The way the sneaky motherfucker got his foot back in the door was through those experiences with prescribed painkillers. Once I started relapsing, I would never get the gift of being relieved from the obsession of doing drugs again. This might seem like a tragic curse, but I look at the bright side of it. Now I have to work harder at my sobriety. When I was relieved of the obsession, I was doing very little work. Now I have no choice but to be more giving and more diligent and more committed, because a week doesn't go by when I'm not visited by the idea of getting loaded. For the first year of my newfound sobriety, all of 2001, the feeling of wanting to get high came to me every day. Especially later in the year, after Johanna moved out. It got so bad that I couldn't sleep. One night I got the closest I'd come to going back out there. I was home alone and there was a full moon out. I was writing the songs for By the Way, everything was going well, and I was feeling inspired. I took a stroll outside, and the night was clear, and I could see the alluring lights of downtown. And I got ready to throw it all away one more time. I packed my little weekend backpack and left a note for my assistant to take care of Buster. I got my car keys and walked out of the house. I got as far as the porch and looked up at the moon, looked out at the city, then looked at my car and my backpack and thought, I can't do it. I can't throw it away one more time. And I went back inside. In the past, once those wheels were set in motion, forget about it. Floods, earthquakes, famines, locusts, nothing would have stopped me from my abhorrent rounds. But now I'd proved to myself that I could live with my obsession until it went away. I was willing to accept the fact that I thought about getting high on a regular basis, that I could watch a beer commercial and see that sweaty bottle with the cap popping off and actually want a beer and still not drink one. The good news is that by the second year, those cravings were about half as frequent, and by the third year, half as much again. I'm still a little bent, a little crooked, but all things considered, I can't complain. After all those years of all kinds of abuse and crashing into trees at 80 miles an hour and jumping off buildings and living through overdoses and liver disease, I feel better now than I did 10 years ago. I might have some scar tissue, but that's all right. I'm still making progress. And when I do think, man, a fucking motel room with a couple of $1,000 worth of narcotics would do me right, I just look over at my dog and remember that Buster's never seen me high. Copyright Phoenix Books 2005. Directed by Henrietta Tiefenthaler. Produced by Michael Wiener. For catalog ordering information, call 866-680-2684.